Welcome to the heart of Europe. Prague in the Czech Republic is the current scene of the FanCode European Cricket Series, and it is Prague CC that are up this morning. The defending champions, they'll want to get some points on the board. They've got some ground to make up. Bohemians leading the way at the moment, but United, they went so close to the table toppers last night. Should be a really interesting day. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Czech Republic, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 3 here in Prague. The Czech Republic is the scene of the current FanCode European Cricket Series. We're thick into Group A action, and we're starting the day with match number 9. This is between Prague Cricket Club and United Cricket Club. Well, both these teams, I'm sure, would love to start their day with some points. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Charles Croucher, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Little bad twist.
Aaron Ashokan of Prague CC has won the toss and he's elected to bat. That is what they do like to do. They like to get big scores on the board, and they're certainly capable of it with some really powerful hitters. Of course, Ashokan himself, he went for a golden duck in the first game on Monday, came back with a valuable contribution for his team. We know that he's a big hitter. Also, all eyes on the beast, Sudesh Wickramasekara for Prague CC. I've got to tell you, I really liked watching their new recruit, Davidson Romani. I think he offers a lot, particularly with the ball. He really gets it through. I think he's going to test some of these United batters. So Prague CC, they're 1-1. They are the defenders, but they did lose game 1 of this series against Bohemian, who are table toppers at the moment. And so Prague CC, they'll feel they have some work to do to get back and get that top spot back here in Group A. They did have a win in their second game though, so that will give them some confidence going into a Wednesday after a day off yesterday. Let's talk about United though, and they are 2-2 after 4 matches. They had a really tight one yesterday against Bohemian, almost pulling off a really impressive chase. They needed 121 and just missed out by a couple of runs. I do feel like United have their top order about right now, with Bagoli, the former captain, up at the top of the order, just providing a bit more aggression there. Peter Singh Bagel was excellent yesterday, scoring 17 on out, but it wasn't quite enough to get them home. Their top 3, 4 or 5 really can hurt United, but they're going to have to deal with some pretty good bowlers from Prague CC this morning. I think it'll be a really interesting game. Prague CC, they do go in favourites for me, but United, they are suited to this form of the game. They've been so much improved in the last couple of years. So it'll be a really good test to see where they're at. Let's talk about the conditions today in Prague. Well, right here in Vinoš, just north of the capital, we're expecting plenty of sunshine today. We had a little bit of rain this morning, but I think that's gone away now. Hopefully it doesn't return. We're expecting a maximum temperature of a quite pleasant 23 degrees. Currently it's about 16 to get this one started. So I can't wait to get into day 3. And here's another man, well, he loves everything about Czech cricket. He's in the commentary box right now. Danny Hudacek will take you through the first stages of match number 9. The news from the toss, Prague CC winning the toss and having a bat. Over to you, Danny.
And welcome to everyone out on the on YouTube, watching it on FanCode in India, to the European Cricket Series here in Prague. Another beautiful day. Players are coming onto the field. This will be a very interesting game. United pushed Brno, a very, very good team, all the way. Went down to the last ball yesterday. And they're going to look to do a bit the same to the very highly rated PCC, Prague Cricket Club. Traditionally the strongest club in the Czech Republic. They've won most of these ECS tournaments in the past here on the lovely Scott Page Field in Vinoš. So some of the players to look out for: Aaron Ashokan, of course, and Sudesh Wickramasekara, the 2 big guns for PCC. Some players coming into the team actually: Smit Patel, very good young player. Also, I've brought in a bit of spin with Surya Rengarajan. And of course for United, there'll be the ex-skipper, as Vinny said, Pramod Bagoli. He'll be opening the bowling as usual. Gets a nice shape. He'll want to get a few wickets early. And it's the beast at the non-striker's end. He'll be opening. But facing up, there's a bit of a change up the top of the innings. The PCC boys, they've made quite a few changes today. New wicketkeeper, Prayag Ravi, has come in. So we'll see how they go. I hope they don't take United too lightly because they pushed Burno all the way. PCC, of course, got 3 teams in the local leagues. So they've got a big pool of players to call on. Just about underway. Again, as I said, a nice day today. A little bit of a breeze, a bit chilly in the morning, but very pleasant for cricket. So, Naeem Lala is the other opening batsman. Will be taking strike. Haven't seen him yet this tournament. Here comes Pramod Bagoli. Oh, he's played across the line. He'll get 4 out of it though. Lovely shot. Just a bit over pitched. And hit it straight through that sort of cow corner area for 4. And that's a very good start for Lala. And Pramod Bagoli, he's playing a bit of the Karate Kid today as well with the headband. And not the start he'd wanted. He tried to get it to swing, just overpitched it a little bit. Just saying good morning to a couple of people. Cricket Mania. Hello, how you doing? Good start from Nad K. As I said, and this one's cut just towards third man. Just a single, brings the beast on strike. He'll want to get it right here, Pramod. If he doesn't, this is going to get launched, as we've seen many, many times from the beast. If they get him early, could be an upset on the cards. Comes Bagoli again. Ball into the beast. Nice ball, just clamps down. Quick single, well taken. Good early call there from Sudesh. Brings Naeem Lala back on strike. It's a player I'm not familiar with, but he's looking pretty good. And if he's opening the batting for PCC, must have something about him. This one's down leg side, called a wide. Just not swinging at the moment, this ball. These Kookaburra balls have been swinging quite a bit over the last couple of days. Just not happening at the moment for Bagoli. I think it's the headband. Here he comes again. This one just outside off stump. Good fielding out there in the covers. Actually, just forward of point. A pretty even start so far. Apart from that first ball was dispatched for 4 by Lala. Bagoli again. And oh, that could be out. Umpire not interested. That was a good shout. That was a leg by called by the umpire. I'd like to have another look at that. There's a guy from here. It looked like a good shout. Oh, maybe missing off stump. Made him hit him outside the line of off stump. So good decision from the umpire. I think you can see Pramod there just nodding to the umpire, then shaking his head. So agreeing in one sense, and then just feeling a little unlucky. Here he comes again. And it's just prodded down the pitch by the beast. They know that Bagoli is their quality bowler here, PCC. So they're watching him. 8 off the over, not a bad start. And it'll be Amandeep Bindra, as usual, the left armour, to take the second over. He took a bit of stick against Burno yesterday, but he's been very, very good this tournament so far. Got a couple of very nice wickets. And he'll be bowling to Lala. Good morning, Vinny.
Yeah, good morning, Danny. Good morning to all of our viewers in the YouTube chat as well. Spent that over just conversing with a few of them. Got some information on Lala. He's played a bit in Poland with Santosh Subramani, who's in the chat right now. Yeah, but this will be an interesting moment. Left armour, Bindra into the attack.
Well, that's been pushed out, and it's 6. went a little bit across the line and thumped it over, just over that man who was out there at cow corner.
Yeah, he's a good fielder out there, Sharma, but he loves first balls of overs, doesn't he? Lala gets something a little bit on his pads and he launches it. He's not afraid to go. Looks very strong in that area. Just good cricket. I mean, his first shot to Begoli, that was a class shot. Took that from outside the off stump, but it wasn't a sloggy kind of a shot, was it? It was just that kind of subcontinental wristy flick through the leg side. See if Binder can get it outside off.
That's a better ball. Just a single out to mid-on. Yeah, he looks pretty good. As you said, Vinny, very strong on that leg side.
Yeah, again, he had just enough to get it over Ayush Sharma. Otherwise, could have been trouble. But that's the nature of the game, isn't it? Over to the Beast. He's played second fiddle so far. Hasn't had too much of the strike.
Well, that one's launched. And that's gone about 60 metres. So more than that. That's 50.
I think
that's about 80 maybe. I don't know. It was way over the boundary.
I think it's 6 on any ground. And the Beast doesn't play second violin for too long, does he? And there's nothing too wrong with this ball from Bindra. But the Beast says it's got to go. He absolutely smokes that one. So back-to-back Maximos essentially. 6-1-6 to start the second over.
What Bindra does well is he bowls at the stumps, bowls just outside off, and it's a little bit, that's a better ball, a little bit in Sudesh's hitting arc. So you got a couple of bowls yesterday, one that swung late. That's what he's going to try to do, but that's also exactly where the Beast wants it.
Yeah, I think you've got to push a bit wider to Beastie. Make him try and hit through the offside, which you can do.
That one's hit a bit on, just a nicely taken single.
It's well fielded by Ravi Gorhe there. I think their fielding's been pretty good, United. It's been one of the features of their cricket that's improved a lot. And we saw them go just within a couple of runs of a memorable victory against Bohemians last night. Fell just short in that chase, but yeah, they've shown they can mix it with the big boys, no doubt about it.
Comes Bindra bowling to Lala again. Oh, squeeze him up a little bit. Just pushed him mid on again. It's nicely played, well bowled too.
Yeah, end of the over as well. So 23 for no loss. Pretty good over from the PCC openers in that one. They scored 14 off it. In fact, 15 if you include the last single. So 23 for no loss, and gives us a bit of a chance to look at the table. And you can see that Bohemians are sitting pretty at the moment. They're 2 games clear at the top. Prague CC, though, remember they had the day off yesterday, so they've got a couple of games to catch up. Same with Burno. So United, they're in second position, but they're going to have to play well to hold on to it. As they've already played 4 of their 8 games. Pools and Guardians, well, they've got the day off today. And well, they'll just hope they're still in contention when they return on the next couple of days, because they haven't been able to secure a win so far. Begoli coming back. They desperately need to break this opening partnership, I think, Danny. Otherwise, it could spell trouble for United.
Yeah, you're right, Vinny. It's going to get a bit ugly, I think, with the second string bowlers here for United, especially if these two get their eyes in. Here's Begoli. It's a full toss, just hit down to that man at mid-on again. Has had a lot of work to do.
The other thing is a bit of team news with United with no Mustafa Nawab in the lineup today. He's a pretty good right-arm bowler. He's got a slight injury concern, so that affects their bowling a little bit. Amit Pangaka comes into the side. Well, he's a guy I remember very well from the memorable Golden Ball last year. But yeah, doesn't bowl too much.
Begoli again, good ball there, just poked down and no run. Lala called the Beast back. He's on his way.
Yeah, so you probably see Zahid Iqbal get a couple of overs. Up in Shukla, probably get a couple of overs as well.
The win predictor's there already. 16% for United.
Not liking the chances so far.
Comes Begoli bowling to the Beast, who just pokes it down. Nicely taken single just down to the gully area. It's good bowling, nice and tight. But, you're right, Vinny, if they don't make a breakthrough, see that Lala likes that leg side, and yeah, the Beast can hit all around the ground, and he hits hard. So it could be anything. Still a lot of batting for PCC, with Arun Ashokan probably listed to come in next. This one's down the leg side, flicked away, and that'll be 4. Very quick down to that part of the ground, going downhill, very fast outfield. It's a nice shot.
Yeah, that is a really fast bit of the field, you're right. And again, the line just not right for Begoli. I talked about these kookaburras, the bats you had over the first couple of days. Danny seemed to be doing everything, but these ones not doing so much. Begorley not getting the kind of swing that he wants. That one just slid into the pads, and Lala, he's up and away. 18 off 9. Been very impressive so far, but there's been nothing uncomposed about what he's been doing. He's been selectively aggressive in choosing the right shots so far. So Begorley, 2 more balls to try and make an impact in this power play.
Pulling into Lala. Short. It's been hooked away, and that's another 6. Well, that's in the car park. Lovely shot there from Lala, and I think United.
There's a bit of Forrest Gump about Ayush Sharma going after that, running cross country. He might be running a long way. That is just gone. And these balls are certainly disappearing. Once they bounce, this is over the boundary by about 10 metres or so. But then it travels for Ayush. He'll be wanting to find some ball retrievers. That's got about 2 boundaries away. But dropping short, and Lala, once again, showing that leg side. He's very, very strong.
Yeah, it's difficult for Begorley because the ball's not swinging. I think the wind's coming from behind him. Normally, if the wind's coming into your face, you'll get a lot more swing, and it's just behind him a little bit. And he just dropped short, just trying to do something else with the ball. Comes in with his final delivery. This one's nicely pitched up. Good ball, actually, and no run.
It's a good ball. Begorley, he'll be frustrated that he wasn't able to rake through. It's the end of the power play as well. It's 35 for no loss after 3 overs. And we talked about maybe about 12 and over being par. It hasn't really seemed that way over the last couple of days, although that game last night in match 8, 120 to 118. So maybe you do need that many. I think United, they can still have some hope that they can break this partnership and get into PCC middle order. I know there's good batters still to come, like Ashokan, for example. Know that Nanathi Swaran is listed in the middle order, Raj, today. But you've got to start somewhere. Up and Shukla is going to take over in the 4th. See if he can get a breakthrough. At least he will have a bit more protection in the outfield now with up to 5 outfielders allowed. There you go. I couldn't decide.
We mentioned the ball swinging around. It's just not swinging at the moment. Might get a bit of in-swing. Shukla just...
It's true. Yeah, I think the wind behind the ball, I mean, it helps for pace, but yeah, for movement, I do agree. It doesn't seem to do as much sideways.
Well, that was part of the complaint, is the ball wasn't coming onto the bat as well because it was just a little bit slower. This one just prodded down, no run. But without the ball moving, I think the scores will be higher today.
Yeah. We put a lot of the low scoring down to the fact that the bowlers had bowled well and had some assistance from the pitch. Also with a bit of swing. That's the reason we've seen kind of 80s and 90s more than kind of 110s, 120s.
This one's been pulled away. That'll be 4, will it? No, it's gone straight to the man. He hit it all right. Didn't get all of it.
Sharma's going to be busy out there, I think. That's what he can do with on the field of play. Nad's asking how the weather is. Yeah, I can tell you it's a pretty nice day so far. I think there was a slight shower early this morning, but so now it's up to 17 degrees already. Expecting a maximum temperature of 22. So, yeah, nice mild day for cricket.
The breeze is cooling things down a bit. Oh, he's got him outside off stump. The breeze is cooling things down a bit. But out in the field in the sun, I think 17 degrees is about right.
Yeah. Yeah, the breeze is a factor. We know that last week in Stockholm, sometimes it would say it's 13 degrees and would feel about minus 13 with the wind. But it could be 6 degrees and still, and you're quite fine. But here's Shukla trying to get the first wicket of the day.
This one's hit on the offside, and that's a lovely shot there. Square drive from Lala. He looks very handy, does Lala.
Yeah, he's showing he's not just a one-trick pony, is he? He goes offside this time. Times this well. You talked about the batters having to wait for the ball a little bit on this surface. He just holds his shot back and then launches it square of the wicket. Good batting. I'm a bit worried for United here because they're coming off an effort that took a lot of mental energy last night. I think it's a quick turnaround. Yep, they've had the night to rest, but they're finding themselves up against the Prague CC team that had the whole day off yesterday to rest and recover and get ready for this. And right now, it seems like United might be chasing a bit of leather during this first innings of the day.
Well, due respect to Brno, it was only really Dylan Stain that got into the runs yesterday. Oh, this could be close. Maybe missing off. Just scrambled through for a leg by.
He survived one early, didn't he? That was marginal. I think maybe hit him just outside the line of the off stump. That was early in the first over. This one, he does hit him well outside. The first one was line ball. I can understand the umpire's decision. It probably wasn't a bad decision, but on another day, maybe that gets given and Lala's gone. As it is, he's motored to 28.
Ooh, beats the beast from outside off stump. That's a good ball. Yeah, what's ominous is that the shot that Lala played was right in that corridor just near the line, and he was able to get out there and hammer it through the offside. And so if he's that strong in that area, then where do you bowl to him? Because he's very strong off his pads.
Yeah, that's true. And the one he hit through the offside was a little bit wide, I suppose. 4 overs down and hit his 41 without loss. And just want to give a big warm welcome to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's Fitty Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek. Nice to be here with you again on day 3, and some nice engagement in the chat already. It's been nice to hear from quite a few people from all around the world. So we do encourage you to please leave us a message in there. And yeah, United, they're going to have to get their wits about them quick. I know they've had a big schedule. They've played 4 games already the last 2 days. They're here on the 3rd morning. Let's see if they can pull it back, as they're going to go to Zahid Iqbal now in the 5th over. And it's going to start with a boundary. Lala, he cuts this one away viciously. That's another one. These balls aren't just trickling to the boundary, Danny. They are motoring, and so are Prague CC at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of fruit there given up by the bowler, and that was smashed to the boundary. Again, where do you bowl to him? At the moment, he's very strong on the offside, he's very strong on the onside.
Yeah, I think the offside balls have been a little bit probably too wide at the moment.
Oh, got away with that one. Just over the keeper, and that'll be 4 again. A little late on that pull shot.
Yeah, it was probably a bit too full to pull, so he kind of just tries to hoik it. You see this on the replay. It's almost a front foot pull shot. And yeah, the keeper was interested, wasn't he, Abhimanyu Singh? But he was never going to stop that. So the run's still flowing.
Safest shot in the book, right, Vinny?
Yeah, well, if you can get away with it.
So, what's the bowler going to do? Zahid Iqbal. Did you have a bit of luck there? Lala swung hard at it. I've got that man, that short mid-wicket area, quite straight. It's a good position otherwise. A lot of boundary riders, and this one's been hammered again. Took a few steps down the pitch, and that's gone a long, long way.
It's gone over to the Banks pitch, hasn't it? That's gone absolute miles. Lala, he's certainly getting into things pretty quickly, finding life pretty easy. As this is his debut in ECN T10 cricket. Right now, he's absolutely smacking him.
Considering the players that PCC can call on, national team players who were not here, they're looking very good for this tournament. Depends how they shuffle their pack. Comes the bowler again. Oh, it tries a little scoop shot. Don't know if he needed to do that.
See, I think sometimes, they're going to go for a quick 2 here. Going to get away with it. There must have been a little bit of bat in that. I was going to say, sometimes batters, when they're just on fire, they can be their own worst enemy, and they can get themselves out. They're trying to be a bit too audacious, and I kind of agree. The shot probably wasn't necessary. Called leg buys, actually, in the end. So leg buys was the late signal from the umpire. So Lala will remain on 42. And yeah, so I mean, sometimes it's almost like batting's too easy for them. So you keep trying to play more and more difficult shots. At the moment, he can just stick to his regulation plan.
It's almost a 50, and now he is 50. That's 6. And what a lovely way to bring up your half century. Take a bow, name Lala. That's been a sparkling innings.
Yeah, really, really good start to his tournament name, Lala. In fact, I don't think that'll be his 50 because the last 2 were leg by, so he moves to 48 actually with that. There's a late signal last time. So still, it's good batting. And he will have the opportunity to reach the 50s. Zahid Iqbal getting a bit of punishment at the moment. It's gone to 22 off the over, including those 2 leg buys.
And it's been hit on the offside. There's a man out there who does well on the boundary. Just a single. The ominous thing for United is that Sudesh is 10 from 10. Yeah. He's going to run a ball. he's playing the anchorman role, but which is I've seen this a lot before. He's a very intelligent cricketer. You can see that Lala's smashing it at all parts. So he's just poking it round, giving him the strike.
He's
and
happy.
then when he has the opportunity, when he needs to, he's going to go.
Yeah, certainly. I think he's a smart cricketer, Sudesh. He's also a brute. But yeah, Lala will get the opportunity now to reach his half century in the 6th over. Nick bowls over, not going to plan at all. Now they might be thinking about another option to bowl his 2nd over. Ends up going for 23, which included the 2-leg buy, so 21 to his figures.
There's a message from the man saying some temporary fences would be nice, but where do you put them? And how high should they be?
Exactly. They're going to have to jump a fence on the way to get in the balls. Anyway, here we go. And then this time, Lala will make his half century. Really nice innings from the opener on debut. 50 off 21 balls. He sent a big message to the competition here. 5 fours and 4 maximos in that innings, and certainly has been probably the pound for pound the innings of the tournament so far. He's just looked good from ball 1.
Absolutely. Well, the ball 1 went for 4. It was a lovely shot, but he's hitting them to both sides of the ground. There's a bowler again, bowling to Sudesh. He hits it straight back to him. Good bowling there, right in the block hole.
Yep, this is Ghanshyam Kumar, who's come on to bowl. Like I say, no Mustafa Nawab line up today.
Tried to line it up. Man back there, just be a single. Didn't quite get hold of that. They've contained him well, the beast, but unfortunately it's the man at the other end who's doing all the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Beastie also kind of has the license to go if he wants, but right now it'll be Lala back on strike on an even 50 at the moment. I think now he might just completely go for it. He's got 4.5 overs to play with. He's got plenty of batting to come. We haven't even seen Ashokan yet. Prakash Sadasevan listed at 4. I've got Anasthi Swaran at 5. Smith Patel at 6.
To be honest, his domestic T20 series hasn't gone the best. That one's hit hard, and that's 6. Didn't get all of it, but it's still rolling. Well, as I mentioned, his domestic season hasn't been the best with the bat, but I think he's getting a bit of form here. That was nicely hit. Didn't quite get all of it.
I was say, if we ever play golf here, I feel like I might be able to hit about 400 yards because it just keeps rolling, doesn't it? Hey, the golf course is currently slowly being developed for play.
It has been for the last 8 years,
yeah,
they've been.
That's why I said slowly.
Well, this has gone for 6 again. It's over the top of Ayush Sharma. And as you said, that license to go for it. I think he's in the second half of this innings, and it's looking like it's going to be a massive score here for PCC.
Yeah, the forecast is cloudy with a chance of maximos. At the moment, it's a shower. It's 79 for no loss after 6. That over started pretty well as Kumar only conceded 3 runs off the first 4 balls, but back-to-back 6s to finish the 6th. 79 for no loss at the moment. They're going at very, very good rate indeed. So I think from here, they'll want something like 15 and over. I think that's what they'd want. See, the win probability meter not giving United too much of a chance at the moment. See the way things are going. But, yeah, I mean, if you add 60 onto this, it's at 139. It's going to take a lot of chasing. And I think they've been aggressive, but without slogging. I think that's what's been the feature of this innings. Okay, so it's going to be Bindra to come back in the 7th. And yeah, even had that little bit of luck, which they probably haven't needed. This will be a 2, chopped down into the ground and over the keeper, Abhimanyu Singh.
That's well run too. Yeah, when your luck's not going with you. It's yeah, it was chopped down, went just over the keeper. But it's Bindra coming around the wicket, left armour. It's a good move, just changing that angle a little bit. Comes in bowling to Lala. And squeezes that one out to the covers just for a single. Brings the beast back on strike. Got a good start here from Bindra. His second and final over. Took a bit of stick in his first one.
I mean, if you're United from here, you just got to hope, okay, maybe can we keep it to 10 and over or something from here, keep it down around the low 120s, something I almost chased last night against Bohemian. Seems a long way off at the moment. We know these games can change quickly. Here's the beast on strike.
Yeah, doesn't get hold of that one either. Again, good bowling from Bindra right up on that block hole sort of area.
It's a hard thing when you go into all parts of the ground, but yeah, you've got to tell yourself that that wicket's just one ball away. I think you can turn things around. Still plenty of cricket to go here in match 9.
Bowler coming in again, bowling to Lala. And again, a pretty good ball, dragged it out to the onside, again just for a single.
Yeah, he's got a good eye, so it allows him to kind of get away with that, fetching balls from the off stump or outside and still getting them across to the leg side. But, yeah, I mean, this angle's dangerous. I think the Beast will fancy whacking this over mid-wicket or mid-on if he gets a bit of length to play with.
That's a full toss. He smashed that through the offside for 4. Just a little bit over pitch. He's got it right until then, has Bindra. This one, just a full toss, and that's too easy for the Beast.
Yeah, and so he just didn't want to give him the length, but he overcooks it. It's a full toss, and it's hanging outside off stump, and that's the thing. The Beast, he's not one-dimensional either. He can hit through the covers and hit pretty firmly. He does right there. So he's moved to 28 now.
Yeah,
last ball, the 7th.
He was going a run a ball. This one's been hit down the ground. Just be a single. And the Beast back on strike. It's good over there from Bindra. Just got that one slightly wrong. But apart from that,
yeah,
pretty good over.
So 25 come off his analysis in the end. It is 89 for no loss after 7. Let's have a look at the format of this tournament in the Czech Republic. So matches 1 to 20, that's what you're watching right now. We're into match 9. We have Group A matches with those 5 teams. The top 4 will qualify for the quarterfinals. Bottom team will be eliminated. Then we'll do the same thing with Group B starting on Saturday in match 21. They'll play all the way through to next Thursday. And once again, the top 4 will qualify for quarterfinals, which is next Friday on the 10th of June. It's knockout from there because the 4 winning quarterfinalists will go to finals day on Saturday the 11th of June, and we'll ultimately have our champion of the ECS here in the Czech Republic, PCC. They were the winners last year. I think they'll have a bit of competition this time, but right now they're sending a message to the competition that they're still here and they're still a force, and especially with a pickup like Lala, who's hit a sparkling 55 so far, and he's not finished yet. Looking pretty dangerous.
He is looking very dangerous. As our PCC brings that man Lala back on strike. Partnership of 90. This one is used his feet well, smashed it at the fielder there, who's got a hand to it and knocked it down. They'll come back for 2. Did well the fielder in the end, because it did bounce pretty much head height at him.
Gonna say hello to Malia Stanikzai, who's in the chat. Hello, he's watching from Switzerland. Nice to see you, Malia. Hope you're well. I know that we would love to get Switzerland again. I'm not sure if we'll get there this year in the plans, but I know that we are planning to get back there in 2023. This is in the air, and this is an opportunity. It's a big moment, and it is dropped. Oh, I thought that he'd pop up and grab that on the second opportunity, Ravi Gorhay. So, I mean, it was very high. It wasn't an easy one because he had too much time really to think about it, but he was in the drop zone. Unfortunately, that catch goes down.
Yeah, difficult, and the wind would have taken it away from him slightly. He was almost there. Well, he was. Oh, this has been hammered into the offside again. And that's another 4 for the Beast. So, yeah, Naeem has another life. And hard hands. It did bounce up. He thought he could take it on the second grab, but unfortunately missed out.
Yeah, the Beast cashes in, doesn't he? So just remember that. Lala dropped on 57. As it is, looks like we're heading for 100 this over and potentially a lot more in the last couple. Here's Ghanshyam Kumar.
Optimistic appeal for no reason, but a good ball.
No, flicks anything on the way through. Misses the leg stump. I don't even think he hit anything, but if it flicked the pad, you know it's missing leg stump because it would have bounced back onto the stumps. Last ball the over.
And it's called a wide. I think he's deceptively slow, is Kumar.
Yeah. Nothing going right as the ball comes back to him, hits the edge of the pitch and bounces away. Does this grab some of the line?
Oh,
I know it's
pretty
harsh.
good call.
But I think it is the correct call.
Beast doesn't use his feet very much, so they move towards the ball too far. This one keeps a bit low. And good over in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it is, because it's the first over in a while that hasn't been double digits. 9 come off Ghanshyam Kumar's 8th over. The score's 98 for no loss. Yeah, so just like I said, if you can grab a wicket or two here, maybe 10 and 10, 118. That's what they made yesterday against Bohemians, which are a pretty good bowling outfit, you got to say. It's Shukla. He's been the most effective bowler so far. Only 5 coming off his over, 6 including a leg bite, but he's going to come back in the 9th. It's a matter of who you use in the 10th. Do you go back to Zahid Iqbal, who got a fair bit of punishment?
As a death over.
Yeah, or do you
21
go
off that
else?
one.
Yeah.
I don't know what else they've got in their bowling lineup. United with the injury there, so to one of their main bowlers.
Yeah, Mustafa Nawab was a big out for them. Anyway, here we go with the 9th. It all happens in the 9th.
This one's been hitting the offside. There's a player out there, does well, and straight to him. And Beastie avoids the keeper, Manu Singh.
Yeah, it's good fielding by Bagoli. He's a pretty good fielder, isn't he, out there? So, yeah, Shukla. I'd love to come up with a tight 9th. And probably would love to break this partnership, which is worth 99 at the moment and climbing.
Yeah, I think they'll save a few runs if they do break the partnership. Comes Shukla. Spin's been hammered straight. There's a fielder there. And just a single to the beast. Good over so far.
He's a bit frustrated there. Sidesh. Yeah, picked up a bit of self-analysis. One-word self-analysis of what he thought of the contact on that.
I think I heard that too.
Does bring up the 100 partnership though. Coming up off 50 balls.
Shukla bowling to Lala, who hammers that high and long, and that's 6 again. Well, he's picked that up from just about a off stump and didn't get all of it, but got enough.
Yeah, it's an exhibition at the moment. Lala doesn't rush at this. He stands tall, maybe even gets back in his crease a little bit and absorbs the length, sends it out of the ground. Maximo time. He moves up into the swinging 60s. The man's got a strategy in the chat for the 10th over. Yeah, throw in a guy who never bowls to bowl the 10th. And when they lose, they can blame it all on the new guy. Smart.
This one's just slightly inside edge. They'll look for 2. They won't get it.
Yeah, they're good they were looking for that, though.
Yeah, you could hear the call. But it doesn't really matter who is on strike here. And you've got 2 devastating batsmen. So you've just got to get it right as a bowler. Here comes Shukla. It's a full toss, been hammered out towards the boundary, and that's 4. Just split those fielders. Dragged it from outside off stump. It was a full toss. And with a man of this power, just can't do that.
Yeah, the question is now, as I asked in the chat as well, will the Beast reach his 50? That's the question. 7 balls remaining. Up to the Nelson, 1-1-1. Without loss. Shukla has avoided the eye of the storm. Still hasn't been able to break through. Last ball of his spell.
It's a bit short. It's hammered. That'll be 4 as well. And there's a pull shot straight. And I think the answer is yes, Finn. If he doesn't get out, if he's not dismissed, and then well he'll get his 50.
If he faces any balls though.
If he faces,
I suppose, because that's the end of the 9th over. It's 115 for no loss. Vikramaseka on 43. Lala, he'll be facing up in the 10th on 66. Shukla ends up going for 17 in the 9th, including 2 4s and a 6. So he finishes with none for 22. So yeah, last overtime. I mean, the Beast, in fact, both these guys, they hit the ball so hard, even when they hit it flat, when they're hitting in the gaps, they're going for 4s. The outfielders just don't have time to get around and cut them off.
They are going with Zahid Iqbal. Let's see what happens in this over.
He gets a chance to fix his figures. Tough one for Pramod, but he's going to get nowhere near this in the end. So 4 to start the 10th. Lala moves to 70. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think is that the highest, equal highest individual score in the tournament so far, tying Piyush Baghel from last night.
Yeah, that was a good innings last night from Baghel. We'll have to do much the same here against PCC to get anywhere near this total. It's a similar total. Well, it's going to be a bit over what they were chasing yesterday. And they do have a chance, United. They've got if they bat like they did yesterday.
Yeah, not going to be easy. But no Davidson Romani in the lineup, I noticed.
This one is hit a bit square this time, and I think it's gone all the way.
I think it's gone for 6 as well.
Just going to have a look at it.
Yeah, my instinct is he's gone for 6. Paul Bagoli had to run to his right a mile, and this time he has to go to his left. Okay.
Just a little bit over pitched, and
yeah, I'll see that one. Roll that back again. I think that is 6.
That is.
Yeah, it's gone just over the line, so that'll be a Dorothy Dixer Maximo time. And so, well,
Oh, they called 4.
They called it 4. That's very strange. It's that seemed to be a clear 6 to me.
Suresh is
if you
looking
ends
at
up
us.
on 98, I won't be happy.
The umpires
Anyway,
can see the same as we. The third umpire out there can see exactly the same as what we have.
Yeah,
I thought it was a 6. I don't think.
See what the scorers think over here.
This is a full toss.
To wake them up
been
because they're tired.
dragged onto the offside. Good fielding out there. They'll come back for 2. And well run. Suresh was looking at us, saying, well, what's going on? That was 6. So,
all right,
obviously,
it's given 4 in the end.
I don't think it's going to matter in the end,
Yeah,
unless, well, if it comes down to 2 runs.
They lost by 2 runs last night. All right, anyway, where are we at here?
Oh, full toss, mishit it, could be out, but just it's Binder out on the boundary, just making sure that they don't. Oh, and it's an overthrow.
That's clever running, but well, not if you're Sudesh and wanting to get your half century, because he gets away from the strike again. But still, it's unselfish stuff, really. They move up to 127. 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, Sudesh has hit so many half centuries. I don't think he'll mind missing out on another when he's seeing his partner 78 or 34. That's a bowler again. It's full toss. This should go for 4. Oh, great fielding!
Give that man the man of the match. That is unbelievable fielding by Piyush Patel. Well, that was brilliant. Well, if we're ever going to bring in the 1 hand, 1 bounce rule, then I think Bagel will enjoy it. This is on the way up and then gets rid of it pretty quickly. So he's going to have to hit a 7 off the last ball to hit his 50 here with Gramasekara.
He's mishit it slightly. It's right in the gap, and he's bisected him this time. And that's 4 runs for the Beast. Ends the innings. Quite a good target to defend for PCC. And just misses out on his 50, but a fantastic innings for Naeem Lala on his ECS debut.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant innings, wasn't it? And both these two batted really well. And the thing about it is they were selective. They have all the shots, and they used the right shots to the right balls. Very rarely you saw them making the wrong decision. And yeah, unfortunately for United, they won't take a wicket in this innings. It's the second highest score after the 144 they scored in match 3. It was also PCC. We really found one here in Naeem Lala, as he'll finish on 79. The Beast on 47, both undefeated. And United, they've got a big task right now. A lot of applause for those two, particularly Naeem Lala, who really impressed on debut. And United, well, as predicted early on, they were chasing a lot of leather. It was day 3. And United, fresh off a real close one. But you know what? It's not a great morning when you wake up and you see the Beast strolling out there. But it was Lala who stole the show here in the first half of match 9.
Yeah, playing very good shots. He tried to improvise a little bit when he was playing the delivery. He was hitting it to all parts of the ground. His pull shots were lovely. His cut shots, devastating. His square drives as well. So, it's got a little bit of luck there. He did get dropped as well. Cost him a few runs, but there were some big 6s from both of these players. It's not often you see the Beast playing second fiddle, but United just unable to take that wicket and break through. It's going to be a very, very difficult task for them to get that 132. But they're capable. We saw that yesterday against Brno where they just missed out. And you think it'd be up to the opening pair of Pramod Bagoli and Piyush Patel to do the heavy lifting for the United side. See a fantastic fielding there from Piyush Patel, who we'll see opening the batting, no doubt, for United. Well, 132, 133 for victory. It's going to be a difficult task for United, and we'll see if they can get that total in a few minutes' time when we come back to the second innings of this game between PCC and United.
Hello and welcome back to Prague in the Czech Republic. We are halfway through the first game of the day here on day number 3. It's wonderful to be back in the heart of Europe for a FanCode European Cricket Series. You're watching United CC taking on Prague CC. United CC, they were chasing a fair bit of leather in the first half of this game. Prague CC putting on 132 off their 10 overs, led by a very good contribution of 79 not out off 35 from Naeem Lala. Also Sidesh Vikramasekara scoring 47 unbeaten from 25 balls. So United unable to pick up a wicket in the 10 overs. Right now, they're coming out to chase the fairly hefty target of 133. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network. And joining me in the commentary box is Danny Hudacek. And Danny, it's going to be a tough time for United, but they did show us yesterday that they are very capable of pulling off a big chase or getting close at least. Let's see how these 10 overs goes.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough ask. And it's a good bowler up front in Ali Sitar. Will be trying to get a couple of wickets early. It's really up to these two, I think. Pramod Bagoli and Piyush Paghel, who batted very well, as you mentioned, yesterday against Brno. See what they can do. But this PCC side, they're a very tough unit. And we've only seen a few of their players as well. There's quite a few coming back, possibly into the fold, maybe later in the week or for the finals next week. Got a lot of resources, have PCC. United, though, they're a plucky team. We saw them push Brno all the way yesterday. It's going to be a different task, I think, here.
Yeah, I think we'll be. We'll have to deal with Ali Hassan. First up, 133 for victory for United.
It's just edged through just to the man who's just, how would you call that position? First man, did you say?
Yeah, I normally, I've just informally started going with third man, second man, first man. First man's pretty much a backstop. So I'll probably have him as about a second man right now. Very fine third man.
Yeah.
I like how we've made up a whole bunch of terms that seem to be catching on.
Oh, you know, why not? We've got the wraparound hat trick as well.
Wraparound hat trick,
yeah.
I've seen one or two of those. But, I mean, they can't afford to be conservative at all here. They need about 40 in the power play, and then they need to keep going at that rate. They certainly have the right people at the crease to do it. Let's see if they can stick around. Yeah, basically, I'd be looking at 133. It's about 27 per 2 overs, something like that.
Good bowling. It's very consistent, is Ali.
Yeah. So even that, I mean, I get that you might want to have a look at one. And Baghel is capable of accelerating, but he's just going to have to go at such a big pace. I think he has to risk getting out early to at least be manufacturing those 2 or even 3 boundaries and over that they need.
Comes again. This one's got edge just near that man down at that fine third man.
Yeah.
But they've got a very interesting field, I think, PCC. Arun Ashokan, he's improving a lot as a captain. His experience for the national team as the national team captain. It's very offside field. They've got a man back, sort of a deep cover, and someone on the boundary, and he's got it wrong that time. Has Ali Hassan a bit too straight and pushed out onto the leg side. Just turned around the corner for 4.
Yeah, this is the risk, isn't it? Because you can see the field there. It's 3 on the leg side. You can see the third man just grabbing that ball at the moment. So you got 3 at the leg side. You got 6 on the offside. So yeah, you're not going to have a great time if you get too straight, get outside the leg stump. I think this field, the tactic's all about trying to force the batter to drag balls from outside the off stump across the leg, which is a pretty risky shot.
Oh, it's a good ball. He gets a good shape, does Ali. So it's going across the right-hander, and they've got the set field for that. Paghel does sometimes play across the line and drag one out from outside off stump. And you think you're right there, Vinny, that's what they're trying to get him to do. Here comes Hassan again. This one, a big swing outside off stump. Good bowling.
At the end of the over as well. So 6 for no loss, not quite getting what they need off the first. This is the last delivery over from Ali Hassan. Yeah, it's
went a long way off the pitch.
Yeah, it did. That's one of those umpires' call. That time it goes to the bowlers, to the bowler. Anyway, it is the end of 1. So 6 for no loss. And now, yeah, that rate's just going to climb after that. It's gone up over 14 and over. So they're going to have to do something pretty quickly here, United.
That's a tough task. He's another good bowler, actually. Didn't see him much of him yesterday. It's Naveen Padmaraju, I think, who still lives in Slovakia, comes up and plays cricket here in Prague because there's no real established league down in Bratislava. It's a very good bowler, good all-rounder, actually.
Yeah, always like watching Naveen go about his work. Nice to see him here in ECS 22, Czech Republic. Here we go with the second over.
Oh, good ball. A bit of confusion. Nothing on, really.
He nips back. Pretty lucky for Miguel that it doesn't crash into the stumps. Actually does too much. Pamaraju just motioning there. That did a bit off the pitch. And this pitch has been pretty favourable to the bowlers.
Yeah, it's a little bit up and down, but in a good way. Oh, that one's cut in again. Just hit the pad. They'll sneak through for a single. We're shy at the stumps. It's well backed up there, though.
So I remember with Terry last night giving me a bit of a rundown of what exactly is under this pitch. You've got kind of the carpet and the underlay, and then you've got a layer of clay, and then you've got like 2 different layers of rocks. So that's where you get some of this kind of natural variation from. And I think it's a really good cricket pitch because, like I say, it's not concrete, it's not completely consistent and uniform. It's not doing heaps, but it's doing just a bit. I think it's a good cricket wicket.
So hit down on the leg side. Man will cut it off. It's very comfortably done. I think it's Surya out there. I haven't seen him for a little while. He was part of the national setup, and hopefully we'll see him again as a good spin bowler. Is Surya Rangarajan.
Yeah, let's see if we see him during this innings.
I'm sure we will. It's something where we haven't seen too much spin. Saw Arun Ashokhan bowl and over a spin, and we saw Naveed Ahmed yesterday, but we haven't seen too much spin.
Yeah, it's true. Some of the spinners have bowled well. They've had good results.
One's dragged from outside of stump and got a bit of a dodgy bounce. Did Lala, and then a dodgy throw.
Yeah, and so Lala, I think, is a pretty useful bowler as well, from what I hear. Right now, he wasn't able to handle that. It was pretty alert running. Bagoli, I think, was the instigator of that second run. Lala tried to go the long way to the keeper. Just couldn't quite get enough on the throw. There's some good hustle from United, but still a long way behind in the game. That run rate required is now over 15 already.
It's hit in the air, just over the beast. That'll be 4 runs. Got away with that one. It's outside off stump.
Yeah, well, that's Diana. That almost gets hit by this. She's a bit of a ball magnet herself. Oh, watch this one. She'll say that she saw it. Not so sure. Anyway, it's the end of the second over. The score is 14 without loss. Nice shot, elevated off drive through the line. Hey, Diana Orris does some great work for us, taking some wonderful pictures and some stuff for our social media. You can see that if Prague CC win this, they'll slot into second place ahead of United. And then Prague CC will then take on Brno. So that'll be a huge game in the context of this table as well. That's the second match today. United, we will see them a little bit later on against Bohemian. So a real kind of big day for United as well, testing themselves against 2 very strong sides. Here's Ali Hassan coming back for another over.
Just prodded down just into the gully area for a single. Bowling again from Ali Hassan. There's been no let up with the bowling either. It'll be interesting to see who Ashokhan chooses. If he gives the beast a bit of a rest, I think he might do, to be honest.
Yeah, probably a sort of game where you could rest the beast. Plenty of options.
Yeah, good ball right in the block hole. And then just Lala there in the field at mid-on, just a single. And they're not giving him anything to hit these batsmen. Ali Hassan, he's always in the top wicket takers of the Czech league, and mainly because of his consistency, and he just has subtle variations. Here he comes in again. Hit again to Lala, just bounce in front of him, and chance for a run out. Misses. It's well backed up.
Gone there if he'd hit. Plenty of power on the throw. It was actually went over the stump. And, you'll see, and this one whistles in. I think he's a couple of steps short. So he does go on the hit. I think he knows at this stage. Got to take these kind of runs on. Yeah, just a step short.
This one's gone big. Took it from outside off stump and whacked it over cow corner for 6. They need more of those. It's a nice shot. He does that well.
Yeah,
does Bugell.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? Takes off a length. And Bugell is in good form. 70 not out last night. Got them perilously close to an unlikely victory. Target of 121 against Bohemians.
It's a lovely shot. He does that very well. Drags it from outside off stump. Gets it in that hitting arc. Let's see what the bowler can do to reply to this one. It's down leg side. Dragged around the corner. That'll be 4. So quick down that part of the ground. There are 2 fielders out there. He bisected them. And that's another 4 runs. And Ali Hassan, he's as I mentioned, he's a good bowler. But just getting that one too straight. Bit of pressure on him now. It's gone for a bit of stick in this over.
Yeah, it's been a good expression of batting, though, from Bugell. He just kind of stands in his crease and gets something straight he can turn on. So, yeah, just trying to get back where they need to be. I talked about 40 or so in the power play. If they had up about 30, and they're a bit behind. Still in the zone of possibility.
This one's gone just over the beast again, and that'll be 4 again. Wow. Last 3 balls of that over. That's what they need. And Ali Hassan, he's taken a bit of stick. And the pressure's on now. We'll see what they come up with the bowling. The PCC lads. Aaron Ashkan is going to looking around for options. In fact, you mentioned that Lala is a pretty decent bowler. He's going to get a bowl.
Yeah, he is in the 4th. It's good power play batting from Bugell. I think he realised, okay, that 3rd over, it's the last chance they'll have to have those spaces in the outfield. So he went after it. A couple of deliveries, particularly went over the beast, that mid off, but now the beast can retreat to the boundary. 31, pretty decent power play. Again, they're just going to need a pile of runs. About that rate down below 15 again. This is where, I think, like I said yesterday, you've got to break the big problem you've got into little problems. And, yeah, little chunks like 15 and over. You have to try and get 15 off this over. Maybe treat it a bit like the last over or the second last or last over and have that kind of intent to push for extra runs with run between the wickets, try to manufacture boundaries even to balls that maybe are not bad balls. 31 off 18, certainly not a bad start from United. But let's see what Naeem Lala has got. He certainly impressed us with the bat. Now he gets the ball in his hand for the first time in ECS cricket.
If you were Bagoli here, who's vital to this batting lineup, would you just try to give Bugell the strike?
Good question. I don't think I'd just be trying to give him the strike. I think at a minimum I want to give him the strike like that. I think it's probably going to be a leg by. Yep, leg by signal. But I do think you still have to be having that intent to hit boundaries, and then sometimes you might miss hit it and you might get one anyway. But if you're just looking for a 1, sometimes you might miss out and it becomes a 0. So it's a bit counterproductive. I wouldn't want to be just wildly swinging and missing at balls, though, for sure. Bagoli, in his own right, is a decent hitter of a cricket ball. Bugell on strike now on 22, though.
Slightly mishit, came onto him pretty quickly. Just a single, had to covers. It's looking all right as well with the ball. Is Naeem Lala, bit of pace on him.
Yeah, he's a good pickup, isn't he? He's playing with decent rhythm. He's enjoying being out there, I think, in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Oh, short ball. He's got a piece of the batsman. Oh, a bit of confusion, but then the keeper, Prayag Ravi, kind of lost it a bit.
And he sure did. He ended up, after he fielded it, was about twice as far away from the stumps as when he started. Poor Ravi, when he came in, it was a pretty slippery bumper, though, from Lala, wasn't it? Just have a look at this. It gets big on him. And smart enough to get through for a single.
Both wearing helmets, these lads, so a fair game. That's been hooked in the air. There's a player coming around. Don't think he'll get there, and it'll be 4. Split that field. And Piyush Bugell It's another vital 4 runs here for United. Don't think he knew much about it. I think he just swung with his eyes closed.
Good shot if you hit it. Yeah, I think I'll give him some credit there. Made some good footwork to get across that. Gets back and across, and yeah, picks the gap. So yeah, handy boundary. Moves to 27.
Oh, this one's hit him on the pad. Just be a leg by.
Yeah, they made a good fist of this UCC, but you just wonder, whether it can be enough to be able to do this consistently. But I do like the kind of intent that they're bringing. They just need to pick up another boundary here. Would be really handy. And then they're about probably an over behind where they'd really want to be.
Oh, good slower ball. It's not a bad over there from Lala.
Yeah, dot to finish. So 39 for no loss after 4. And just welcoming you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company here. You're always right at home on the European Cricket Network. Sun's out at the moment. I'm really enjoying this weather. It's been fantastic, Danny. United, one of the most improved teams, I think, in Czech Republic over the last couple of years. Really like what they're doing with their club. Isn't it great to see the amount of clubs growing and seeing new clubs involved, in fact, in this series? Quite a few new ones we'll see for the first time.
Absolutely. It looks fantastic for Czech cricket, but also around Europe. It's good to see new clubs and cricket growing. It's not a place where cricket is a traditional sport, so it's fantastic to see the league grow.
Yeah, it's all about close matches as well, and we've had some close one. I'm not sure about this one at the moment, the way it's going, but at United, they certainly have a bit of a knack for giving us close matches. They gave us 2 golden balls last year. They gave us a 2-run game last night. I think a really close one potentially on the cards as well in the next game. Prague CC and Brno. They've both got a lot of stars in their side, a lot of national team representatives. I think that'll be a really interesting one as well. Prague CC, they won the toss and elected to bat in that game coming up next. So they'll be hoping to repeat the dose of this morning. Here's the captain, Aaron Ashokan. Well, we didn't see him with the bat. We'll see him with the ball now here in match 9. He's bowling the 5th over.
He's tossed that one up just into the covers. Comfortably fielded there. Just a single. Out there to... Yeah, the fielder there, Prakash Sadasvian. He's been around for a long time, as Prakash. Very good player in his day, both with the bat and the ball. Comes Ashokan again. Slightly mishit. Nothing on, just another single.
An interesting point that was brought up by Andy, one of our crew. We haven't had a wicket yet in this match, and we're into the 15th over.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm trying to think of longer sequences without a wicket in an entire match, not just for one particular team. Probably have brought one now. But I mean, you feel like we will see one at some point as United will have to be super aggressive and probably will lose one along the way. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. They have to take risks here, United. And just dragged one from outside off stump there. Just a single again. Oh, it's gone through him.
Hello. Wow. That is certainly one that Naeem Lala won't want to look back at. Well, he's had a lot of highlights, but it's not the ECS unless you make a couple of bloopers as well. And Naeem Lala, who I think is a pretty good fielder, this one has gone straight past the long barrier. Someone left the gate up, and the result is a boundary. Now he's a true ECS cricketer.
That's it. Straight down the ground. Smit Patel. He'll pick that up. He's a good fielder, Smit Patel. He'll look for 2. Won't get it. Nice throw out to the back to the keeper.
Naeem Lala. He will be enjoying watching this match back, but I don't think he'll enjoy watching that moment. That's going to be etched in videotape forever. Anyway, last ball of the over. It's been a pretty good one from Ashokan.
It's charged a little bit down to the beast. Just a single.
And to the over as well. So 48 for no loss. Just singles and that one boundary off the over. So it should have been 6 singles instead. The over will go for 9. It's not necessarily the man you want to misfield off when you're coming into a side. Naeem Lala's done a lot of good things for Prague CC today, but misfielding off the captain, well, that's a dangerous strategy.
I think it was a good ploy there for Ashokan to bring himself on. I said Surya is in the team as well. Is also a very good spinner, and so he's got a lot of options.
I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say that I don't think we've ever had 15 completed overs without a wicket.
Yeah.
I don't think we have. I think We have seen 10 overs without a wicket, but then often you'll normally see one in the first half of the second innings. But let's see how long this can last. Smith Patel, you just mentioned him, good fielder, pretty good bowler as well. He's going to come on in the 6th over for Prague CC.
Yeah, very good bowler. Just he's been in the national team setup for quite a while, but never really played too much. He's still quite young, and he's developing his art. I don't think he played much cricket before he came to the Czech Republic, and but he's very talented and he's a good bowler. And a good start.
Good shot as well. Good cricket shot at least, but we'll get one. Yeah, you'd have to go back to Bulgaria 2020. I know they had a lot of innings there. They had some ridiculous ones. I think 178 for no loss was one. A lot of batting heavy teams. Very batting friendly field, fast outfield. But I don't think we've ever seen 15 overs without a wicket.
The thing is this been dragged down to the leg side. Just be a single, I think. The other thing is, you mentioned the pitch. There's, it does a bit for the bowlers because it's you get some of the pitches around Europe are roads. There's concrete base and just it's just got a very even bounce for batsmen.
Yeah.
This one will vary a bit. It'll cut off the seam. There has been a bit of swing, but not today as much. And it's a bit up and down. So for no wicket to go. This one's been hit. There we go. No wicket. No, he's got past Asher Khan. And it'll be Vinny Sander who'll field this one into the commentary box. Yeah, as I said, that one just out of reach of Asher Khan. We thought that might have been the first wicket, but that's 4 runs there for Bagel.
Yeah, he'll get 4. He's been good at teasing those fielders in the circle, hasn't he? That one ended up right at my feet. Smith Patel again.
It's a good ball, right up in the block hole.
The other thing is, I can see a scenario where they might not lose a wicket here if they, obviously, if essentially the target gets out of control and they kind of have this strategy of just trying to build a total like they might if they were batting first. Maybe trying to get something 100, 110, just trying to save the net run rate a little bit. Anyway, let's see what Bogoli's approach is.
Oh, that went through everything, including the keeper, but he makes amends and just a bye. But went straight past that leg stump.
Yeah, it seemed to move prodigiously here. Yeah, the keeper does pretty well to stop it in the end, Prayagravi, but won't stop the bye.
I think that was the angle. He came wide of the crease there, Smith Patel. I was speaking to him the other day, and he's trying to bowl more Yorkers because he seems that like that one. Wow, there you go. There's the first wicket down. As I mentioned, Smith Patel is trying to bowl Yorkers. Bowls a beauty then. And
good ball, isn't it? Really good ball. And he got the last one through Bagoli, got through the keeper, and this one gets through Bagel, who's batted so well in the last couple of days, but not much he could do with that. It was a heat-seeking missile towards the stumps. And over they go. Finally, after 16 overs, we have a wicket in this game. United lose their first. The opening partnership broken at 56. It's 56 for 1.
That's a good over there from Smith Patel. And United, I think they're you're right. I think they're the whole run rate thing is in their minds at the moment. They want to get into that 4th place. They could even get into 3rd. Yeah, but here's for the next game.
Yeah, next game should be really interesting. You can see Prague CC versus Brno, and Prague CC winning the toss, electing to bat first. Lala, I'm sure his points will be more than 0 after they add the points from this game. But they've got the Beast up there. They've got a Shokin at 3, Satis even at 4. Pretty strong, but look at Stain. Ihalagi is a pretty good player as well. I know Vasudevan can offer a bit with the bat and the ball. Riaz Afridi really impressed me yesterday with what he brings. And Naveed Ahmed, wasn't he brilliant with his off spin yesterday? Very effective. Sandeep Tiwari, we had a very exciting day, I suppose, for many reasons. That game is coming your way in around about 45 minutes right here on ECN. You don't want to miss that one. And the fielder has missed this one. And that Naveen out there, Padmaraju, looks like he's just failed to find the handle on that one. But it does cost 2, but what a huge disaster. This bowler now is man you talked about a bit with his spin, Surya Rangarajan.
Yeah, I rate him. I think he's a very good bowler. They've got a couple of good spinners. One we haven't seen yet is Keo Mehta. But Surya, very handy. Well, he gets smashed for 6. So what do I know?
It wasn't a bad ball, really, was it? It's just a good shot. It's that kind of challenge length, I suppose. And it's one of those balls that if Pagoli misses it or mishits it, he's probably in trouble, but he doesn't. And he tattoos it all the way comfortably. Maximo time.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think I was speaking to Corey Rutgers down at the ECL down in Khartoum, and he asked about the Czech Republic if there were any left arm spinners, because with a right arm spinner it just plays into that arc, and with a 50-meter boundary, and some of the top batsmen in Europe, they're clearing the boundary so easily that it's very difficult to be a.
It's true. He likes that variety, I think.
That's a full toss. Should be cut off, and it went straight to that player down there. Just a single. Got away with that one, did Surya.
Yeah, so I know that Corey is a big fan of having a right arm pace bowler, a left arm pace bowler, a right arm off spinner, a right arm leg spinner, and a left arm spinner, just so he feels like all the bases covered that he can use. And he did that pretty effectively when he was coaching Spain. I did the T20 International Series over there in Desert Springs against Norway and Guernsey. Yeah, variety is the spice of life, especially in short form cricket.
You've got to find those bowlers that don't have a good quality.
Yeah, exactly right. And there's no point having them if they're not good bowlers. But say somewhere like Spain, they've got so many teams there now, in excess of 100 teams across the nation there. They do kind of have a bit of an easier time finding them.
Surya again. This one's in the air. Should be caught. Smith Patel, he won't drop this one. And that's another wicket down. So good bowling there from Surya, just outside the off stump, and that's the end of Ayush Sharma.
Yeah, so unlucky for Sharma. He tries to get on with it. And it's the kind of ball I think he'd fancy to hit out of the ground, but a bit like yesterday, he just doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. So he's having a frustrating time so far in this ECS. Good hands by Smith Patel. So it took a while to get one wicket. Didn't take so long to get the second. It falls with a score at 65. 65 for 2 now, United. This brings the captain, Abhimanyu Singh, to the crease.
Yeah, that's as we know, United are a plucky team. I think they got outgunned by this very good PCC side. As we know, United, they're a second division team, but they've been very competitive in this side of the draw. Here comes Surya again. It's a bit of a full toss, low full toss. Should go for 4, I think. Try a bit of foot fielding there from the skipper, but couldn't quite get there. Yeah. Almost scored a goal too.
Unfortunate for Ashokan, who see this on the replay. Probably not his best effort. He kicks into the car park almost. At least didn't have to chase it. It's over to you, Naeem. As it is the end of another over. 7 overs down in this one, 69 for 2. So just falling off the pace now. That run rate required has gotten a bit out of control. 64 required off the last 3. Now it looks like we will get an over from the beast, Siddhesh Wickramasinghe. Looks set to bowl the 8th. Maybe just cleaning out the pipes. Probably not a bad idea, because I do think when they face Burno, they'll be pretty keen to bowl whatever they think their best bowling lineup is, and I think the beast is in it. This is what the Bat versus Ball Wall is predicting in match 10. Prague CC batting first, predicting 110 against Burno 86. I can see how they came up with those numbers. And the next match will be our 250th match in the European Cricket Series already in 2022. That's a little milestone.
Did over 1,000 last year.
Yeah, we did. Well, that's only in the ECS. So also you got to add in, we had 144 matches in the ECL. We also, I think, had 22 in night series earlier this year as well. So you had 166 onto that. What's that? So 416 matches already. Yeah, I can't believe we're into June though. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Time just slipping past.
Happens when you get older.
Yeah. There's a bit of a scientific basis for that. Did you know that?
I'll
tell you why in a second. Kind of makes sense. But basically, when you're young, a year seems like such a long time because it's such a big proportion of your life. If you take it as a percentage of your life. So say when you're 10, then a year is basically 10% of your life to that stage. So it seems like quite a long time when you compare it to the rest of your life. And when you get older, like us, I'll say us, as we see second run attempted and successfully. Oh, it's going to be a 1 short. Oh, well. That's Abhimanyu Singh. So 1 short is signalled, and so that'll be just a long single to Abhi. Yeah, so when you say 50, then a year is only 2% of your life. So that's why they seem to slip past.
And they do slip past.
I kind of know that feeling, especially when you're covering cricket, and so much cricket. Time does go quickly, and this is going quickly towards the fielder out at deep mid wicket, and that's going to be caught. And I think that's Rangaranjan who's out there. Holds on to the catch, bowled a decent over. This time he looks very assured out there on the boundary. United lose a third wicket. Abhimanyu Singh went one short, and then he's caught short, just short of the boundary. And the Beast gets a wicket, 72 for 3.
That was exactly the same area where he got caught yesterday that really changed that game against Burnell. He obviously likes that area, just quite hit at 50 metres.
Yeah, Abhi, he played some good shots as well yesterday. I mean, nothing too wrong with that, except that he picks out the field. If he gets into a gap, it's probably 4. This will bring Ghanshyam Kumar to the crease at number 5. Yeah, so now United need to just try and get something decent on the board here. I mean, if they can get to something like 90, between 90 and 100 at least, it's not as much of a pasting as if they kind of collapse and stay in the 70s.
To be fair to United, they need to get in the top 4, and they've beaten the Pilsen Guardians twice, so it's going to take an amazing effort for the Guardians to sneak into that 4th spot. But we saw United get into the quarterfinals last year, and
that's right.
And then that whole day was washed out.
Yeah, and this is actually the matchup they would have had last year.
Yeah,
playing
exactly.
PCC as the top of the other group.
Full toss there by the Beast, just down to the covers. The new batsman, bring Baguli back on strike. He's batted okay, Baguli.
Yeah, I've liked him, and I think I mentioned before the toss, I think they've got their top order right now with Baguli up there. I think he just brings a little bit of attacking intent to the table.
Oh, full toss and being hammered straight to the man, but it should be a no ball, no?
It's pretty high. I mean, I'd like to have another look at it. Yes, I mean, remember, it's waist high or above now. I think they're saying, hold on, and we're going to have a look at this. So let's see. We'll slow this down as much as we can for you here. So, and certainly the way he played it, yeah, I think that's too high.
It is.
It is too high, even though he's half a step out of his crease. Remember, if it's waist high or above now, it doesn't have to be above waist height. So I think the right decision here is to call it a no ball. Haven't always been right, though, in this series, have I? And, yeah, for me, the replay tells the story. I think I'd be pretty annoyed if I was out there and got given out, but I think has been called, so that's good officiating.
Yeah.
And so it will be a no ball +1. Baguli will get the single, and Kumar will be on strike for the free hit. And the Beast, well, he's not out of the over yet. He has to bowl an extra delivery. It'll be a free hit.
He got a good piece of it, just straight to that man. So, yeah, it'll be a free hit.
Yeah, and you can see that's why also the playing condition has been clarified a bit. By saying waist high or above, you're giving those ones to the batter instead of the bowler, which I think is the right thing to do. This will be 4 byes. Watch this, because it's hit the stumps and it'll fly away to the boundary. And so I guess that's clever batting by Bagel. We'll wait for the signal, but I think this will be 4 byes for sure, because I don't think he gets any bat on it.
Do you think he left it on purpose, Vinny?
Well, I don't know about missing it on purpose, but yeah, there's the signal. It'll be 4 byes. So, yeah, there you go. This is modern cricket for you. That's a very late cut. It's so late that it bounces off the stumps. So it'll be the end of the 8th over at 78 for 3.
I think that's the weirdest 4 byes I've ever seen.
I've seen it a few times on free hits. Often it's the top of the stumps and bounces over the keeper. No one bounces around. So if you're going to hit the stumps, you've got to hit the middle of the stump so the ball doesn't deflect away. And you know what? Being a keeper was hard enough. When you have to cop 4 byes for that as well, that's really rough. But it is the right decision. Yeah, I was just going to say, with the clarification of that high full toss rule, I think by making it waist or above, then you can look at the replay. You can certainly say that's waist height. If you were to say that was above waist height, then you're probably not as sure, because you're saying, okay, it's about the waist. I think those high full balls, I do think bowlers shouldn't be bowling them that high. And so the benefit should go to the batter. And that's exactly what happened on that occasion. Here's Padmaraju in the 9th over.
Slow ball, hits straight. Didn't quite get all of it. Arun Ashkan comes around and better effort that time. So, Bagoli, he's still there. I think he's done his part. Just a little bit outgunned here, United.
Yeah, they have been. Still, like their hustle in the game. And never kind of gave up the hope in the fielding effort. And now, just trying to put a decent score on the board. Padmaraju gets pushed away for 1. So yeah, Bagoli in particular, he's He's shown that leadership quality, I think. He's taking the responsibility as a senior player, going up the top of the order, partnering Piyush Singh Baghel. I think that's a pretty good opening partnership. The only thing is, I think Ayush Sharma needs to click for them if they're going to win more matches. And he'll be a bit disappointed he hasn't been able to do too much with the bat as yet.
Yeah, he was their leading run scorer last year and got him out of a couple of situations. And you're right, he's not really clicked yet. But there's a good bowling lineup here for PCC. Now they're just going through the motions. It's Padmaraju again. Slower ball, got a little under edge. Good work by the keeper, and no run.
Just got to cut it off. That's been pretty good back there, actually. Parag Ravi for Prague CC. But we might see Hilal Ahmed, the national team player, behind the stumps for them at some point, perhaps very, very shortly.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time, has Hilly. Former opening batsman for the national team as well. This one's been cut off the stumps, and this will beat the fielder, and it'll be 4 runs. Nice shot there. Just waited on it. I think he cut it off the middle stump, Vinny.
Yeah, it's the waiting that does it, though, and you're exactly right. Takes a bit of a risk. I think this is crashing into the stumps if he misses it. But he doesn't miss it, and makes the most of the fast outfield once again. Just noticed Hilal Ahmed, he is in the side against Brno in the next game, so probably we'll see him doing the wicket keeping.
Padmaraju again hit long past the man at cover, and Arun Ashokhan does well that time, gets down.
Well, there we go. He wasn't going to go with a foot again, is he? But watch out. That one hits the edge of the pitch and goes over the keeper. I think he was a bit embarrassed by his effort earlier, where he just kind of offered a boot at it. This time he was keen to get down. Well, that grass won't need a mow in that area. Anyway, it'll be the end of the over. It'll be 2. The score is 87 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good effort here from United. We saw in the first 2 days that a score of 87 would have won most games. And now they've scored 118 yesterday against Brno, and well, score of in the 90s probably against PCC. It'll be Smit Patel taking the last over, but it's been a good effort from United.
Yeah,
and they're a plucky side. So they've only been around for a few years.
You reverse the script and you say, okay, if they post 95 to 100 here, if they was batting first and they were able to get a couple of those big wickets early, then it certainly turned this into a winnable game. So on their day, I'm sure United could knock off PCC, but it doesn't look like it'll be today. 46 required off the last over. Smit Patel, he'll get the 10th over. Responsibilities for Prague.
Just
he didn't know what to do, and then he decides to kick it late.
Oh, that could be out. Oh, it's gone to the box, and it could be a wicket. Came back for the second.
I think he drops his bat here at the end, and I think that could be an issue. If the bat's ever in, then he's going to be in. That's the thing. I think he's motioning that kind of stuck in. Oh, that's so close.
Oh.
It's super close. Is it down? I think it's down. See, I think that's down.
His foot's in as well, I think.
Oh,
maybe not, actually. Maybe not.
I actually think he's not out because that bat hits the ground just before the bail's dislodged. So I think this will be not out.
Yeah.
But, wow, he doesn't hold on to it for too long, does he? Yeah, and that's the new rule as well. So the new rule is that as long as you are in at some point, if then the momentum of you running or diving for the crease takes you out of contact with the ground over the line, then you still are in.
Well,
so
there was those cases where batsmen, like the
bouncing bats.
They'd be in, the ball would be thrown in, and they'd jump over the ball.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't have anything grounded behind the line,
Yeah, that's
and they
true.
were given out. They were just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you've already made your ground.
Nice ball again from Smit Patel. It's been impressive.
Because he's normally at the stumps and he's normally pretty full. And they're two aspects of bowling that you value at the end of the innings.
He bowls with decent pace as well. Comes again. Oh, it's a good ball.
Could say hello to Kushal Mendon, who's in the chat. Said, good decision. That's nice of you to say. And just showing his neutrality there, watching as a viewer.
His neutrality. He's, Kushal's been around for a long time. Member of this PCC unit.
Lovely guy as well.
Very lovely guy. And, beats the keeper, and just a single.
Uh-oh, could have another one here. Yeah.
Maybe buys, I think.
I was going to say, Ravi makes his own bed with this by missing it the first time, but then the overthrow doesn't help his figures as far as the buy count is concerned. Buys raising the bat soon. Had those 4 buys that bounced off the stumps. That was pretty unlucky.
Yeah, a little unlucky.
Still think he's done a pretty good job behind there for the most part. 2 to come.
It's been hit into the covers. They'll look for 2. I think they'll only get 1. But it's been a good effort. Hit the mid-90s, Will United. And as I said, 2 good scores that probably would have won most of the games in this tournament so far.
It's true. It is true. Just the big bats of Lala and Wickramasacre essentially batting United out of this game in the first half of it. Anyway, here's the last ball from Smith Patel to Begoli, who's batted through this innings.
It's been hit in the air just to cover. Just be picked up there by the fielder. They'll look for 2. And it's well run.
Oh, here we go.
Did he throw it at the batsman?
Watch this. I think he goes to flick it at the stumps and he holds on too long and actually flicks it backwards from where he wanted to flick it. So this will be a pretty entertaining finish to this game. Begoli, he's a bit frustrated. I think he couldn't score quicker, but it certainly wasn't through lack of trying. He's going to finish on 31. Kumar will finish on 19. Just watch this at the end. We'll slow it down. Hopefully it's in the stream here. He basically flicks it at the stumps, but he holds onto it a bit too long. And it almost goes for it. Is that an overthrow or like an over flick? Ravi, he's pulled out some tricks I've never even seen before there. And as it is, it will be the end of the match. And 37 runs will be the margin in the end. Prague CC 132, United 95. Probably a fair result, I think. But it was all about the big bats of Prague CC. The openers winning the game for them essentially in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And you can see how good these openers were. 132 against a very plucky United side. Probably didn't have the firepower with the bowling they had yesterday. And a fair result in the end. But a good effort from United. Just not quite able to keep up with the big boys of PCC. They'll be up next. Well, PCC against Brno. That'll be a different challenge. I think.
Yeah, it'll be a really interesting next game, won't it, against Brno, who have thrown down the challenge, I think, already. They knocked off United last night just by a couple of runs. But I think you look at that side. They've got Dylan Stain. I talked a little bit about Riaz Afridi as well. And you've got Tree with the spin, Triberi, Kanyalal, Navid Ahmed with his spin. So again, slightly different look. I think some better spin options there, which could just be some slightly different type of bowler for Prague CC to deal with. That's in match 10. It starts in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Right now, let's get ready for some of the highlights of the chase. Just one final reminder there. It will be PCC batting first again in the second match of the day coming up. But right now, let's have a look at United. And they certainly were throwing down the gauntlet early. You know that Piyush Singh Baghel is in pretty good form. Begoli, his partner, they weren't afraid to go for their shots early. And they were pretty determined to get as close to this total as they possibly could.
Yeah, again, it was a very good opening partnership. That was a little bit of a misfield there from Lala. He was sure to get the man of the match despite that effort.
And well, finally we had a wicket. And this is the last ball of the 16th over of the match, where Baghel got yorked. And that was a nice bit of bowling to get rid of him. Still, they played their shots. They weren't afraid to go for them. And they hit quite a few away, almost getting to the 100 mark. Smith Patel's a very good fielder, good pair of hands. We saw Abhimanyu Singh coming out there again, and well, it's nice to see him out there. Unfortunately, he had the same kind of fate as last night as he got caught. Eventually, this is a really tight call. I think it was the correct call in the end. They hustle back for it too. Smith Patel, we didn't even go back to that end, but he kind of looked, he was going to hit it with his hand and then kicked it past the keeper. And that one, I would say it was particularly good football effort. And then this, I don't even know what to call this. It was a bit of a return to sender job from the keeper. Wasn't it Ravi who ended up, like I said, I think it was a pretty good job that he did. Despite that, I think there's 7 buys that were conceded in the innings. 4 of them you couldn't really do much about because they bounced off the stumps. So we have a look at the scorecard to the second innings. United, well, their openers did most of the work. It was Baghel who top scored once again for them, 36 off 21. Begoli batted through the innings without really setting the world on fire. I think it's a mixture of good bowling. In fact, he just didn't time up too many balls. 31 not out of 25 for him. Kumar contributing 9 not out at the end. The big story, I think, for me is Sharma. Still no runs for him. He went second ball, trying to clear the outfield. He couldn't do it. 14 extras, 95 on the board. United, look, a spirited effort, but just not enough to knock over the defending champions.
Yeah, you're right there, Vinny. I think we'll definitely see them next week. Still got a couple of games to go in this this part of the draw. And I think, as you can see there, some good bowling. Lala seemed impressive with the ball as well.
Yeah, I liked Lala. Only went for 5. Smith Patel, Rangarajan and Wickramaseko took the wickets. We can see plenty of options they've got at their disposal. I'll be curious to see which options they want to use against Burno, and also might depend about how many runs they make in the first innings. Coming up in around about 25 minutes, when we return, we'll have match 10 for you, and it'll be a big shootout, I think, between Prague CC, the defending champions, and Burno, the challengers. They've come all the way to the capital city, and they're ready to make their presence known. Dilton Stain and co. But Prague CC, they will be opening up the bats, and we're likely to see, I think, Lala and Wickramaseko do the job again. They put on 132 undefeated in match number 9. Let's see if they can pick up where they left off in the next match of the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudajak. Hope you're having a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. Hopefully you can join us just the other side of this break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Prague. We have one game down and still 3 games to go here on day 3 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Now it's time for match 10. This should be a really interesting clash. Prague CC, they're taking on Brno. Now, both these teams have lots of stars, lots of national team players as well. Let's go over to the toss. Charles Croucher is with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the toss for match number 10.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Little bit.
So Aaron Ashokan, once again, he's won the toss and once again, he will bat first. And didn't they bat impressively in the first innings of the day? Really loved watching Naeem Lalla on debut. They found one there. And look, he's a guy, I think it'd be hard to remove him from the top of the order, to be honest. I think that he batted so well during the first game of the day, compiling 79. And of course, with the Beast, a pretty strong opening combination. But Brno, they'll hope that maybe they can take the pace off to dismiss them. I think we didn't see a lot of that from United this morning. They've got Naveed Ahmed, who was in excellent form yesterday. Also took a match-winning catch for Brno. And Dylan Steyn, of course, he is a very composed batter. He's coming off some good form in the T20s and yesterday as well in the second game where he got amongst the run. So both these teams, I think, have legitimate claims to being favourites in this game. So I think it'll be a really interesting one. Prague CC, they're winning the toss. They're batting first. Let's go over to Danny Hudacek as we get ready for the second match of the day. Looking forward to match number 10.
Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, this will be a great game. I think Brno have got a bit more about them than what United have. And it'll be interesting to see what Riaz Afridi, the opening bowler, will do to this this opening combination of the Beast and Lalla. He bowled a couple of fantastic bounces to Sabun Divisi yesterday, and he'll try to intimidate these openers. It's going to be a difficult task though. Naeem Lalla looking very, very good. An import from Poland, and Sadesh also didn't get going until later in that innings. But they've got some talent in that team, do PCC, as do Brno. As I mentioned, as Vinny mentioned, Naveed Ahmed, also Riaz Afridi, Tree Sandeep had a bit of a mixed bag yesterday. And Yug Warrior is back in the lineup. We saw him in the field mainly. Didn't really get much action, unfortunately, mainly due to the fine batting form of Dylan Steyn in the first innings. So, players are coming onto the field. A very interesting tussle, as expected. The 2 openers are Sudesh Vikramasekara and Naeem Lalla. We saw them with an unbeaten 132 run partnership in the previous game against United. And this bowling lineup for Brno is a little bit different to the United lineup, who are a bit underpowered. Again, conditions lovely. Bit of a breeze coming to the back of the bowlers, which I think will make Afridi a little bit quicker still. It will be Naeem Lalla to face the opening delivery. Brno, they were 1-1 yesterday. Good win, very tight win against United. I was speaking to Dylan Steyn after the match yesterday, and they saw it as a loss. They were that disappointed with their performance and letting United get close enough. They thought that United should have won the game, and it was really, as Vinny mentioned, that last-ditch catch on the boundary. A fantastic effort by Naveed Ahmed to dismiss Abhimanyu Singh yesterday. That really got him over the line, and then they lost against Bohemians. So they want a good win here against PCC. It's Afridi, his bowling mark. It's down near that 30-metre circle. He's going to come in quick, and the wind will help him a lot. It's coming pretty much over his left shoulder, so it's going across him slightly, but behind him. So the ball might duck back into these openers. And the keeper for Brno, it's Ansar Nazir. He's way back. Got a third man in place deep, and they've also got a deep point. No one deep on the leg side. We want to keep it straight. Here comes Afridi. And good ball straight up, and he's hit it for 4 on that leg side. He was onto it very quickly, was Naeem. And it wasn't a bad ball. A little bit short, maybe. Dragged it from just outside of stump. Didn't time it as well. That ball's coming a lot quicker than what it was in the previous game from the United bowlers. Let's see how Afridi reacts to that and see how the skipper, Dylan Stain, reacts to that as well. I said no one really on that leg side. There is a man at just a regulation mid-wicket. Maybe a catching position. This one's on the legs again, and that's 4 again. He's very strong in that area. That's not where you want to bowl to this man, Naeem Lala. Good start here for PCC. Just getting too straight with that one. Just tucked it around the corner. Helped with the pace of the ball. And Naeem Lala looking a very, very good addition to this this PCC lineup. Don't know much about him either. I've never played against him. I think they know what he's all about now. Raise Afridi. See how he can correct. Bowled very good bounces yesterday. Let's see if he drags one out here. And he does, and it's the same result, just over the fielder, and 4 runs again. Well, fielder's there for that reason, maybe. And it just went over him. And he's now still chasing the ball almost into the car park. And a fantastic start here for Lala, continuing his good form from the last game. Good to see Dr. Misha in the chat. There's only one Lala in Czech cricket, and sure ain't this fella. It's part of the Vinarati squad is Mikhail Tavaladis. He's a good guy. Comes Afridi again, and only change things. Just outside of stump, and he's strong out there as well, and it's going to beat the field. And that'll be another 4. 4, 4, 4, 4. Not a phone number. Not yet. Well, I thought it was going to be a good contest between these two. It has been. It's definitely Lala who's winning it at the moment. Just past the player there. It's a tree. Couldn't quite hang on to it. Couldn't quite catch up to it, I should say. So he's going to come around the wicket. I think it's a good move here from Afridi. He's just going to change the angle slightly. Needs to change things. 16 off 4 balls. Current run rate of 24. That's going to change. Like to see the win predictor. Just fixing up the stumps as the umpire. Joined back in the commentary. Igloo. No, Ice Cube, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's better. We had our Igloo last year.
Yeah, we did.
Kind of miss it a little bit.
Oh, that was nice.
That was one of the best accommodations we had, actually.
Very snug.
Yes, last year.
Very
had
snug.
to survive some stiff punishment. And it's Afridi that's on the end of the punishment at the moment. 4 consecutive boundaries. And now he almost gets a return effort. Well, he's having a look at himself.
I'm not sure
Kind of
about
holds it up, but let's just say he's not made a very convincing case for himself. Now he's kind of walking away. You might want to have a little bit of a look at this.
Good piece of fielding.
We might not be able to see here. He goes a long way to his right here. That's not going to help us too much. So
no one very convinced.
I don't think another angle will get it better. This one, I'll go back and have a sneaky look at that. Yeah, that's definitely bounced. It's conclusive. Anyway, now we're having some issues with the wind. Again, this is reminding me a bit of last year where we had I think we played without bails a fair bit last year in Prague, didn't we, because of this wind. It is exposed. I'd say it's maybe more exposed than any other cricket ground I've ever been to in Europe because there's just miles around that you can see. But it's also really beautiful. That's the thing. But you see it's a bit annoying. The bail's been blown off a little bit early on in this game.
You can see a building in the background, structure in the background. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, last ball over. Well, this is going to be another boundary. And so, well, he might have missed out one ball. The other 5 all disappeared to the boundary. So Lala picking up where he left off in the last game. This was an uppercut, so the first over goes magical without a Maximo. Not often you see that, 20 for no loss after one. What a start for PCC.
Yeah, fantastic start for PCC. It'll be interesting to see what Dylan Stain does here. Will he turn to Naveed Ahmed?
Yes. Well, the reason I say yes is because he did so well yesterday. I don't see why he wouldn't. And the other thing is these two have batted through the day so far for PCC, but they've only really faced pace. So I think you've got to change it up and hope that you can break through. If you ask these guys what they prefer, I think they'd prefer pace on the ball. But it doesn't look like it's Naveed Ahmed that he's going to. It looks like it's Tripareri Kanyalal. So a different kind of a spinner. It's more of a pace on spinner, to be honest. But at least they are trying a spin option here in the second. Curious why they didn't go for Naveed, though.
I think it's a good move. I know that Beastie knows Naveed's bowling very well from the national team set up, and they've been playing against each other for quite a long time. And especially in the power play, it would be a bit of a risk against Sudesh. But Tree is awkward. I've never said that before. Not a Tree is awkward, but Tree he's an awkward bowler.
Yeah, he's different, isn't he? He's not a huge spinner of the ball, but he kind of pushes it through. It slides a lot of balls in. So this should be a really interesting battle. It's Tree versus the Beast. It's not a Disney musical. It is PCS Czech Republic right here. Match 10. Second over. And the Beast has none of it. And he makes this one disappear. Abracadabra. That one's out of here. Maximo! And first honours to Sudesh. As Tree bowls the ball, which I'd say was decent line, decent length. But suddenly, it wasn't in the building anymore.
Yeah, that was absolutely hammered. And you can see, if you look at the field, they've got a point and a gully that are very close to each other on the offside, and anticipating a cut shot from the Beast. Oh, my cut shot there, it was just hammered over cow corner.
It makes some reach. There's a better line, but it's also going to be driven away. Do have a bit of cover on the offside. So I think the tactic here is to get Sudesh reaching for the ball. They've got deep cover. They've got a deep long off. And so that's the plan. But I think the first one got a bit too straight. And if he can go over the leg side, he will, because there's nobody back there at all. That's exactly what Lala does. He doesn't care. He's going to laser this one. Another ball tattooed out of the ground. At the moment, it's a force de majeure, and it's Lala who goes Maximo for the first time in his innings.
Well, we're wondering what was about this contest between Tree and these two, the opening batsmen. It's definitely the openers who are winning the battle. And Lala, he's ominous for PCC. He's tried to go on again. He's dragged that one across. It should be forward. It will be. Just bisected those players. And he's got to do something here, Dylan Stain. He's got to move someone to the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're trying to do. This is a legitimate tactic, but the issue is, if the batters are good enough to go fetch it and send over the leg side, then what do you do next? I mean, also, you can't protect boundaries, or you can't protect sixes that are going miles over your head. So I think they're hoping for a false shot. They haven't really found one yet. I mean, Lala, 30 off 8. He is absolutely speeding through this power play at the moment. He's up again, and he wants to crack this one back, and it's a bump ball.
Crowd catch. It was a crowd catch,
You're
Vinny.
part of the crowd, Danny, because that one fooled you.
To be fair, I couldn't see it because Tree was in the way.
Well, no appeal at all. And now, this is exactly what they're trying to get them to do. They still persisted with this plan. You got Lala tried to whack this one over the leg side. This one just sneaks over the stump, so a rollicking start to game 10. Prague CC winning the toss, batting after 2 overs. They're 37 without loss.
Yeah, very good start for PCC. And this partnership continues now, Vinny. It's 169 so far for the day.
It's not bad going, is it?
If my maths is right.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. 169 in 12 overs.
Oh, here's
14 and over or so.
There, Dylan Stain, he's tossed the ball to his the ever reliable Sandeep Tiwari.
Yeah, see, I think I would have gone for Naveed Ahmed here. I think the spin was more effective, even though, I know it went for a few runs, but did look more likely to take a wicket, which is exactly what you need to do at this stage. Yes, the first 2 overs going for 20, then 17. Tiwari's had an interesting 24 hours, hasn't he?
This one might go for a few. Let's see how he goes against the beast. Down leg side, and it's been hammered over the fine leg fieldsman for 6. Wow, it just went with the angle.
I think this is a bit of a one-hander. If you look at this, maybe just after the point of contact, this one just swings in. I don't know if we got this from the batter's angle. You'll see the way he whacks it away. Just hold it with the batter here. Yeah, just the one hand. When you're as strong as the beast, that's all you need. And I think that one goes with the wind. I'm surprised if that one gets found easily straight away. PCC making their presence known, already up to 95% on the wind predictor.
I wonder why.
It's pretty brutal stuff at the moment. I'm wondering when the bats would warm up. Better ball though, pushed, and just a single over to Lala. He's 30 off 10. He's been the real story of day 3 so far, hasn't he, Danny?
Absolutely. Look, it's someone we didn't really know until this morning, but he's announced himself to, well, to everyone out there in on YouTube and the FanCode viewers as well in India, and to us. Looking pretty handy, and that'll be another 4.
Just keep on coming at the moment, don't they? And they've now protected their leg side a little bit more, but we're still in the power plays. They've only got those 2 outfielders to play with. And so, watch Lala here. Gets a little bit leg side of the ball. It's a pretty risk-free shot, I suppose, because you're playing with a straight bat. Doesn't have to elevate it. Gets into the gap and 4 more runs. 34 off 11. Better than 300 strike rate at the moment.
Oh. I don't think Burno have just turned up from Burno a little while ago, and I think they want to head back as soon as they can.
Well, this next one is pulled off a length. It doesn't want to run here. Sends back the beast. Well, not many people turn the beast around, and well, he cops someone in the backside. And yeah, I think that's just because Lala wants to strike at the moment. He's pretty hungry for it. Let's have a look at this at the very end.
Well,
Sadesh cops it.
Dot ball, a bit of relief.
Don't think you'll see 2 in a row. Maybe you will, as this one gets pushed away. So not really looking for the singles here. I think whenever batters hit a dot, they're thinking, well, actually, I don't want to run because I'm fancying hitting the next ball to the boundary. But it's 2 in a row now. 48. This partnership still out of the power play. This is the last ball of the 3rd over coming up. And this one does beat the short fielder. It will go to Afridi at mid-off. They do get a single, so Lala will retain the strike. He moves to 35, and a very good power play for Prague CC. Bats have been on fire so far on day 3. It's 49 for no loss after 3 overs.
Considering what happened in the previous 2 overs, that was not a bad over there, especially the back half of it from Tawari.
Yeah, looked like he might go the distance like his teammates, but he only goes for 12 in the end. So the step ladder coming down, but it's still a bit of a jump, isn't it, off that 3rd over? And now they are going to go back to Kanyalal. So Tree's going to bowl the 4th. Bit surprised still. I mean, I think if you're getting a pasting, I do think that changing the bowling is probably a good idea. Don't let the batters settle. They looked very settled against Tripuri Kanyalal in the 2nd over. Although he did create a couple of half opportunities, finished with 2 dots. And I suppose maybe another factor for Dylan Stain in his thinking is that now Kanyalal will have the protection of 5 outfielders as opposed to the 2 he had early on. So hoping for a miss hit.
Well, that's what Dylan Stain's there at that short mid wicket, just to cut off anything that's mishit.
Here we go, 4th over. And so inventive batting. This is right off the middle of the bat, so don't think that appeal's going to hold up very well. It's smart batting, so Lala showing he's got a little bit of touch as well. And he spotted there was no fine leg, just taps that one to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot there. He tried one in the last game, got a leg by. This one was off the middle of the bat, and it's the fastest part of the ground. It goes downhill, and the wind is pushing it as well, so there's no chance for any fielders.
Trying to force a field change. I don't think they've changed it yet, so he may go again here. It's the kind of shot that good players can play to almost any ball, even if it's outside off stump. They can manoeuvre themselves kind of behind the line of the ball and tap it away. And yeah, that's a lot less risky than probably taking on outfielders with a drive. Good batting, smart batting.
Very smart batting. Here comes Tree again.
time he sits and he hits and he cuts, and that'll be 4 more, I think. So the boundaries just keep on coming. Wow, I mean, how many 4s is that? He's hit a bunch of them so far. In fact, that's his 10th boundary. He's also hit a 6, so that's 46 in boundaries as he moves to 49 in quick time.
You can see why he doesn't want to take those singles, Vinny.
Yeah, let me check the score. Pardon me. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. He's 43 off 16, and that's 9 boundaries. Could be another one. This one sneaks through. But still no Naveed Ahmed. And I know the idea of maybe trying a couple of different options or sticking with Treat, but already you got 57 on the board. You're staring down the barrel, and you haven't bowled who I think was your best bowler yesterday. And there's the ledge, and this is the way it's going at the moment. That's going to fly for 4. So he does get that 10th boundary that I was describing. Moves him to 47, and we haven't had a century in a little while. And not since the first half of Sweden. I'm not going to call it too early because he doesn't have 50 yet, but the way he's batting, he's certainly looking a chance.
Look at the other end as well. I mean, Sudesh has got 14 or 4, so it's not as though there's any respite with the non-striker just pushing it round. Lala, he's having the time of his life.
One mistake though, if you burn it, that's what you got to tell yourself. He's given a couple of chances today.
Ooh, that could be close, and he's given him. Well, there you go, Vinny. You called it.
Yeah, Chick's did pretty good. Caught him for 100. He didn't even make 50 in the end. And he's going to go for 47. Finally, Prague CC lose a wicket. We'll see this on the replay. And yeah, I think it's a pretty good shout. I mean, the only question is height. Because sometimes it's hard to judge the height. Because he's down. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing for me. But maybe clipping the top of something. It hits him on the hip almost, doesn't it? So, but he is crouched down. So, I mean, that may have hit the top of the stumps, may have just gone over, if I'm honest. But ultimately, he took a risk by hitting across the line and covering the stumps with his body. But still, sparkling stuff from Lala as he goes for 47 off 19. 10 fours and a Maximo in there. And Prague CC lose their first wicket, 61 for 1.
Yeah, it's good bowling there from Tree. And from first look, I think, well, from the umpire's perspective, because we've got a pretty similar perspective to the umpire from where we're sitting, and looked like a good decision. You're right about the height, though. Was it going to hit? I think it was. I'm
going to offer a contrary view. I'm going to say I think it was. I can understand the umpire's decision, but I think that ball was going over the stumps. I think it was climbing. It hits him pretty much almost at the top of the stumps already, and it was quite a bouncy delivery from Kanyalal. But I don't think it's an absolute shocker. Umpire has to look at it once, makes the decision. Can't actually see the top of the stumps either because the batter's blocking them. So fair enough decision, but I do think that could be a little bit unlucky. But he had a bit of luck along the way this morning as well. So you got to take the good with the bad, I suppose. And it doesn't get too much easier for Burno because the national team skipper, Aaron Ashokan, comes out to bat at number 3. First time we've seen him today, isn't it, Danny? As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 62 for 1. And once again, I want to welcome all of you. And I know that Kushal Mendon is watching in the chat at the moment. Hello, Kushal. Hope you're well. I know that Luke's in there. Yeah, a few people saying, oh, you know, Lala looks too good for this. But just shows you one good ball, you can get out. And we've seen lots of good players struggle because it's that kind of form of the game where you do have to take risks, and sometimes that results in dismissals.
Of course. Look, he took the power play on. There was no one back on the leg side for Burno, and he used that to his advantage. And then anything wide of our stump, he'd cut it away for 4. But a good over there from Tree. He's a tricky bowler, as mentioned before. Took a bit of stick, but came back and got his wicket.
Yeah, he did get the big man in the end, but then 2 big men are out there in the middle for PCC at the moment. Change of bowling. It's Fasid Even who's going to bowl at the 5th. Gets the first ball nipping into Ashokan, who just plays it away defensively. So another key partnership just beginning now. And Wickramaseko, it's hard to believe he's only faced 4 balls in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be too frustrated when you see Lala scoring so quickly. Aaron Ashokan, sometimes he plays himself into innings, but he's very, very strong straight. Goes big with 6s. And he gets away with that one. It just bounces down to the 3rd man.
Yeah, pretty well held down there as well. That's the thing, Aaron. He'll be itching to get out there, so he doesn't want to kind of throw it away early. But he will have a lot of energy that he wants to get out.
That's the thing also, is that if they get put under a bit of pressure, PCC, not necessarily in this game, but further down the tournament, come back to that in a moment.
Wow, this is on length, and this has been blasted. Well, that is a massive hit. Oh, I think that's gone about 40 metres over the boundary at a minimum. So how do you like that? The Beast is going to warm up with a Maximo, and he's just saying, well, don't forget, I'm still here, and I'm dangerous.
He's very dangerous. Yeah, I was about to say that if you only get the top 3 or 4 batsmen actually playing, having an innings, if they do lose a few wickets in a game further down the track, how will the other batsmen react, and not really having a go on this pitch in these conditions? Don't know if they wonder, like, if they mind that at the moment. This one's hit straight, hard. Naveed Ahmed picked that up. Got a bad bounce. They'll look for 2. They'll get 2.
That's really good running. Once again, we know these two really experienced from both the national team, the international T10 we saw last year, and also, of course, from the European Cricket League where they played for the Prague CC Kings. But it's a bit of a tactic. You hit at the outfield. If you see a fumble, then both of you go straight away, and that's what they do there. Even though they won't mind me saying they're not the 2 quickest probably in the country between wickets, but they still make it fairly comfortably. Here's the next ball, and just nips back. Pretty good bowling by Russell Even. You look at Kramasekara. Before that, he had 22 off 6, so it's like he's faced his own magical over, but he hasn't had much of the strike, as we said. And that was one of the biggest 6s of the day, if not the tournament so far. We saw where that one landed. It was about another boundary over the boundary. And now he's going to get a bit of length, and he's going to blast this as well. I think this has gone for 6 as well. Maximo!
That's still going.
Oh, wow. I mean, some of the longest chases in Europe are right here at the Vinoj Cricket Ground. And I think he's got about 150 metres to go get that. And with Kramasekara, get something he can turn on and absolutely blast it leg side.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Just a bit too short. And he's very strong all around. There's a very narrow corridor to bowl to the Beast. If you don't get it, that's the treatment you'll get.
End of the over, 77 for 1. I know that Venkatesh is in the chat. He's saying, well, where's the advantage for bowlers? Because these short boundaries and all these things. What I will say is, I mean, obviously we've done something like 2,500 matches on ECN. What we have found is that the bowlers actually benefit because they essentially have batters being more aggressive. So more chances are created. So you'll actually see more wickets as well as more runs. And that's something that we've noticed over the 2.5 years we're doing ECS cricket. He's still got to bowl well. Shoka tries to hit across this. And the new bowler is Lakshmanasamy. He's getting a run here for Burno. First ball. It's not that far away. I think it's just sneaking down the leg side. It doesn't really come on as quick as a Shokin thought.
Again, deceptively slow. Oh, he rolled his wrist. That one's just flicked away, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get away with that twice. And I'm starting to rethink about where we parked our cars because not often that you get balls hit all the way there, but at the moment there's been a few. So Lakshmanasamy has just got to get a little bit fuller at the moment. He's bowled 2 half-trackers to Ashokan. He got away with the first one, didn't get away with the second. So, geez, at the moment, I know they got rid of Lala, but they've got a whole new set of problems, don't they, Bruno?
Yeah, they do.
Here's the next delivery from Lakshmanasamy. All right, he overcommits, and this one is going to be 6 more. And so Ashokan gets a bit of a gift. Again, in the height's a factor here. I think it may be line ball. I think they may just want to check this. But he certainly didn't have too much mercy on the delivery. Maximo time, and 6 more, at least 6 more to Prague CC.
It's his,
that looks too high to me. I mean, they'll probably have a look at it as well. Yeah, I mean, it's borderline. Remember, it's waist height or above. And do you think he hits this from the waist? Yeah, for me, probably does. But let's see what the final decision is. I think the fact it went for 6 might work in the bowling team's favour in a sense. They have a bit of mercy. So it won't be a no ball. It'll just be 6 runs. And the next ball coming up from Lakshmanasamy, who's got plenty to think about. Then hit down the ground. This will be a long chase, and it won't be chased. And that's Dylan Stain, who's normally a pretty good fielder, but he won't be able to stop that one. So the runs keep on coming. In fact, it's Naveed Ahmed, pardon me, who's there. He certainly came up with a bit of magic last time, but he couldn't stop that and keep that in the field. The runs keep flowing for Prague CC.
Yeah, it's difficult situations. He wasn't playing yesterday, was Lakshmanasamy. And it's a bit of a welcome to the wicket. Well, I don't know if he'll get another over after this. We'll have to have a look.
Well, he's got 2 more balls to try and take a wicket. 30% more careful as Ashokan. He suddenly finds himself on 17. I think the captain, he'll enjoy it, getting out there. We have seen him opening as well, but I think with Lala batting the way he's batting, you've just got to bat with Lala opening. And Wickramasinghe, he's the one that often likes to bat number 3. I often feel like they have to push him into that opening spot, but he seems pretty comfortable there. At least you know he's going to get plenty of deliveries, as long as he doesn't get out, that is. But sometimes at 3, he hasn't faced as many that he might want with his strong lineup. That's another one-hand job, and you can forget it, because this one's out of here as well. Maximo Wickramasinghe, 34 off 9. When he has had the strike, he's made it count. And that one, he only needed the one arm.
he's such a strong guy. But that's in his hitting arc, and it's just you can't put it anywhere near there. He doesn't move his feet very much, so outside off stump, but he's very strong if it's hittable. And there's just such a narrow corridor to bowl to him, and now he's hitting the ball beautifully. He's hit a bit of form, but these two very dangerous, and it'll be Naveed Ahmed will come into the attack. Wily bowler, but the way these two are hitting, you can't put effective fielders over the boundary, and that's where he's been. These two have been hitting, especially Sudesh Wickramasinghe.
Yeah, 6 overs down, 98 for 1. Writing's on the wall at the moment. Now, finally, we're going to see Naveed Ahmed. I feel like it's a bit too late. You've got 2 batters already hitting everything, and then hit this 2. It's going to be 4 to start the 7th over. Yeah, got to say, they missed a trick not bowling Naveed until now. I think he was the best bowler yesterday. And it's just littered with boundaries in the first 6 overs. They've decided to bowl him at the death. At the moment, you feel like the patient's barely got a pulse.
Yeah, that's it's unfortunate. But let's see if you can correct this, Naveed. This one was a little bit on the leg side.
Yeah, he does get further outside the off stump. This one's dragged. And that's the power of this man. Ashokan goes downtown. Maximal Naveed has gone 4 and 6. PCC, they won't be contained at the moment. They've sailed past the 100 in this over. They look like they're going to keep going all the way through the 10 overs without giving too much respite to the bowlers. And this is another one. It's slowed down, but Ashokan, he comes down and he deposits it. Maximal, another 6. Say Smas. Well, Rico, if he was here, would have lost his voice by now because it's raining. Bales here in Prague.
I think I can hear him from Spain.
That one almost went to Spain, I think.
I did a series up in Dresden with Rico, and I can still hear bale rattling around my brain.
Jeez, these are big 6s as well. Small
Huge.
boundaries or not. And these are 6 on any ground. And then the other thing is, probably maybe if people haven't watched a lot of ECN, it looks so easy when batters are going and they're in, but that isn't always the case. You know, there's plenty of times we've seen quite low scores over the first couple of days. This is the first time we've really seen batters cut loose and get in, I think. And so, yeah, I mean, that's something that people kind of make their judgments based on when they're seeing batters dominate, but that's not always the case in ECN cricket.
Well, look, I think what the difference is here today is that the wind is coming from a different direction. It was coming from the opposite direction before. The ball was hanging up slightly.
Goes for it again. This is down the ground. It's going to be 1 bounce and 4. It's a good place from Ashokan. It doesn't quite get this in the middle. Looks down his bat. I think it might have been off the toe. But still, he's overtaken the beast now. He has seemed to have more of the strike as well. 120 for 1 after 7 overs. Prague CC sending a message after dropping their first game of the tournament. As let's have a look at where we will be going in the FanCode European Cricket Series over the next few weeks. Of course, we've got 2 weeks here in the Czech Republic. Hard to believe we're into June already today. We'll be in Hungary for a week, then Austria for a week. 5 weeks in Italy, which culminates in the Super Series. And then we'll be in Germany in August. So looking forward to that. And, Danny, we know there's a lot of talented cricketers all around the continent that we'll get to see in the ECS this year.
Look, absolutely. And the pool of players is getting bigger every year. And the more players get used to this format, the higher the quality of the cricket. And I was lucky enough to do a series in Hungary. Saw some very good players there, in Italy as well. And look, I'm looking forward to these series.
That should be really good. I think Niraj Chagi is in the chat. Hello, Niraj. Hope you're well. He's getting in the spirit. He's saying, "Bale, bale, chaka, lagya." I've been plenty of those. And now they brought back the big man, Riaz Afridi, to bowl the 8th. This will test out the batters, I think. It's a little bit more pace. I don't think they'll mind it, though. Beastie just knocks the first one away. He'll find it a bit hard to believe he'd only faced 10 balls in the first 7 overs, but probably won't mind because you look at the team score, and that's what it's all about. Already up above 120.
Yeah, I was mentioning before about the wind. We're seeing much higher scoring games today, and I think it's because the wind is coming from behind the bowler. It's not holding us up as much. It's not swinging as much. So
yeah, interesting observation. Typically, you associate wind being behind the bowler as a good thing. And it can be a good thing for pace, but I agree, it doesn't really move sideways as much. And the other thing is this ground, it's got a bit of a slope to it, and I think that if you can manoeuvre the ball behind the wicket, it runs away really quickly. So we saw last year this end was actually pretty friendly to bowlers because the batters weren't able to hit straight as well when they elevated the ball straight. I suppose about trying to force the batter to hit into spots where you're more comfortable of them going. This one's going to get through the keeper. It's going to be 4 byes. And we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? They've changed the keeper today. It's Ansar Nazir who's behind there. You've got to get your depth right. I think, look, don't be wrong, Freddie's quick, but I think they've sometimes been a bit too far back to him, and grabbing it on the second bounce isn't easy. That one gets through the keeper for 4.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We touched on it yesterday that if you're taking the ball sort of high or in front of your chest or your face, it's better than trying to take it around your ankles.
Yeah, it's a real awkward take. Here's the next ball as we head into the last quarter of this innings. Straight pull. You can see the pace there, just a little bit late in that shot, but still comfortable enough to knock it for 1. I mean, Suresh Babu Karamboyina saying it's a batsman-friendly pitch. I'm not so sure it is. I mean, I think there's plenty in it for the bowlers. Again, your brains are funny because you often judge things based on the last thing you see. But if you look at this whole tournament, we're into match 10 now. I mean, the bowlers have had a lot of success on it. You can just tell there's something in it for the bowlers. Here's Afridi, digs it in. Not trying the full-blooded pull shot. Instead, well, Ashokan thinks about a second, but it's a clean pick-up, so he thinks against it. Move to 40.
It's been a good over here, and partly the reason why is it's nice and tight, as he's not bowling to Naeem Lala, who hit him for 4 consecutive 4s off the first 4 balls of the innings.
Some discussion in the chat, and yeah, we'll get to see the Group B teams from Saturday, and we're already talking about that. A bit worried about the weather, but hopefully we don't have any rain issues. Again, on length. I think these two are pretty happy just to play out of Freedy, knowing that they got 2 overs of party time. If they can see off the big seamer, he ends up going for 25 in his 2 overs, but not a bad 8th over. Only goes for 9, and 4 of those were byes, so it won't go to his analysis. The score at the end of 8 is 129 for 1. As we head into the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th. Well, it all happened through the first 7 overs where we saw a bunch of boundaries, but no boundaries except for that 4 byes, I suppose, in the 8th. So the bats temporarily quietened a bit. Will it last, Danny?
Don't think so. Vasu's going to come and to bowl, and he's very hittable, and especially now he's going to be bowling to the beast. But that was a fantastic over, I think, from Riaz Afridi. Right on line. just short of a length, not giving him much space.
Also, they weren't really willing to take him on, I think. They were just happy to deflect those short balls away for singles. And now they thought they might be able to cash in, and they exactly do that. Beast goes bang. Maximo. Oh, he retakes the lead in the battle with his captain. He moves into the 40s himself. And that one takes PCC up over 130. And it does look destined that they will get the highest score of this series in this innings. They need to beat the 144 against the Guardians. And it's looking on right now.
You know, this we're talking for the last few days about how fast this ground is, but they're just not using the ground at all.
Oh, this is skied. Well, good luck. I don't think anyone can see it. I think it's going to come down mid-wicket. There we go. It is caught. And, well, straight away, I looked at everyone around the field, and they were looking at each other because I don't think they located it. But I think this is Dylan Stain that takes the catch. Had a long time to think about it. He was the man that did see it. So Wickramasacre won't reach his half century, but still he's batted very well today. And he was going for the Maximo, just top-edging that one as he falls for 44 at the second wicket. And well done to Vasudevan for making it happen. It's 135 for 2.
Yeah, Sudesh looking for that car park again and just getting a top edge. And you wouldn't want any burner player under it that wasn't Dylan Stain, because that went miles in the air. Stain, a very, very good fielder. Took it quite easily. Surya is the next batsman for PCC.
You don't often see this, but we've only seen 3 batters. They've all made 40s so far. 47 for Lala, 44 for Wickramasacre. Ashokan is currently 40 not out. And now we'll get to see number 4 for the first time today. Surya Rangarajan. Let's see what his approach is. I haven't seen too much of him with the bat.
Yeah, the ball a fair way.
Just gets tied up with this one, and it'll wander through for a single. That one is off the bat. So halfway through this over, Ashokan, he'll be hoping that he can do what his openers couldn't and reach his half century. Certainly got a bit of time to do it. Still 10 balls left in the innings.
I don't think he'll hold back though. I think his 50 is the main concern here.
Yeah, it'll be something that I think will happen if he does last. Now they think about a second. I almost get a chance to run him out.
That was good work there from Naveed Ahmed.
I think Ashokan's already thinking about trying to pinch the strike back, but then he decides he doesn't really want to sacrifice Rangarajan, who's trying to do the right thing. I think Rangarajan is realising, I'm willing to come back for 2, and Ashokan, he kind of says, actually, I don't think you're going to make it. And he would have been right, so they keep the wicket in hand, but Rangarajan will be the man facing up. And you did mention that he can bat. Obviously, he's batting 4 in this fairly strong lineup, so let's see what he can do with the last 2 balls of the over from Vasudevan. He tries to go, but I don't think this is going to carry the fielder. It doesn't, so Rangarajan tries to go over the offside. It doesn't quite get it out of the middle. That'll happen at this stage. So Vasudevan chipping in with a couple of wickets in the 9th. As Rangarajan goes for just the single, it's 137 for 3.
Well, after being slammed halfway to Poland by the Beast on the first ball of that over, it's been a very good comeback from Vasu. Picked up those 2 wickets, but also the rest of the over's been very, very tight. So a good effort from the bowler. Bringing a new batsman in is Raj.
Yeah, Nanathiswaran, who we saw opening on Monday. I do feel like he might have a hard time getting back in that spot, considering the form of Naeem Lala today.
He's Raj is the type of batsman who he won't hold back either. He can hit the ball a long way and he can go early. That's what he'll try to do. I don't think he's going to try to get Aaron on strike. He's just trying to find this boundary. In fact, if he finds the boundary, it will be Aaron Ashokan who'll face the final over.
Yeah, he might as well have a swing at this. I think Aaron's that keen to spend too much more time at the non-striker's end, but he will this ball. Last ball of the night from Vasudevan. Well, guess what? They're going to slide this one off the pad, and it will be the end of the over. In fact, yeah, it will be leg byes, as I initially thought. Nanathiswaran will retain the strike. It's the end of 9 overs. The score is 138 for 3. So yeah, after a couple of days where we didn't see a lot of high scores, did see kind of this foreshadowed last night in that 120 to 118 match. So 238 runs in match 8. And yeah, so far, it's been PCC in particular that have certainly looked like they mean business. I think they were challenged, don't forget. They went down to Bohemians on Monday morning. I think they're pretty keen to assert their dominance on this Group A. And we're looking forward to head to the return clash with the Bohemians, which is still to come here this week. Right now, we're going to see the last over. It's going to be Sandeep Tiwari. Well, he was the man that had to bowl the last over last night, had to hold his nerve. Let's see how he goes here in the 10th. Bowling to Raj. He has a big swing, but this one seems back, and Ashokan is going to take it on. He's going to get away with it. That's smart running. I don't think they got anything on that. It'll be a bye. Again, just experience from Arun Ashokan. I think he knew that was the time to take that calculated risk.
Oh, absolutely. Look, he needs to get to that end and face as many balls as he can from Tiwari, just to pump this score up a little bit, just to make it really out of reach for Burno. But Burno have got a good batting lineup.
I mean, they do, for sure. It's one thing to be able to bat well and make big scores, but then to have to chase down big scores, it's just an extra layer of pressure for Burno in this game. Oh, this is a really good shot. He catches up with this. Was slightly short of a length. Didn't really get up as much as Aaron thought, but still, he sends this one car park bound as well. Maximo. Ashoka moves to 47.
Yeah, it's no one chasing that ball. I think you're just going to get a new one from the umpire.
Yep, smart. The other thing, final thought, we talked a bit about the boundary size in this innings. One thing that I like is that the short boundaries do encourage the batters to go for them more. So even though a lot of these sixes would be sixes on any boundary, but they wouldn't necessarily be trying those shots if they didn't have that kind of little bit of insurance. And you want 2 here, Ashokan. Good clean pickup. And I don't think they're going to take it on the end. They might have, because I think they would have gotten away with it. Still, Ashokan moves to 48.
Yeah, it's good bowling there from Tiwari, shows his experience.
Something I noticed in the Netherlands a lot, because a lot of these sixes were like, well, these are sixes on any ground. But I'm saying, yeah, they wouldn't be playing these attacking shots if the boundaries are right back, because it's a bit too risky. It means we get to see it as spectators. Now, this one is going to be caught, and a really nice catch taken out there by Dylan Stain. He's taken a couple of good ones. And once again, we see about taking it on. Nanathi Swaran, well, he did create a couple of runs, but they were extras. He'll be a bit annoyed because he'll go for a duck. And, of course, the new batter will have to face up because that is the rule. Seems to be the rule in all cricket, as it is. Raj can't make any runs here off his own bat. The score is 146 for 4.
It wasn't a bad shot, but a nice take there from Dylan Stain. Again, very safe pair of hands, very good fielder. And it'll bring Prakash Sadasvian. And
it wasn't an easy catch either, because that was hit flat and pretty hard. I mean, it looks easy on TV, but I mean, that takes a fair bit of skill. Stain made it look easy.
He's a top fielder.
So maybe Ashokan might have one of those funny innings where top 3 make the 40s, but no one makes 50, because at the moment he's at the wrong end. Sadasivan will face up for the first time with 2 to go. The new rule, Tarak is asking the chat, it's going to be in all cricket soon, that if a catch is taken, it doesn't matter if you've crossed before the catch is taken. It means you've got to cross back before the next ball's bowled. New batter, in this case then, is on strike and just works it away for one, does his job. Sadasivan, I think this will be a leg by. And yes, as signalled.
Was that your innovation, Vinny?
I'm not going to take all the credit. I thought it was a good idea, and we employed it before it was put in the MCC laws, but I think a few people might have had the idea. I don't think I can claim that one myself. All right, 48. And I don't think he's going to make his 50. I think this will be a leg by. So, well, team effort from the top 3, as it will be a leg by to finish the innings. Shokin will finish on 48, but it is the top score of the innings, 48 undefeated off only 19 balls. Prague CC, once again, putting a mountain of runs on the board. 148 for 4 in their 10 overs. There was a smorgasbord of boundaries in that innings as well. They hit 14 fours, and they hit 11 sixes in that innings. And that was the top 3 doing the job. Interestingly, the Beast, he scored 44. Didn't hit a single 4. Hit 6 sixes. Whereas Lala went the other way. Hit 10 fours and a 6 in his 47. Didn't matter how they did it, but they did it effectively. They did it quick. And Burno, they had to pull off one of the biggest chases we've ever seen if they are going to win this game. But we have seen it before. To do it, you need quality players. They certainly have a few quality players in their lineup, Burno. And they're going to have to get their skates on if they're going to chase down this target of 149. And over to you, Danny. Let's have a look at some of these highlights. And it was the bat swinging again. Lala in particular, he's been the real story of day 3.
He has been. And it's a fantastic start there for Lala. Hit 20 off the first over. 5 fours, including 4 in a row, the first 4 balls. And the beasting the ball out of the ground. 6 sixes in his innings. Now 2 one-handed sixes as well. So it's going to be a very difficult task for the Burno side, as we see the LBW there of Lala just missing out on his 50. Actually 3 players just missing out on 50s for PCC. I don't think they'll be too worried about it. But some great power hitting. 149 to win. Have to bat very well, the Burno side, to get there. They've got some good players up top in Dylan Steyn and Janaka Ihalage. That's that second one-handed 6 from the beast out towards the car park. But there was a bit of a fight back towards the last couple of overs. Sandeep Tiwari, apart from 1 big 6, a very good final over. And well, it's going to be a good effort for Burno to come back and get anywhere near this total. As you can see, the scores, top 3 getting into the 40s off very few, 47, 44 and 48, each facing fewer than 20 deliveries. Not much from the rest. 148, 149 to win, losing those 4 wickets. With the bowling, it's not going to look pretty. With the very good second over from Riaz Afridi, who went for 20 off his first, only 5 off the second. Tree getting a wicket, Sandeep Tiwari also getting a wicket. Probably limited the PCC batsmen over the last couple of overs. But as you can see, the economy rates 21, 22. Naveed Ahmed is again very, very good bowler, over 22 off his over. So we're going to see if PCC can defend this total. Burno can get anywhere near it. We've got a couple of good openers and some good batting. And in a few minutes' time, we'll find out. So you can see the win probability, 100% for PCC, 0 for Burno. Not quite sure about that. Let's see if Burno can confound the win probability. In a few minutes' time, we come back for the second innings of this game between Prague CC and Burno from Prague. See you soon. And welcome back to Prague, this FanCode European Cricket Series from the Czech Republic. This game between Prague Cricket Club and Brno. It's a big total put on by PCC. It'll be 149 to win for Brno. They're capable. They've got two good openers. I'll look at getting close to this total. As I mentioned, the ball not doing as much in the air today. Quite a strong breeze behind the bowler, so the ball coming onto the bat, and it is going across the field slightly, just over the left arm of the bowler. So leg side shots are being helped by the wind. This ground also lightning quick. Let's see if they can defend this. It's going to be a very good effort for Brno to get anywhere near this total, but in Dylan Steyn and Janica Ihalaga, I think they've got a very, very good opening pair. Both left-handers. So we'll see how the bowler here, Ali Hassan, goes with the pesky left-handers of Brno. It's going to be very interesting. They'll want a good start. They need to go at almost 15 and over to win. And it was a great start for the PCC side from Naeem Lala. 4 fours off the first 4 balls that just got him off to a flyer. It's interesting, the keeper is keeping up to Ali. That's not a bad start. Oh, attacking the ball was Smit Patel. They scrambled through for a single, but he's sharp in the field as Patel. Bit disappointed he didn't pick that up. That would have been rifled back to the keeper. Brings Dylan Steyn on strike. I think it's a good ploy from the keeper, even though there's no one really protecting the leg side. So there's plenty of runs down behind square. There is a amount of deep, fine leg. He's very square though, but fine. Quite a few runs on offer for Dylan Steyn. He's very strong on his legs, also very strong outside off stump. So there he goes against, I see Ali Hassan, outside off, comes back in, nicely taken single. It's a good bowler is Ali Hassan. Very consistent. Again, a beautiful day here in Prague. Speaking to umpire Pete Vincent at the break, he came up to me and said that it's getting so warm that the umpires have discarded their jackets. Comes Ali again, outside off stump, dragged by Janica, and this should make the boundary, and it will. Took it from way outside off stump, hoiked it to cow corner for 4. It's the first boundary of the innings for Brno. They need a lot more of those, but it's a positive start from them. As you can see, Ali dragged that one outside off stump. Janica, I should say. Ali bowled it from outside off stump. Just dragged it across. Of course, the power play in effect, only 2 men back. This one's been put out towards square leg and it'll go all the way as well. That's 4 runs again for Janica. Good start. Just hitting against the wind a little bit. It's died down, but he's been taking it from outside off stump, dragging it across, but it's a pretty safe shot. There's no one deep. Deep men was a 3rd man. One out on the offside. This one's way outside off, and it's been hit towards that man, straight to him actually. And that's Naveen Padmaraju out there, picked him out beautifully. I think a few metres either way, and that would have been 4. Brings Dylan Steyn back on strike. Comes Hassan. Outside of stump, and I didn't deal with that, did the batsman. And a dot ball. Handy over, 11 from it. From Brno, good start. Still behind the run rate. Shows you how ominous this task is. We'll see who comes on for the second over. It will be the man I mentioned before, Naveen Padmaraju. He's again a very good all-rounder, quite consistent, but with the power play, they can afford to go over the top a little bit. Again, these Burno batsmen, both left-handers. Not much protection on the leg side. There is a man back just behind square. In fact, he's moving around now. On the deep mid-wicket boundary. So regulation mid-on and mid-off. It's also man going back, Ali Hassan, he's back on the cover boundary. Here comes Padmaraju bowling to Janika. Comes in, and it's outside off stump, called a wide. He's going to have to get his radar right. The wind, if anything, will push the ball away from the left-hander. It's picked up a little bit again. A lot of chatter out there from the PCC boys. They're bringing the man into the circle on the leg side for Janika. Not sure if that's the right thing. Oh, that's gone away from him. That was wide, but inside that tram line. Ah, it must be 12 o'clock. You can hear sirens in the background. Happens on the first Wednesday of each month here. There's a bowler again. And steps away from it. Good bowling. It's about the right line. Yeah, they test all the sirens around Prague. Hoping you can hear those sirens. They go for about a minute on the first Wednesday of each month at 12 o'clock. It's a bit of a surprise for people who are not used to it as to what's going on. In fact, I think Padmaraj is wondering what's going on with the sirens as well. He comes in again to Janika. That's outside of stump, just got it slightly wrong there. Good plan though here from Padmaraju and the skipper Arun Ashokan. It's got cover on the offside. There's a deep third man. And Padmaraju pretty much bowling to the plan, just got that one a little bit too wide. And that one's edged and it's going to go past the fielder for 4. Well, it's past the keeper. The third man was very, very narrow and still got past him. Stuck a hand out and did Raj, but couldn't catch up with it. It's been a pretty good over, apart from those wides. So far, Padmaraju's bowling to the plan, but Ihalaga got away with that one. He's moved on to 14 off 7. Dylan Stain not getting much of the strike yet. Sure he'll have his part to play. It's the ball along the ground a lot, does Dylan Stain. And this ground is lightning. Comes Padmaraju again. And it's off the pitch almost. Called a wide. Just getting his radar wrong. He's moving away. He's bowling with the angle and just a bit short and started it too wide as the sirens end. It's often difficult for bowlers to bowl to left-handers. It's a better ball. Squeezed out towards third man just for a single. Brings Dylan Stain back on strike. Haven't really changed the field, so he's going to be bowling the same sort of line here, Padmaraju. One thing I can say is he hasn't bowled down the leg side, which is a good thing because there's no one protecting that area. Dylan Stain is very strong there. There's a fine leg in the circle, but fine. There's 4 runs. So you're looking to bowl that line just outside off stump. Wind's picked up. Oh, there's a big shout, but I think it's pitched outside leg. they'll scramble through for a single. It's in fact a leg by. Wasn't a bad shout, but definitely pitched outside leg. Can't be out OBW if it pitches outside leg. As the chairs start to fall over, reminds me of last year. A few clouds around as well. It's Padmaraju again. Oh, this one is caught. No, it's dropped him. Wow, Raj there. It was a weird angle for him to come out. It was pitched pretty much on leg stump. Got a leading edge. And it went straight to Raj, who was coming forward. I think that's what did him. If he'd held his ground, I think he would have taken it. He's got good hands normally, does Raj. And after the second over, an eventful one there. And Padmaraju, Burno 21 for no loss. And that'll be the skipper, Aaron Ashakan, who will come in and bowl a bit of spin. I think he'll come around the wicket to these two. Not a bad ploy, just slowing it down. As we can see the table, Bohemians up top with 4 wins. PCC with that big win just before against United. Have gone second. But Bono, they'll want to be in this top 4. They've got 1 win and 1 loss so far. Here comes Ashokan. It's a bit full, tucked around the corner. It's to that man at fine leg. Just a single. Brings Dylan Stain back on strike. We'll see what Stain does with this. He's strong off his legs. He don't want to get too straight. And with the angle, I think Ashokan have to start it on about off stump. That's a lovely shot, but it's straight to the fielder and he's gone. Oh, that's a huge wicket. Used his feet well, but hit it straight to Naeem Lala. And that's the first wicket down. It's a big one of the skipper, Dylan Stain. Now Burno. Let's see if they can respond. That's a big, big wicket in the context of this game. He's the quality batsman in their lineup. National team player. World record holder as well for the most 4s in a T20 innings of 17 or 55. And he's back in the sheds. Brings out a right-hander though, Riaz Afridi, who can hit the ball long. He'll be facing Arun Ashokan, who be bowling his off-spin. Don't know if he'll continue around the wicket to Afridi. In fact, he won't. He's going to go over the wicket. Probably change his angle for Ihalaga. He'll coming in a little bit. 2 men back on the leg side. Still in the power play. To wait Ashokan to come in to Afridi. Has a big swing at it. Gets a bit of an inside edge. Does take a single. Ball rifled at the stumps. Good backing up though. And Afridi gets off the mark. Bring the left-hander Janaka back on strike. He was hitting the ball very cleanly yesterday in the first game. Janaka missed out in the second. But he's looking pretty good. You feel that these two will have to stay in for the majority of the innings to get anywhere near the massive total that they're chasing. That's a good ball from Ashokan. Again, Ihalaga trying to force it through the leg side. It wasn't on though. This one he's managed to get down there, down towards square leg. Dragged it from outside off stump. Just a single. It's been a very, very good over from the skipper. Ihalaga now. He's 18 off 12, Afridi. Just facing the 1 ball, getting the single. Moving the field around. It's the last ball of the over, Ashokan. Afridi has a shot at it, and it's that man again, and he's gone again. Well, Naeem Lala can't keep him out of the game. It's a second catch. And Afridi, the big hitter, is gone. So Burno now in all sorts of trouble. What a fantastic over there from Arun Ashokan. Getting 2 wickets and 2 big wickets of Dylan Stain and of Riaz Afridi. And now Burno gonna struggle to get anywhere near this total without their two of their top guns. Navid Ahmed will come in to the batting lineup, very strong off his legs. And he'll be back to Ali Hassan again. A good move, very strong bowler in this lineup for PCC. He'll keep it nice and consistent. At the end of the power play, though, they'll be able to put a few players back. They've picked out Naeem Lala twice in this innings, trying to go for the big shot. Difficult though, very, very difficult for Brno. They have to score quickly, and that, apart from those two wickets, the runs really dried up. Comes Ali Hassan. Again, good ball. It's a bit of an appeal. I think it might have bowled him. And it has. He's gone. I think there's a bit of confusion out there. Let's have another look at it. It has. It's taken the top bail. There was no real ball. There was a sort of an appeal. And that was my impression at the start. It looked like it bowled him, and then there was just a bit of confusion. Nothing really happened. And I think he's going to have to go, Janika. I'm going to have a replay of it. It just took the top bail. Perfection there from the bowler. Clipped the bail, and he's gone. Well, Ali Hassan, as I said, he's one of the top bowlers in the league consistently in the Czech Republic. He's consistent, has subtle variations, not much pace on him, but undid Janika Ihalage, and that's the third Brno batsman to go. It's been a terrible couple of overs for them, but very good for PCC, who are stamping their authority on this game and on this tournament. Well, new batsman will be Arun Vasudevan. Don't know how they're going to get out of this, Brno. And their win predictor before and said that it was 100% for PCC, proving to be pretty accurate. 3 wickets down for 24 now. And we're into the fourth over. It'll be Ali Hassan bowling to the new batsman, Vasu. Again, I think Arun Ashokan over the last couple of years has improved his captaincy a lot, getting a lot of experience with the national team. The bowler comes in, big swing. Also gets off the mark, just a single down to that man, Lala. The wind's picked up again. So blowing things around. Coming pretty much across now the breeze. Navid Ahmed onto strike. Said very strong off his legs. Comes Ali Hassan. And just watchfully played there by Navid Ahmed. As the sun's come back out and the wind's died down. Just a bit of a blip. These last two overs have been very, very good for PCC. Very little doubt. Going 19 and over they need. 124 runs off 39 balls. Comes Ali Hassan. This one's going to be a wide outside off stump. Just lost it a little bit. Be interesting to see who the skipper, Arun Ashokan, calls on to bowl. He's got a few options. So I think he used 7 bowlers in the last game. It's Ali again. And just going down leg side, just no run. Watchfully played. From Navid Ahmed, very experienced campaigner. More noted as a bowler. Did get a bit of stick, 22 off his over. And he bowled to the beast and to Arun Ashokan. Comes Ali Hassan again. And a big swing and a miss. Well, Burner was saying that they're one of the favourites for this this tournament. And, but PCC are also 3 very good teams in this side of the draw, Bohemians being the other one. No disrespect to United and to the Pilsen Guardians. But these are the 3 of the top first division teams in the country. Just happen to be all on the same side of the draw. Comes Ali Hassan again. Just poked down the gully for a single. And PCC, they really want to show what they've got. And they still have players to come back in. Be interesting to see who does come back in for PCC. I've seen a couple of new players in. The main one being Naim Lala, who's been fantastic. So, at the end of the 4th over, it is 27 for 3 for Brno. That'll bring Smit Patel onto strike. Again, a very good bowler. He won't make it easy for them either. I'll try to look for that Yorker. No worries for PCC. Over 20 runs and over needed now for Brno. They're not going to get anywhere near this total. But the run rate might come into it, especially if they are looking for a place in the quarterfinals. They'll want to get into second place. It's going to be difficult now. Here comes Smit Patel. By Naveed Ahmed, he's got that one a little bit wrong. It's going to be a wide, and I'll take another one as well. So, just losing his line a bit there. Was the bowler. Comes Patel again. This one's outside of stump. Just hit the cover for no run. Difficult situation here for Brno, where there are top 3 batsmen back in the sheds already. None of them really do much to affect the score. Outside off stump, and again, just a big wild swing from the batsman. Not using his feet. Here's Vasu. But Smit Patel, again, he's improved a lot as a bowler. Got good pace, and that's a slower ball. Just rolled his wrist over it. Got it slightly wrong, made it into a low full toss. Just a single down to third man. And just going through the motions now, PCC. Wonder who they're going to use as bowling options. Patel comes in again. This one's been dragged onto the leg side. It should be 4, I think. Yeah, can't cut it off there, Padmaraju. And that's 4 runs for Naveed Ahmed and 4 runs for Brno. They'll need a lot more of those to get anywhere near this total, which I don't think they'll get. Only 34 at the moment. Brno. They're almost halfway through this innings. Goes Patel again. And this one's a good ball outside off stump. A swing and a miss there from Naveed Ahmed. And, well, it's interesting. The win predictor now says that Brno has a 4% chance of winning. PCC 96. Whereas at the start of the innings it was a 0% chance. So, again, this win predictor is confounding me. Don't really understand what's going on with it. Maybe it's just me and technology. And Smit Patel, he's gone. Wow, good bit of work. He's a very good fielder, is Smit Patel. Picks up the ball, flicks it at the stumps, and Naveed Ahmed is run out. It's not what they needed. But what a good piece of work there from Smit Patel. Prides himself in his fielding too. Just a little bit of indecision with the running. I'm sure we'll have another look at the replay of that. And as you can see, hit him in the pad, started off, and then Smit. Nice little pick up, just a little underarm flick, hit the stumps, and wicket goes down. Well short there is Naveed Ahmed, his new batsman out, and it'll be Vasu who'll be facing, because it's the end of the over. Looks like Sandeep Tiwari is the new batsman. But excellent work there from Smith Patel, and I was saying that the runs are easier to get today due to a few factors. Not easy to get for Burno though. And they won't like what they're seeing. It's very quiet there in the dugout. We've got another game coming up though later on in the day, so hopefully they'll make up for this disappointment. And it will be Naeem Lala. It's been in everything so far. They're coming to bowl to Vasu. It's been cut off the stumps. Might go to the boundary. It'll be cut off there. They'll come back for 2. It's only Hassan down there. And, well, I don't think they're going to go for the next one. In fact, it's Ansan Nazir who's the new batsman. He can hit the ball nicely, can Nazir. Livasu is wanting a chat with his batting partner, I think. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Not sure what they're discussing. They need a lot of runs very quickly. Maybe he's trying to make the point to him. We need a lot of runs. Naeem Lala again bowling to Vasu. Rolls his wrist over that one, just straight back to the bowler. Good bowling, right up in the block hole. And no run. Well, the sting's gone out of this game a lot. And what we thought might be a good contest has not turned out to be. Comes the bowler again. Outside off stump, just a little inside edge. Down to the ground, and just 1 run. Taking this very easy here, the PCC boys. They know they've got to win up, put their feet up for another day. Done their job with a good win over United, big win over United, and what seems to be a huge win here against Brno, who are a very fancied side. As the sun comes back out, here comes Lala, rolls his wrist over that one. Bit too much though, down leg side for a wide. So 38 for 4, a Burno off 5.3 overs. Just not going their way at all today. Doesn't mean they're out of this tournament though, Burno. Bit of a disappointment with this game. And rolls his wrist again, this one goes up, should be caught. Looks like it's Prakash under it. And that's a nice catch. That's the end of the batsman. And it's Ansan Nazir who has to go back. Wicket keeper. And 5 wickets down. Haven't hit 40 yet. Have Burno. They need almost 25 and over. And it will be Jaya Ratore who'll come in as the new batsman for Burno. Just nothing going right for them. And it's from the first 4 balls that they bowled with their gun new fast bowler Riaz Afridi, who was slammed for 4 boundaries in a row off the first 4 balls. Nothing has really gone right for Burno in this game. Lala to continue to the new batsman, Latore. Nice ball again, right up in the block hole. They should get 1. They ambled through, a bit of a shy at the stump from the beast. And he would have been gone. Didn't really look for that run, did Latore. That brings Vasu, Arun Vasudevan back on strike. Doesn't see much of the strike in the last few overs. Comes Lala. Big swing and a miss. Good line and length. Not much pace on it. Just a big swing. And that is the end of the over. So, Berno 39 for 5 after 6. Vinny, what's your prediction for this game?
Yeah, I haven't seen the win predictor, but I do think it's going to be a bit of a tall order to say the least. But, you know, Berno, I can learn from this. We know things can change. Oh, there we go. It's got 4%. Just had a little kick there.
It was 0 at the start of the game, Vinny. I don't understand this, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. And they've come back to life. So I do think, there's no doubt that they're going to struggle. But still, we've learned a bit out of this, haven't we? We've learned the importance, I think, of getting the Prague CC openers in top 3. I mean, if you can get that, that's probably your only way you're going to win the game. So here we go. Satasevan gets an over.
Yeah.
Just took a good catch a moment ago.
Prakash has been a very good player for PCC over the years. It's not the youngest anymore, but it was captain of PCC for many years, and has been a good all-rounder for them. Very good bowler.
Nice to see him out there. Lovely gentleman of the game as well. This one slides into the pad of Rathor and it'll pop out for a leg bite. Would like to often say, if you played this game 25 times, then according to that win predictor, then one of those times Berno would get up. I'd love to watch. I'd love to be in the multiverse or the parallel universe where that happens. And I think that'd be something to watch. Backs away and just has to defend this one. Vasudevan backed himself into trouble there. Hello to Kushal, who's still in the chat. Good to see you. I want to say hello to Apricot Pastry as well. Looks like a bit of discussion while I was just having a little bit of lunch. And I'm going to let you go, actually, I think, end this over. Danny, you put in a good stint. Slower ball this time from Prakash. Completely bamboozles Vasudevan.
How's the pie, Vinny?
Well, today, I forgot, because I put in my order last week. I actually went for the grilled chicken burger. Also very good.
Yeah.
So I'm going a 2-in-1 strategy. Pies for 2 days and then something else for 1.
It is a gastropub, the Down Under, so it's has a good variety of things. There's a Kangasanga, if you like kangaroo.
Yeah, I mean, kangaroo is actually really good for you, believe it or not. European friends, they think it's a bit crazy that we're eating kangaroos, but there's plenty of them. Look at that. Is that a glider or is that a plane? Come back to live action now, though. Is that swing and a miss?
It's a little light plane. Might have towed a glider, but there are gliders around here.
Yeah, because I can hear a bit of a motor on that one. But yeah, it's a really nice feature of this ground. They've got 3 airports fairly close by. You mentioned the military airport. The other ones are kind of smaller kind of airports. Anyway, Danny, you're gonna go and have your pie and give us a review, please.
I will do
that.
I will do.
Appreciate that. 41 for 5 after 7 overs. And as we head into the final throws of this one, we can look ahead to the afternoon session. Starting with match 11, which starts in about 34 minutes' time. It will be Bohemian elected to bowl first after winning the toss. You can see some of their players. And they've had some big innings, haven't they? Bohemian's got DeFitzy playing for them now. Ritik Tomar, the tank. So Grover listed at 4, though. I do think he'll probably open in that match. As for United, though, I mean, they'll be a bit disappointed to be 2 and 3, but they can certainly shore up their qualification chances with a win over Bohemian. Remember, these 2 teams, they played in match 8 last night, and only 2 teams separated, 2 runs separated them. And yeah, it's 120 to 118 last night. You can see United with Bagali and Bagel at the top of the lineup. Manu Singh 3, Ayush Sharma 4. Might bat a bit higher depending on the situation. Big story for them today is no Mustafa Nawab for United. So it'll be a tough one, but I think United, they'll really be desperate to get back on the winners train. Bohemians haven't stumbled yet. This will be their 5th match, and they're yet to taste defeat in this ECS. Here's Vikramasakra having a bowl in the 9th, and he hasn't had to get out of first gear today. Sudesh just bowling the 1 over in the first game. And he might have a wicket here. This is in the air, and we're almost a collision, but in the end it will be taken. And you see, that is Prayag Ravi. He had the gloves on in the first game. This time they were all fighting for it, but I think Prayag called loudest, and he had the angle on the ball. So another wicket for Vikramasakra. Took 1 in the first game today, takes 1 in the second. As fall further towards defeat after that. The score is 42 for 6. Fortunately for Vasudevan, his innings never really got going. 5 off 14 in the end. So Berno, not just a loss, but looks like a loss where their net run rate is going to take a hammering. New batter at the crease is Yug Warrior. I've been looking forward to seeing Yug bat. He's a lovely guy. Did some good fielding yesterday. So let's see if Yug Warrior can get something going. Maybe get Burno to 50 and beyond. A bit of food chat in there, I can understand. I enjoyed my lunch. It was very good. Nice little leg cutter. A load of Maiden Waters, who was piping into the chat, I think. A lot of talk about the boundaries in the first half of this game. They don't seem so small now for Bruno. Good bowling as well. Vikramaseka up, keeping things quiet. 4%'s hanging around there. Let's see if it stays that way. Last ball of the Beast's over. Deflected away. Should be one for Warrior. So he's off the mark. And he will also retain the strike. As this ball gets away from Hilal Ahmed, but no real damage. It's the end of the 8th, and it's 43 for 6. Just the 2 overs remaining in this one. And, oh well, nice moment to just welcome everyone in the chat. I'll be trying to catch up on the chat. I know there's been a lot that's been going on. A bit of talk of selection, I think, at the moment. That looks like maybe English Test team selection chat, if I'm not wrong. It's looking forward to seeing what the discussion points were in there. Liam had a comment in there I just spotted, which kind of echoes my thoughts on it. So Steve gets this one to nip back and get a bit of bat and pad. Yeah, he thinks the boundaries are designed to make the batsman have a go. That's the T10 format, which also gives the bowlers bonus of change of pace and bounce, which can deceive slogging batters. Yeah, that's trying to spot on, Liam. I think that what's probably counterintuitive is bowlers take more wickets with these boundaries. What we see less of is the clunked kind of ones and almost twos into open spaces, which you'll see in things like the T20 international format that we've shown this year, where the boundaries are a bit longer. For example, what I did at the tournament, I was able to cover at Desert Springs. Still very, very good cricket. Different type of cricket, though. That's what you have to understand. It's a different type of cricket we play in ECS. You can't really compare it to anything else. So Steven comes across with a big boot. Yeah. And the thing is, it's not like we've always had these boundaries. We have a bit of experimentation sometimes. And some people do like the kind of contest of a bit more of attritional cricket, I suppose. Less boundaries, having to work a bit harder for your runs. But I think pound for pound, because this is the most entertaining cricket in the world, I think the field dimensions are a part of it. And I think, like I say, it just means that anything's possible. I say anything's possible, but maybe not this, because the rate has ballooned out to about 7 a ball. I'd like to see the moon predictor now. Slower ball. He's got a pretty good slow ball, actually, Prakash. He's shown it on a couple of occasions. So, can he nab a wicket? He hasn't gone for too many runs at all. Right on cue. Delivers a wide. Still, Helix reminding everyone to hit the thumbs up button on this video if you are watching on YouTube. I know we've got plenty of viewers on YouTube, but we've got a whole bunch on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Steven is bowling out of his skin here. Not allowing Bruno to get away at all. He's only conceded 3 runs now. He's only got 1 ball left in his spell. But can he grab a wicket? I'm sure he'd love to. Oh, and I think it's a pretty good slow ball. I think it's called no ball, but I felt maybe the second bounce was after the popping crease. Let's have a look. Yeah, where's that second bounce? Let's have a look. Just wind it back. See, I think the second bounce is actually after the line. So I actually think that one probably should have been fine. So it's a bit cruel because I feel like they deserve a free hit, but I think by the letter of the law, I feel like this ball will end up being a legal delivery because the second bounce was after the popping crease. Yeah, you see the umpires just getting that, and that's essentially Yeah, it's a good bit of officiating. You see here the second bounce. If it's before the popping crease, then it will be a no ball. But because it's just after the popping crease, it's not. So it's good officiating. It's probably not great for the spectacle on this occasion, because I wouldn't mind Burno having a free swing, because they're having a bit of trouble getting any runs together at all. As it is, 46 for 6. Good use of the technology there by the off-field official. So that will just make it the 103 off the last over. And yeah, Satterseven, he will get to keep his figures intact. I suppose that's the benefit of that call as well. That was a correct call. Satterseven only conceding 3 in his spell. And now it looks like Surya Rengarajan will bowl the last over. Said he's got a good slower ball. That was really slow. Here we go with the 10th over. A bit of spin. And, well, I feel like this could have been a stumping opportunity. And, batter came well out of his crease. And, yeah, Hilly just snatching at that one. This time probably would have been a wide, instead it's dragged to the leg side. And Kushal saying, great call, umpire. Yep, exactly right. Umpire's getting it right. And Kushal, I've enjoyed watching you in the chat. I love watching you out in the middle, though. Hopefully we see you again soon. This one sneaks past the outside edge. So Maiden Waters asking about the security dogs and the dogs today. Dogs having the day off. I'm sure we'll see them at some point. This one will be the end of Rathore, who just tries to swing on the leg side. And he swings all around this one. And so a nice bit of bowling by Surya Rengarajan. All you can do as a bowler is put it on target, and that's what he does here. So Burno, again, they sink further into oblivion. They're 47 for 7 now. And will give us a chance to look at another batter. And it'll be Jai Prakash Lakshmanasamy who comes out. You can see there, just a big swing from Jai. Couldn't get anywhere near it, unfortunately. Good morning to Zaid Aziz, who's in the chat. Hello to you. And looking forward to the next game, which starts in about 20 minutes or so. Make sure you join us for that. I think it'll be a really interesting one. Rematch between Bohemian and United. 2 teams that were only separated by 2 runs late last night in match 4. Rathore, mercifully, his innings will be put to sleep. 1 off 10. But still, you can't really blame him. The top order not able to deliver. Lakshmanasamy gets a chance to get on the board. And he gets bowled first ball. Well, do we have a late twist in this? Maybe a hat trick. He's got the time to do it. Rengarajan bowled a good over here. Right now, he's on a hat trick. He's found the target twice in a row. Unfortunately for Jai Prakash Lakshmanasamy, he goes in much the same fashion as his predecessor. The score now 47 for 8. Dean Mohammed, he wants to see the win predictor as well. I'd like to see if there's any life. Surely not anymore. This one crashed into middle and off. And he almost could have had a wicket earlier in the over as well. Rengarajan just takes it all in his stride. So here is the last ball, and it's going to be a hat-trick ball. Well, I'd have everybody up here. Surely, it's not often you get a hat-trick. Doesn't matter how you get them. Doesn't matter when you get them. I'd be pulling everyone in there right now. Run rate required 612 and over. That's a lot. But the real story is whether we will see a hat-trick. And Sandeep Tiwari is the man who has to face the hat-trick ball, the last ball of match 10. Oh, and he doesn't get it on target. So Rengarajan, he'll be thinking about that one for a long time. It's still a pretty good over. 2 for 1 off the last over of this game. And it wasn't much of a contest, was it, in the end? 101 runs separating these 2 teams. PCC once again batting their opposition out of the game. And so, yeah, it will be a fairly sizable victory. Got to say, looking ahead, that we're looking forward to the Bohemian versus United game. Bohemians winning the toss and electing to field. I know that Jamie Dodger was asking about that. So United will be batting first after losing the toss. They've been sent in match 11. There are the 2 teams. Bohemians, they are undefeated after 4 games. United 2 and 3. They've only got 2 more games to go after this United as well. So They'll be very keen to try and get your third win next to their name. Wasim Sada coming into the lineup, Takir Sada as well for Bohemians. And yeah, I think that we might actually have 3 brothers playing together for Bohemians. More about that a little bit later. But United, I'll be hoping that they can grab another couple of points to go next to their team's column in the table. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And there weren't too many for Burno. Unfortunately, knew that a lot was on their top order. And unfortunately, they didn't fire. Ihilagi, he was the only one that really got anything going early with 3 boundaries. Get that left-hand opening combination. This is one that just snuck past Raj, that third man. And then that one got put down. So you thought maybe things will go their way. And ultimately, we saw the wicket start to tumble. That was a nice catch. And he's been in the action, hasn't he? Naim Lala dismissing the captain, Dylan Stain, for just 1. And you just know if he goes early, could spell trouble for Burno, although they do have some good hitters. Raz Afridi, he's another good one, but he's another one that fell prey to Lala, who caught him at long on. Ali Hassan, always a decent performer, isn't he? This one had a few people befuddled, but I think the bowler knew, and the umpire obviously knew in the end, that it was bowled, and then this one was run out, a bit of an unnecessary one. Naveed Ahmed going walkabout, so the wickets just kept falling, and you could say Burno's chances were flying away, as this one was as well. They could have raffled this. In the end, lucky number 16, Prayag Ravi takes the catch. And then late on, the twist in the tail for Rangarajan was whether he would take a hat-trick. He went 1, 2, Bakamashu, but the last ball, he couldn't get on target. It went safely through to the keeper. And now we have probably the most one-sided game we've had in the series so far. 101 runs. You wouldn't have expected that at the start of this, but that's what can happen in this format when the batters don't fire. And you can see that the top order just didn't deliver for Burno on that occasion. Ihilagi was the top scorer with 18. Apart from that, the next highest score was 5. And it was painful to watch, really. When you consider they scored 47 runs and 13 of those were extras, that's only 34 off the bat. So, a real tough innings for Burno, but they will get the chance to bounce back later on today. If you want to have a look at the bowling figures, I can tell you there were plenty of good performers there. Everyone seemed to have a pretty good time of it. Ali Hassan chipping in with a wicket, as did Lala. Vikram Sakra with 1. 2 for Rangarajan in consecutive balls, late on 2 for 1. I don't even know who your best bowler is there. Shokin with a couple, 2 for 3 off his over, that's pretty good, but yeah, they took the opportunity to bowl 8 bowlers. Makes sense in a game like that. Burno, they weren't too threatening after the top order was cracked wide open. We're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and when we do, it'll be the afternoon session. It'll be United batting first against Bohemians. Looking forward to match 11, a rematch of the match in match 8, where United got within 2 runs, but can they go all the way this time? Join us soon to find out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Danny Hudacek, he'll join me just around the corner for the next game. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Prague. We're halfway through day 3 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we head into the afternoon session, starting with match 11. This one sees Bohemians. They're back, the table toppers for the first time today. They're taking on United Cricket Club. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher is with the two captains.
Okay, good ball. Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We will ball first.
Ball first.
So it is Javed Iqbal, the Bohemian skipper, that has won the toss. He's elected to bowl first. Interesting one for me. I mean, Bohemians haven't been as good chasing, I think, as setting. But one thing we know about United is they have been pretty good chasing. So by making United bat first, I think Bohemians are hoping that their strong bowling lineup will keep the score small and they'll let their batters do the trick in the second half of this game. Bohemians, well, they are 4-0. They want to win this game. And of course, we'll see them in the last game of the day as well today. Let's see if they can keep their unbeaten record alive. United, well, they kind of got blown away by Prague CC in the first innings of the day. So I think they probably won't mind the opportunity of batting first, at least getting some runs on the board and seeing if their bowlers can defend it. Well, Danny Hudacek is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the third match of the day, match 11. The news from the toss, Javed Iqbal of Bohemians. He's won the toss. He wants to have a bowl. Over to you. Let's get ready for some.
Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, interesting decision there from Javed Iqbal, the Bohemians skipper. They are a very strong bowling unit, are Bohemians. So it's going to be a very interesting game. Welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series, live from Prague in the Czech Republic. This game between Bohemians and United. United, they didn't have the best of times against PCC this morning, but then again, you saw how good PCC were by blowing Burn away in the last game by 100 runs. Bohemians, top of the ladder, deservedly so. I don't think they've played as well as they could, actually. Not yet, anyway, which is a bit ominous. And then, but they'll look to solidify their place at the top of the ladder with a win against United. United, though, they're a plucky team. They've got well led by Abhimanyu Singh, Pramod Pagoli, and the informed batsman Piyush Paghel. Both very, very handy. In fact, they've changed the lineup a bit. They'll be opening with Piyush Paghel, and the batsman at the striker's end will be Ayush Sharma. I think it's a very good move. Get Ayush a bit of form. He was their best batsman last year in the corresponding series. So if he can get a bit of form up, that'll be good for United going into the quarterfinals, which I think they'll make. As you can see, the score predictions: United 73, 93 for Bohemians. But average runs scored 94 for United, 87 for Bohemians. So if, it'll be interesting. See if that expected score will be matched by United. They hit over 90 against the very good PCC side. Of course, PCC hitting quite a few more runs than them in the match this morning. Javed Iqbal will be opening the bowling as usual. The skipper for Bohemians. He's been a good bowler for them for a while. Played with a couple of the other clubs in Prague, including PCC and Barbarians. And Ayush Sharma, who's missed out with the bat quite a bit. He'll want to see the first few onto the bat. Very strong offside field. 3 on the leg side, including one man at long on. Very strong bowling lineup for Bohemians, though. You have Iqbal, also Fahad. The tank Ritik Tomar has been bowling very well as well, as has Sabu Undavizi, who's found an extra gear in this series. That's Sazib Bhuyan. A couple of new players in for the lineup as well for Bohemians. Here comes Iqbal with the first ball, and just played off his legs by Sharma. A well taken single, and Short tried to cut it off. Couldn't quite get there. And so that'll be nice and settling there for Ayush Sharma. And it'll bring the informed man, Piyush Paghel, onto strike. He's been very, very good in this series so far. Hit a nice 70 yesterday in that chase against Brno. They just missed out with a couple of balls to go. He's very strong off his legs. He does tend to drag the ball from outside off stump. But he's been very, very good this series. Bohemians want to get him early. They want to be chasing as few as possible, Bohemians. So here comes Javed Iqbal. Very full, good ball. He squeezes it out, just a single. And there could be overthrows, but well backed up there. Very good ball. First up from Javed Iqbal to the in-form Bagel. They've got very short cover in. It's Zahid Mahmood. Sharma just pushes it out, covers, just a single. It's gone past the man. They might look for two. They should get it comfortably. It's a bit poor there. So, very tentative start from both teams, just feeling each other out. It's good bowling, though, from Javed Iqbal. Right up in the block hole. Nothing loose yet. Bowling to Ayush Sharma. Another good ball. Beat him outside off stump. And that's out. Well, Sharma's not very happy, but they were very convinced were the Bohemian players, and Ayush Sharma misses out again. He wasn't convinced. You can't really argue with the umpire, though, when he puts his finger up. And that's the first wicket down. And see, it's just outside off stump. Very good ball. Bat was a long way from the body. Couldn't have been anything else, really, apart from a very fine edge. Nice take by the keeper. And Sahil Grover having a very good tournament so far behind the stumps. He was 100% convinced, as was the bowler. More importantly, the umpire was convinced. Well, Vinny, not the start that Ayush Sharma would have liked.
Oh, poor Sharma can't take a trick. Everyone goes through these runs, I suppose. Saw poor Sanjay Mahajan for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians last week. I think he went first baller, second baller, first baller, 1 off 7, diamond duck. That was his last one as the captain. That was pretty rough. But Ayush Sharma not much better so far. And I liked the idea of putting him up the top of the order, giving him a bit more time at the crease potentially, but unfortunately he nicks off in the first over. Does bring out Bagoli, and I think he's gone straight away as well. So how about this? The stumps are disturbed, and well, we saw almost a hat-trick last over of the last game. We're almost going to see one the first over of this game, because Bagoli played all round this one from Javed Iqbal. Suddenly, United in all sorts of trouble. That's 4 for 2 now.
Tell you what, Javed Iqbal's been right on song in this over. He's bowled beautifully, right up in the block hole. It was that lovely ball outside off stump that got the edge from Ayush Sharma, and this one just beat Bagoli and right up in the block hole. And Bagoli's been in good form. See his head dip, but that was an absolute peach.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't played that well by Pramod either. He tries to play across the ball on the stumps. It's always risky. So this will bring the skipper Abhimanyu Singh to the crease. Wasn't great already because he offered a fist bump to Piyush, who left him hanging, but hopefully things improve. He's going to have to deal with a hat-trick ball first up. Got to say hello to Tumas, who's in Estonia. He's with James Stewart at the moment, so he's saying Tumas, it's only his second game he's ever seen, so James is talking him through it. That's great. And Javed Iqbal right now, he's feeling pretty great as well. He's got a chance to take a third wicket in this first over. I think it's to be full and straight. A few people in the chat thinking Ayush Sharma gives the game away by looking behind him when he potentially nicks that ball. So even though he might not have been happy, that is a bit of a habit when you nick it. Most batters will kind of instinctively look behind.
So it seemed like a very fine edge. Couldn't see a deflection.
You can never tell on our replays whether it is or it isn't, because we don't have the kind of audio that the umpires will get out in the middle. So you've got to trust the umpire on that one. Saurabh Kakaria saying brilliant start, go Bohemians. Bohemians are flying in this tournament. They've got a bit of a hat-trick field here. They've got two slips and a gully, I'll say, the T10 version of it. They're bringing in a short leg now. And Javed, I don't know if he's saying get out of there or he's saying I want more slips. So essentially we've got 3 slips. All right, here we go. Hat-trick ball. Last ball of the first over.
Comes Javed Iqbal and good ball. Whoa. Right where you'd want it, but it was well played by Abhimanyu. And
really well played. Really well played, because that was the kind of ball that'll get you a hat-trick. As it is, United, they survive the first over, but not completely intact because they have lost 2 wickets. That was right on target from Javed. It's 5 for 2 after the first over. Well, this gives us a chance to look at some of the top performers, and you can see that those bowlers for Bohemian, Javid Iqbal not even featuring on there at the moment. They've got Farhad with 6 wickets, Davisi with 4, Tomar with 3, but they've got a lot of good options, don't they? As far as the batters for United, I mean, Begel, there's a lot of pressure on him now. There's distance between him and the second highest run scorer, which is Bagoli. So we'll keep an eye on those players and, of course, a couple of others here in match number 11. It's going to be the tank that you see there. 3 wickets in the series, an economy rate of 8.3. He'll be coming out to bowl the second over, and he'll be hoping to keep the pressure on. What a good start this is by Bohemians.
Well, a fantastic start. And look, the tank, he's found another gear in this tournament. He's a debutant for the Czech Republic in Malta, and he's bowling a lot quicker than what he was in last year. He comes in bowling to Baguli, and it's a great ball first up. Wow. Tank looks at Sahil, the keeper. Can't quite believe that missed everything.
Yeah, that's a really good seed first up. That's in the corridor of uncertainty, isn't it?
It's very, very nice ball. In fact, it was to the Abhimanyu Singh, the skipper.
Yeah, he's got off the mark last ball last over. That's why he's on strike.
Comes in again. This one's outside off. It's just over the top, in between a whole bunch of players, just over the bowler. Couldn't quite reach it. Could the fielder looks like I think it's Sazib Buyan who's there, but couldn't quite reach it. And again, a good start from the tank. Brings Bagel on strike. Yeah, as you saw, that Bagel is 100 runs higher than the next run scorer for United. And the players just after him are back in the sheds already. Here comes Ritik Tomar, the tank, bowling to Bagel. Just been edged down towards third man for a single. Guided maybe more than an edge.
Yeah, educated edge, as we used to say. But yeah, these two teams, they did meet earlier in the week on Monday morning. It was match number 2, in fact. UCC only putting 63 on the board on that occasion. Bohemians, well, they got there, but only just. 4 balls to spare. Got the Stackers at the end of that chase.
It's been hit to the man, a short cover, Zahid Mahmood, and does well to get something on it, and just deflected down. Sabu Ndavizi's got the ball now. Just a single.
Got to say, big shout out to James Stewart, who's always introducing new people to the cricket up there in Estonia. I know that he often watches with his son Jacob. Anyway, I know that it's nice that you've brought Tumas into the action today. Hello to you, James. Hopefully things are nice up there.
Turned around the corner there by Bagel. Well, sort of turned around the corner straight. Weird shot. Just a single there.
Just, yeah, wangled it on the leg side.
Wangled it?
Yeah. No, it's just when you manage to... It's a wangle. That's how you describe it.
Never heard that term.
Sometimes we make them up. But no boundaries so far. Not too many dot balls either. There's only been the 1 dot ball in this innings. That'll be a wide, so that won't be one. But yeah, just struggling to get more than once at the moment. Yeah, those 2 wickets certainly softening up United a little bit. We know that if you can crack their top 4, and sometimes the middle order and lower order can struggle a little bit to go at the pace required, especially against the top kind of bowling, which is what you're going to get from Bohemians.
Yeah, there's no respite with this this bowling lineup from Bohemians. I think they probably the strongest bowling unit in this competition. The tank comes in again. This is wide again. But while Piyush Bagel's still there, they've got every chance of posting a good total, something competitive at least. Now it's going slowly at the moment. That can change pretty quickly. The tank losing his radar a little bit over the last couple of balls. Boundary would be nice just to settle things for United. Still doing okay. I think Javid Iqbal, I think he'll bowl the next over.
I think you'd have to pry the ball out of his cold dead hand. I know there'd be an argument to bowl him later, but he's on fire at the moment. So I'd certainly be going back to him.
Oh, that's been straight back to hit straight back to the tank. who takes the wicket, and that's another one down. That's Abhimanyu Singh. Does smash it back to the tank, who accepts the catch.
Well, we know that tanks can shoot bullets, but now we know they can catch them. How about this? Because this was absolutely walloped by Abhimanyu Singh. And, well, it was either defend or attack. That ball was going to do some damage to the tank unless he caught it. So he decides that he will hold on. Fantastic reflex catch. And well, a bit unlucky for Abhimanyu. He probably can't take a trick lately. That's 3 wickets down now. After 2 overs, the score is 11 for 3.
Yeah, not a great start by United, but it's been top bowling from Bohemians. And as I said, it doesn't get any easier for the United batsmen because there are no weak links in this attack. They still haven't seen Shohaz Fahad.
Yeah,
He's been
exactly
the pick of their bowlers.
That's right. And look, Prague CC, they've thrown down the gauntlet, haven't they, to Bohemian, because their net run rate is absolutely up and above anything else you see in that group on account of that 101 win over Burnho in the last game. Also a couple of other good wins they've had. But right now, here's Iqbal back for 3rd over. This will be a wide to start it off, so still 6 legitimate deliveries. But yeah, Bohemians, they got the early win over Prague CC. It'll be a really interesting return battle when we see those two going at it again. We won't get to see that just yet, but yeah, I'm looking forward to them tussling again.
Well, PCC have strengthened with the addition of Naeem Lala, who was amazing this morning for them. Comes Javed Iqbal, has been hit for 6. Just took that off stump, kind of flicked it with his wrists.
Yeah, great shot by Bagel. I mean, he is in form, don't forget that. And yeah, Iqbal, who only gone for 6 before that, now he's gone for 12. That doubled pretty quickly. But Bagel can't really be bothered about the wickets that have fallen. He is batting well, and he's been batting well when he's been attacking. 70 not out last night. Yeah, just look at Bohemian's schedule, though. They started with their first game of the tournament against Prague CC and their last game of the group stages against Prague CC, their 8th game. It's match 16. Well, that's tomorrow night.
That'll be interesting because you mentioned the strike rate for PCC. This one's hit straight. It's gone past the fielder. No, he's done well there. That's the tank. Doesn't get past the tank. And yeah, it'll be a very interesting game because it might get down to net run rate to see who gets a top spot in the group, because PCC have lost 1 game. Bohemians still undefeated, but if PCC beat Bohemians, then it'll go down to run rate. Yeah. And the run rate for PCC is astronomical.
Yeah, so margins matter even in games like this. Assuming Bohemians can get it done. At the moment, Peter Singh, Bagel, something to say about that. This is no ball called. Yeah, he's had a couple of issues with no balls. That's one thing Javed Iqbal just needs to watch. Let's see if we can pick it here. It's not the greatest view, but yeah, it did seem to be over the line. There was nothing behind the line at the point that the foot lands. So free hit coming up and maybe a chance for United to continue this counter-attack.
He's still discussing it with the tank about these front foot no ball. The competitor, Javed.
What's he going to bowl here? Maybe slower ball?
Possibly. Or right in the block hole.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, we're both right. I like it when we can both be right.
Yeah.
Frustratingly for Bagel, he misses out. Couldn't get bat on ball. Actually, Shrug had a good point about that win in match 2 that Bohemians were able to chase down 64, but he remembered there was a lot of runs came in the last over. It was bowled by Imran ul-Haq from Bohemian. He got the 10th when they were down. I can't remember what they were exactly. I think they were something like in the high 40s after 9. He thinks maybe it wasn't as close as the scoreline suggested.
They were quite lazy with the chase, to be fair, with Bohemians.
They seemed to have it easy, and then remember, Davitsi got run out, just walking, and then suddenly it tightened up. And yeah, United, they fought all the way, so they need to also remember that and the way that they were able to bowl good deliveries to get rid of the key batters for Bohemian, and certainly, despite not having Mustafa Nawab in the lineup, United were back their defensive capabilities.
That's gone. Catch by Fahad. Just, again, really pitched up. Just a little half volley and squeezed out by the batsman, Kumar. And that's another wicket down. Nice catch there from Fahad.
Credit to Iqbal as well for having a kind of gully in there. He's not right back on the circle. He's also in a catching position. This one just catches the outside edge of the bat. I think Kumar probably not quite playing down the right line. You see here, he tries to drive, but gets a thick outside edge. And Shahaz Fahad, he just continues to impress me in this series. And he has a hand in that 4th wicket now. And Javed Iqbal, he has 3 of them. The score is 22 for 4.
Very impressive opening stint here from Javed Iqbal. And been right on line. He did bowl 1 wide, but that was a blip. The rest been absolutely spot on. And bowling fantastic Yorkers.
We're talking about PCC's net run rate. I'll tell you why it's so high. Despite going down to Bohemians in the first game by 7 runs, they've batted first and won each of their last 3 games. They beat Pilsen by 73. They beat United by 37, and they just beat Brno by 101. So they've certainly made themselves known. There's a bit of a double plane action in the sky right now. There's one of them. The batter out there is Amit Pangaka. So nice to see him out there in the middle. He was the man that was batting with Sharmil Joshi in that famous golden ball last year, where they were able to essentially sneak a second run. I say sneak, legally sneak, and just takes us to the end of the power play. I don't think Pangaka was planning to bat in the power play, but just has to survive the last ball. 22 for 4 after 3 overs. But yeah, that golden ball back last year, it was one of the most watched videos that we had. And
I think Pangaka was in both those golden balls.
yeah, I think he was involved in both as well. I think running with Ayush Sharma in the first one, although I think he was the man actually run out.
I had a chat to him and he said that he realised from that first golden ball that they could actually sneak a second run if something happened like that.
Yeah.
So that's what he actually he thought about what happened in the first one, and then just in case it happened again, and it did happen again with the same batsman.
So smart. That was golden ball 16 back on the 11th of May 2021. United versus the Prague CC Rooks. And, of course, this time we just have the one Prague CC side involved in the ECS. Here's the tank coming back for a second over. Ritik Tomar.
Going to Bagel, tries to turn around the corner. Bit of a shout. We're going over the top, I think. Maybe down leg side. Not real convincing shout. So I'm going to look at the replay. And yeah, it's going down leg. You know, you could
Not
see
a million miles away, but
could see
definitely
that
going down leg side.
So it's the sting of this United attack. United batting has gone out a little bit, but while this man Bagel is still there, they've got a chance of posting a decent total. Oh, it's tightened up.
Bagel's got to have sore shoulders, though, from carrying his team's batting in this tournament so far. He hasn't had a lot of help most of the time. Bagali's chipped in here and there. Same with Abhimanyu Singh, but really, the opener, Piyush Singh Bagel, has been doing most of the work.
Well, normally they've got another very good batsman in Ruturaj. But last year you saw he got hit the nose and he missed the rest of the season. So a nasty incident. And then now he's done his knee.
Yeah, no.
So he's out for the season again. Just poked out to the covers for a single.
Not bad for Pangaka, who gets off the mark. Very likeable bunch of guys, though, United. You mentioned they're in the second-tier competition here. But they certainly, I think they relish the opportunity to play against the big boys and certainly haven't disgraced themselves at all.
Oh, very competitive, especially against Brno yesterday. Comes the tank, bowling to Bagel. Oh, it was a no ball, front foot.
It's funny because Tomar, wasn't he just lecturing Javed Iqbal about no balls? And now he's overstepped. So it's a bit of a do as I say, not as I do. It was a tight one, but the umpire's a lot closer than we are. And I suppose you shouldn't be getting so close as to even get the umpire's attention with those. Not getting too much of an advantage, just out of 1 or 2 extra inches.
Bagel now has free rein.
Yep, there we go. Bagel with a free hit. Let's go.
Big swing and a miss. Good ball. Good area. A bit quicker too.
Tries to go leg side a little bit there, and I think he would have had more success if he'd just driven over the offside there, Piyush Bagel. But Tomar gets away with it.
He's, as I said, he's bowling a little bit quicker this year. It's good pace there from the tank.
Just looks like he's loving his cricket, the tank.
Mm.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. He always plays with a smile on his face as well. It's good to see. Another one outside off stump. Another good ball. Good bit of shape.
Yeah, so Tomar just has the one more ball left in his spell to try and break through. He hasn't gone for many either, that's the thing. So United at the moment on about 65 pace. That's around about what they scored last time. Tomar, this will be his quickest ball yet, I think. Last ball of his spell.
Outside, just dragged it from outside off stump just for a single down there to Sabu Divisi. It's hard to see where the runs are going to come from United.
Yeah, especially if Bagel isn't quite in top gear at the moment. He's 12 off 13. But he does have the strike as we get to the end of the fourth over. Score is 26 for 4. Hello once again. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm alongside Danny Hudacek. And, well, you are the Prague insider that we've got here on the European Cricket Network. And well, how do you make it, particularly Bohemian at the start of the tournament? They certainly sent a big message to Prague CC, knocking them off. But PCC, they've come good, haven't they, the last 3 games? Big wins, batting first. And, well, at the moment, Group A, it's kind of seems like it's between those 2 teams for the table topper.
Well, definitely. I thought that Brno would be up there as well, but they had a horrible game against PCC, who really dominated. Look, definitely, I think Bohemians have the better of the bowling lineup, but with Lala and Sudesh up top, it's going to be very difficult for any team to beat those guys.
Here's Farhad, who's having a really good tournament. Starts with a slower ball, and I think he instantly regrets it because Bagel, he picks it and he swats it sideways. And maybe that's the shot that gets Piyush going. Not a great start for Farhad, who is the leading wicket taker so far for Bohemians this week.
Look, Farhad, it does come wide of the crease quite often, and he'll try to angle the ball in, which I think will suit Bagel because he likes to hit across the line and try to angle it through the leg side. So
yeah, I agree. But the thing with Farhad is he can also kind of jag the ball away from you off the pitch. That's what makes him so dangerous. See the comeback ball now to Bagel.
Ooh, that's close. And he's got him. Looked like it was going down leg, but the umpire had no doubt, and Bagel goes. Farhad wins that little victory.
Yeah, he's wide of the crease. And you see, I'm not convinced this is hitting the stumps. It does hit him in front of the stumps, but you see he's coming from very wide. It's kind of tailing in. I can understand why the umpire gives that. I guess no one really knows. Everyone's guessing because we can't tell. But for me, I did feel that may have just been tailing down. But Farhad, he won't be too worried about it at all. That's a marginal one. I think in the end, it is going to be a wicket. And so, unfortunately, it's going to be the end of Piyush, who goes for 16. The score now is 30 for 5.
Yeah, I think in defence of the umpire, because Piyush fell across the stumps, when he was hit, he looked like he was further across because he was really fell across. And then when you saw him get hit, and then you see all 3 stumps because he fell across to the offside.
I mean, probably my issue with that is because the amount of kind of in swing and in angle, if you like, that Shahaz Farhad gets. Almost any ball that hits you on the popping crease, if it hits you in line, a lot of them are going down the leg side.
Yep.
Unless it hits you right, say, on the tip of the off stump. So I would have had my doubts about that one. But the umpire, as Rico always says, he's the only man that's stump to stump, and he liked it. So
I agree with that assessment.
Yeah.
There was a... Oh, this could be in the air. It's just been chipped away.
The truth is, we don't know what would have happened after it hit the pad.
That's it, exactly right.
And I'm not absolutely sure either that it would have missed the stumps, to be honest.
No. I think it was a good decision. But I can see where there might be a little bit of doubt, especially with the angle that Farhad's coming from. And I did mention before that he does duck the ball in. So that it would be good for Bagel. Ended up not being good for him. As Farhad comes in again. And it's a good ball, got an edge, and it'll go for 4. Almost took the fielder's head off.
Yeah, that's proper Tortuga bounce as well. You need danger money for fielding down there. This one flies off the edge, doesn't it? Pangarkar gets his first boundary. Well, get the helmet out because that one's almost knocked out your front teeth. As it is, he picks it off the fence. And Farhad now has gone for a second boundary in the over.
Where's the commitment, Vinny? If he hadn't have ducked, it would have saved 3 runs. maybe. We might have run. We might have run 4 on the unconscious nature of the fielder.
I should be laughing, but yeah, Farhad. He'll be wanting a second wicket. Gets another crack at Pangaka with 2 to come in the over.
It's right in the block hole again. Good ball squeezed out down to Imran, who's making another appearance. Game changer in the first game for Bohemians when he took catch of the beast.
Yeah, that was a crazy catch, wasn't it? And Imran is on the field. He is 12th man in this game. That's kind of his specialty position, it seems like. That's because Javed Iqbal's just popped off the field with some sort of minor injury, I think. So Javed has bowled out his 2 overs. And I wonder if he's struggling a little bit, maybe we won't see him featuring for the rest of this match.
Just poked out that man Imran again, getting into the action.
He sure is.
Javed, he might just want to take a bit of a break. He's done his job. I think he's done very well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if he's got a slight injury that he's picked up in those 2 overs, he can stay off the field, because I don't think he's been batting low, so he can still bat, but he wouldn't be able to bat above 7.
Yep.
So let's have a look at the scorecard. 37 for 5 after 5 overs. Been pretty disciplined for the most part. The 2 front foot no balls, probably something they can work on. Creating extra deliveries. Just the 3 wides in the first half of this innings. Bagel, he's been the main breadwinner for United. He's gone for 16, and you feel like it's going to be hard work for them even to probably match the 37 that they've got in the first half in the second half, and especially with someone like Sazi Bhuyan coming to the attack in over number 6.
Bowling to the big man Joshi. It's a wide first up, and he can hit the ball a long way, can Shaimal Joshi, but very tough for him at the moment with this quality bowling lineup. Comes Sajib again. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah. Hello to VW Coco in the chat, asking about when Corey's back. I believe Corey is giving Rico a break in middle of July sometime. Corey's quite busy with his coaching, but I know he's been watching. Now this is in the air, and look who it is. It's Imran Ul Haq. And this one, did not look like a man that took a screamer yesterday. This one goes straight through his hands. To be fair, has picked up a bit with the wind. It was a bit blustery, and Bhuyan with a right smile on his face. That one just burst through the hands of Imran Ul Haq.
Well, to be fair, this one didn't get hit his head, Vinny.
True.
I think it would have taken him out if he didn't catch the beast.
Everything right there except hold on. Here's the next ball, which is played away defensively for 1. So I was just going to also mention, what we're talking about, Corey, the Netherlands, they put in a good show against the West Indies yesterday. Getting a score in the 240s, I think. And Tija Nidamanuru, who's a player that we saw for Punjab Rotterdam in the ECS not too long ago, he top scored with, I think, 58 not out.
Good effort. Oh, this is in the air. It's just chipped straight. Could be 4. Good work there from Farhad to get the ball in.
They'll only get 1. That's not great running. Yeah, it was a really good effort from Farhad, who got a funny little bounce here. It's a bit of a doozer that he gets because it goes away from him, see? But then he kind of taps it back in, but there the batters did not run the first one hard at all. And for that reason, you see, it's our man Shaimal Joshi. Back to live action.
It's been a good over here from Bhuyan.
So Joshi doesn't face the next ball. In fact, he doesn't face the next ball because he backs away. So you haven't missed any of the action. Bhuyan to Joshi now.
Swing and a miss. And I don't know what Sahil was doing. He's pointing at someone. Maybe he was pointing at Sabun Devizi. He's going to take the next over.
So, well, the wind's back. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. I know there was some discussion about perhaps the chance of a shower in the middle of the day here. As it is the end of the over. 6 overs down now. Score is 40 for 5. And, yeah, I mean, the cube, I'll be honest about the cube. You know, I love it, looks good. Hasn't really been tested against Prague winds yet. That's just something I'm going to say about it.
Well, it's open on 3 sides at the moment.
Yeah.
So I know I can see the zip, so I'm sure there are little walls we can put up.
I wonder if you've got cube insurance, because I think we might need it. These other igloos, we know they stand up, because we were in one of them last year.
Yeah.
I must admit, I did like the igloo. All right, here's Saba to start the 7th. He's been their death bowling specialist. This one mishandled initially by Zahid Mahmood and allowed Pangaka to come back for 2.
Do you remember the first tent we had in Prague last year, where there were 4 of us holding it down?
It's gone to tent heaven now, I think, that tent. It did not last too long. End of a very wild and woolly day. We were praying for PCC to score 4 more runs so we could go home. We were getting absolutely blasted. Cameras were falling off towers, all sorts of things were happening. Here's Davitsi.
Slow ball, good ball. Yeah, and then the next day the Miracle Igloo turned up, I think courtesy of Joe Foster.
Yeah, and I think they seem to be multiplying the Igloos because players in pretty good hands this year.
This one's going to be 4. It's pushed down towards that 3rd man area, a bit wider than 3rd man actually, probably through the gully.
It's a pretty good shot, really.
Very
Pangaka,
nice.
He's been great here for United, moves into double figures and just kind of rides the bounce, and yeah, it's just happy to deflect this away. It's seaming back at him viciously, but he deals with it. So beautiful batting by Amit.
Mr. Veezy again, just want to be a bit quicker, I think. Right at the block hole, squeezed out towards the covers. Good fielding there, they'll just take 1.
I'm looking forward to when Joshy gets hold of 1, because I think he probably got hold of 1 last year.
Yeah.
But I still remember it because it was absolutely belted. So let's go. He's 3 off 6 at the moment.
Doesn't get hold of that. It's a bit like my golf, Vinny.
Yeah.
I remember about 30 years ago, I hit there was a dog leg to the right, and I thought I'm going to hit it straight with a slight slice, and I hit it around the corner. It was exactly what I wanted to do.
It's nice when you get those moments. This is hit pretty hard, actually. It's along the ground to Farhad. Does well to stop it. One thing that's also been brought up in the chat is Bohemians not really motoring with their over rate at the moment. That takes us to the end of 7. The score is 48 for 5. And let's have a look at this, because this is the run rates. And you see that in 2020, the average run rate 9.4. Last year, pretty low scoring, 8.4. That was right on the low end. And this year, despite the boundaries coming in over the first 2 days, it's only marginally higher. So 8.8. I think it'll probably go up a little bit today after what we've seen. It just shows you, I mean, probably an average is about 10 to 10.5 in ECS cricket. So yeah, at the moment, it hasn't been as high scoring as some other locations. I think it's because there's been some good bowling and the ball's been moving around. I think we talked about that a fair bit. Here's Buyan back to bowl the 8th. And you see he's really hustling through because the time's a factor. They need to get through 2 overs in, I think, 8 minutes. They'll get an allowance, I think, for taking 5 wickets. I think you get an extra minute for that. So look, Buyan's really trying to hustle through here.
The umpires had a bit of a chat. I don't know where the delay has been, though, to be honest.
I think they've just been dawdling a little bit through the overs. So, I mean, this is why they're really trying to compensate now, because they don't want to give away that 5-run penalty.
This is going down to a man down at 3rd man.
That's Mohammed Nabil. Well, and I thought there was no chance. I mean, he might have flashbacks to the ball that almost knocked his head off.
Have a look, Vinny. When the ball's hit, he's still standing there. Doesn't realise it's coming to him. Then it's there it is. Oh, and got everything behind it.
Well, it shows you the long barrier. It isn't as impenetrable as you think. That one just bounces off his kneecap and goes for 4.
And that's gone.
Well, maybe it was a plan because it works. And Joshy goes next ball, 4 and out. So Nabil's a genius. As it is, United, they're going to lose a 6th wicket. 48 for 6.
He hit that pretty well, Shomal Joshi, but straight to the man there. And that's 52 for 6 now. Not the best United performance with the bat. But Amit Pangaka is still there. Got a new batsman coming in. And it's Ravi Goher.
Yeah,
Haven't seen him with the bat yet.
Jamie Dodger thinks Nabil's a tactical mastermind. They would have just been 1. They wouldn't have had the same batter on strike instead. It is, says Joshy, who has to go. And let me just check if I had his score right. I think maybe I hadn't given him credit for that 4 yet. He goes for 8 off 13. Just the 1 boundary in there. And so 52 for 6 the score. 50 has come up. Ravi Gorhe is the new batter. He'll be facing up to Buyan. And then we'll get an extra minute kind of allowance for that wicket, but that's kind of eaten up by the fact that it takes a minute for the new batter to get to the crease.
Yeah.
So probably doesn't move the needle too much. But he has got them back on the rate here. Now they'll have, I think, about 5 minutes to bowl their last over. BCC, here's Gorhate on strike for the first time. Not a bad shot. Might get 2 here.
There's a bit of a rankful toss there from Bhuyan. Just turned around the corner by... Oh, they've got 1 short as well.
Oh, no.
Nothing going right here for United.
Gorhate, I don't know how many opportunities he has to score runs, and he shouldn't be costing himself runs. Just watch him. He hits the ball and comes down, and just he's watching the ball, and he has to go around.
Yep.
It wasn't even close. He was... Well, he's about as short of the line there as I am short of being able to slam dunk a basketball.
He took the long route as well. He started going...
He definitely
started
ran
right.
more than the allotted run. He just didn't run it straight. So it'll be 1 to finish the over. That means the score is 53 for 6 after 8. See, no one really getting a lot of tap for the Bohemians. They've shared the spoils. Javed Iqbal was good, 3 for 16, but he's off the field now. Only one that in double digits is Farhad, and he comes back to bowl the next over.
And Imran, he's put that one down. I think it was squeezed out anyway. I'm not sure
I think
if
this could have been out.
there was a bit of a talk around the Bohemians, but
I just think that carried a long way to be a bump ball. Let's see if we see it on the replay. No, that's
bump ball.
No, that's a catch.
Oh,
Look at
I don't
this.
know.
No, I want to make a bet because I reckon.
No, I'm not going to make a bet with you, but
No, you're not betting. We're not betting, but look. Yep. See.
fair enough.
Anyway, pity for Imran ul Haq. That we sorted that out.
Oh, it's Farhad. Puts down an easy one.
Well, he's on a hat trick, isn't he? Hat trick of drop catches. You have seen it before.
He did well to get out as far as the close to the ball he did. It was a catch, but it just died on him a bit. Good effort. Third time lucky, maybe. Just clipped off his toes there. The player who attacks the ball well. That's the tank. It's going to be a run out. It is. I think he tripped halfway, did the batsman.
Yeah, well, that's Pangaka, who is an absolute rabbit between the stumps. But I think he sold his teammate up the river. He's going to go and apologise now.
Yeah.
Gorhate. He's already gone 1 short. And right now he's a bit short of breath because you look at this. Pangaka, he's winning this race easily. He's ready to go.
Where's he going?
And once again, I wonder if that's 1 short as well.
I don't think so. I'm not sure, but he I don't know. He's running into the wind. I think he's leaning. He might have one leg shorter than the other.
I want to check to see him grounding his bat here again. I mean, he's right in front of the umpire. Where's he going? Oh, I think he does just get over the line, but look at him. It's a long way back. I actually think that's wind assisted, isn't it? Or was the wind switched around now?
No, he's going against the wind. He's leaning into it. I think he's got one leg shorter than the other, Vinny.
Poor Gorhate.
You keep on going. I think he's running a big
Dean Mohammed
circle.
says lazy running, but in a way, he's running more than he should have to by going on that angle. He can stay on the pitch. I mean, I know people don't necessarily like right down the middle of the pitch, but I think you're better off on the artificial surface, maybe just off the edge of it.
He might be a track runner, used to running around the 200-metre track.
He almost had to stop and ask for directions. He was so far off course then. Anyway, it will be another wicket. And unfortunately, Gorhate, he'll go for 2. Should have been 3. In fact, he got 1.5 there as well. So maybe he should be credited with a few more than that. 55 for 7. And over and a half remaining. Farhad will get to bowl to the new batter, which is Zahid Iqbal. He'll be on strike. Sujit think he was really tired. Yeah, but I mean, he hadn't been out there that long. Okay, that's one thing which people don't realise, actually. I mean, batting in T20 cricket on some big fields, if you're constantly hustling, sprinting 1, looking for 2, running 2s, you can get puffed out.
Sure.
Conditioning is a big deal. Here's Farhad.
Hit outside on the onside.
The other thing is Pangaka probably, as the quote-unquote set batter, probably should have been happy with one there and to try and take the strike. I think Pangaka is used to being kind of the second fiddle in a partnership, I think. That's why he runs so hard. And he's normally pretty happy to get back to the non-strikers end. But right now, I think he has to take the responsibility. That was a pretty good start from Zahid Iqbal, who's off the mark. Now it's Pangaka.
This is in the air. 2 players coming around, and it's been dropped. That was Zahid Mahmood out there who made the ground. There's a chance of a run out. Don't think it's been given. Hasn't.
I think they're going to have a look at this. I don't know if they've made a decision as yet. I mean, it's drop catch first up. But let's have a look. It's an epic dive by Pangaka. Oh, I think he's gone here.
I think you're right.
I think he is. Yep. He's put in a big dive, but he's just short, isn't he? So he survives the catch, doesn't survive the run out. I love the jump take from Sahil as well.
Oh, that was great.
And he whips off the bails just in time. It's a great time from Pangaka, but he's going to be caught a little bit short. So another one and a run out. And so they lose Pangaka for a pretty decent contribution of 16, but he becomes the 8th man to fall. It's a 57 for 8.
I've been very impressed with Sahil Grover's keeping in this tournament. That was that throw was very high, and in one action he came down and took the stumps out. So very, very good work.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He's been really good. He's been good at kind of all aspects as well. The high balls he's dealt with well, and the kind of communication with the fielders around him, and even those little nicks. You've seen him take some good ones, and that was really good work. And you're exactly right. Had to be quick, didn't he? Because if he wasn't, I think Pangaka was going to get there. See, firstly, it's dropped, but then Mahmood, he ends up with some points anyway. Look at there, it's a bit of a jump take, and actually he takes the stumps before his feet hit the ground. So he had a good awareness of where the stumps were there, and that's a skill in itself. Nice work. And it's always nice to make up for a drop catch straight away. It just cost them the 1 run in the end. 1 more ball for Farhad. He'll be wanting a second wicket. He still just has the 1. 1 for 15 off 1.5.
Well, they struggled here, United, but they're going to get more than they had in their first game. I think they got, was it 57 they got in the first game?
They got, I think, 63. So don't count your chickens just yet. 63 they scored in match 2. But Bohemians, I mean, a lot of talk about their fielding in the chat. People like their fielding. Yes, they've dropped a couple of catches, but for the most part, I think they've been pretty good. There's Andy. He's in charge of the PMOA area, players match officials area, and also our integrity team. Big thanks to Andy as well as Paul and Barry for their efforts. All right, last ball of the 9th. There's Farhad steaming in.
Oh, it's got him. Well, didn't last too long there. The left-hander, Farhad right on line, and he's on a wraparound hat-trick.
Yeah, well, you're right, because he does take 2. Well, I suppose the run-out probably won't go to him.
Oh, that's true.
Amandeep Bindra, unfortunately for him, we've seen him with the ball, and he's looked pretty good. Unfortunately, not so much with the bat, as it becomes the 9th wicket to fall. Well, you said they're going to pass their score from Monday. I'm not so sure now, as they're still 6 short of that, and they're down to their very last batter, 57 for 9 off 9 overs. We're going to head into the 10th. It will be Zahid Iqbal on strike, and Bohemians, they're playing like a champion team at the moment. All their bowlers firing. Yeah,
look, they've very strong bowling lineup. They've all fired today. It's been very, very good. They're going to play a big game against Brno next game as well, so it's puts them in good stead. You have a change of bowler. It'll be Kamal Singh.
There we go. People have been asking for Kamal. Here he is.
Good start.
Just a single to Iqbal.
Kamal left Vinarati to play for PCC and played in the ECS last year. And the first ball I think he bowled, or maybe the first 2 balls he bowled, I think he bruised his toes.
That's right, because it was so short.
And but a good start here from Kamal.
Yeah, it was a good start. Good time to bowl him an over as well. Problem is, if he's successful, he might not be able to finish his over. Well, he won't be able to finish his over. He's bowling to the number 11 now. Up and Shukla on strike.
And that's full toss, just tucked around the corner.
Go for 2 here.
And they'll get it too.
It's good batting. Just try and graft a few. And back in their minds, they'll remember what happened in match 2 where they got so close to defending, 63. Yeah, it's going to be really tough, no doubt about it, for United. But they do have some good bowlers up front that can take those key wickets and get them into the game.
So it's a wide outside of stump. I don't think Bohemians are going to take it easy, as what they did in the first game.
PCC.
Yeah.
Dominate.
Yeah, they need to up that run rate. It's a good ball there from Kamal.
That's well played as well. Credit to the batter. Shukla looked pretty decent for a number 11 so far. Yeah, look, that last game between Bohemians and Burno, it's interesting. Burno, they just need a steadier, don't they? I think they certainly weren't too happy with their last performance against PCC.
They got absolutely smashed. And it's a bit of an appeal. Don't think it was out. We'll have another look at it.
I think so. But you never know. Let's have a look.
Not too confident.
I think he's just got that heel down at the critical moment. So I think he'll be all right there. There's a critical moment there. So nice work by Grover. He saw the foot kind of slithering around, so got him interested.
He asked the question though.
Well, he did ask. But he'll have to stay out there. 62 now. There's wind. This is one of the grounds which is most exposed, I think, in Europe.
It's a bit of an edge down to that. Man, he's very fine. Just a single. We'll remember in the very first, I think it was the very first ECS here, or the Super Series, the Terry incident.
Oh, yeah. We probably can't go into that now. We've only got a couple of balls. At least it's a dry wind. That's what I'll say about this one.
Squeezed out just for a single.
There you go. So they will pass their score last time. 64. And Shukla can be very proud of his efforts. I think actually, yeah, that will be the last ball. So 64 for 9 off their 10 overs. United certainly not what their plan was, I don't think, but Bohemians, they are flying. Their bowling unit and the fielding unit has been clicking all the time consistently. I think it's just their batting, which has been a little bit hit and miss. I think they'll want to send a message in the second half of this game, probably opening up with Davitzi and Sahil Grover. And they'll be hoping to not only knock these runs off, but I think they'll want to knock them off in pretty quick time.
Yeah, look, they've got a bit of firepower after those two as well, and Ritik Tomar and also Sazib Buyan. So I think they'll look at getting these runs as quickly as possible. They'll have a bit of a break then between the game, this game and the game against Brno, and they'll want a bit of a rest. They want to cool down. Don't want to cool down too much. But have a look at some of the highlights in a moment of the first innings.
Yeah, credit to to some of the United batters as well for sticking that out. Wasn't easy. 16 to Bagel, matched by Pangaka, who ended up run out going for a 17th run to his name. But early on, it was unfortunately Ayush Sharma who was the first one to go, followed quickly by Bagoli. Sharma sent to the top of the order, but didn't work out for him. And then Ahmad just playing all around that one. They were on a hat trick. Abhimanyu Singh, well, he survived, but wouldn't survive too long. How about that? The tack, taking some return fire and taking it. It was catch or be hit, and Ritik was able to hold on. Farhad, well, not often you see him going for big runs, and although there was that one that got away, we saw Bohemians not afraid to throw themselves around, and they're trying to become the champion team here. At the moment, they're playing like champions. You'd have to say that was a nice catch by Farhad just behind Point United. And despite their efforts, they just had a lot of trouble getting anything going. And fielding like that made it even more difficult for the men in blue.
Yeah, it did. It's a good performance in the end from Bohemians. Top bowling lineup. And United, after losing those early wickets, especially Ayush Sharma, one of their main batsmen, really not in touch yet this tournament. And Pramod Bagoli, another one of the big guns, going early. It was always going to be difficult. A lot of responsibility for Piyush Baghel, who started off quite well but had to go. That'll be the decision. And then Amit Pangaka doing quite well in the middle of that innings to pump the score up to a respectable score, something a little bit defendable, but whether it's going to be enough, we're going to see in a little while. It's a left-hander getting a first bowler. That's the stumping shout. But all in all, quite a good performance there from Bohemians. They're a good side. United were beaten quite convincingly by PCC in the first game today, and this one I don't think they've got enough runs, but we'll see. Last time they played, they came close to defending a similar total. As you can see, the scorecard: Piyush Baghel 16 on 15, and 16 for Amit Pangaka. He batted well in those middle overs. Shamal Joshi contributing a little bit, 8 extras. 64 for 9, and I think that figure at the end, the 9, shows why United didn't get to a higher score with their top order going pretty cheaply, apart from Bagel. The bowling, again, really tight bowling from everyone, including Kamal Singh at the end, who had a nice little one-over cameo. Javed Iqbal, pick of the bowlers, I think, with those 3 wickets early, really took the sting out of the United batting attack. 3 wickets, only could hit for a 6 as well. Going for economy out of 8. Riddick Tomar again 1 for 9, and Sazir Bhuyan only 8 off his 2 overs. So Shohaz Farhad also picking up 2 wickets. Kamal Singh there with his spell of 1 over 7 runs, did well too. So in a few minutes time we're going to come back with the second innings of this game, see if Bohemians can get the 65 they need to win. They should make it pretty comfortable. The win predictor there saying they're a 91% chance of doing it. Let's see if it's right. We're going to come back in a few minutes time for the second innings of this game between United and Bohemian in Prague. See you very soon. welcome back to lovely Prague, the beautiful Vinoř field, Scott Page field actually, at Vinoř, for the second innings of this game of the FanCode European Cricket Series in the Czech Republic, and it'll be the innings of Bohemians to see if they can get the 65 they need to get a win over United, who had a bit of a rough time against a very good bowling attack from Bohemians. United, they went down early in the day to PCC. They're playing two of the top teams in the country. They're a second division team, but always fun to watch. It'll be Amandeep Bindra to open the bowling. Interesting not to see Baguli open. I hope it's not an injury. He's out there. It's very important to this team. It'll be the left armer Bindra to start off, bowling to Sabawun Divisi. It's a good tactic, I think. Let's take the pace of the ball off the ball a little bit for Divisi, who likes the ball coming on. Comes the first ball. And just outside off stump. Just pokes at it a bit, does Divisi. Sahil Grover at the other end, as predicted. He's the top run scorer at the moment for Bohemians, which is unlikely considering their batting lineup. And it's outside off stump. And reaches again to Sabah. No footwork, just a bit of a slash. He's a good batsman, is Sabawun Divisi, especially when he gets going, but just hasn't really done it yet in this series. Binder again. It's been a good start. Bit short that one, bit wide as well. And that's called a wide by the umpire. It's the first run for Bohemians. It's a very good bowling performance from Bohemians. They took the sting out of the batting lineup from United very early on with a good opening spell from Javed Iqbal. This one is outside off stump again. It's a good start from Bindra. And Divisi, he's just leaning back a bit. If he hits it, he's going to hit it in the air. Of course, it is the power play, so not many fielders back. It's been, well, I was about to say it's been pretty disciplined from Bindra, but that one's a big wide. He's been a good bowler for United, has Bindra, in this series so far. Taking a couple of lovely bold wickets. Comes in again, bowling to Divisi. It's a bit straighter, and he's got him. An edge behind, and that's it. No more Sabawun Divisi. Big breakthrough there for United. Nice edge, and Divisi is not having the best tournament. So that wasn't in the script for Bohemians, losing their first wicket. Again, very, very good bowling from Bindra. Kept it really tight. Keeping it outside off stump, maybe a little wide, but this one was spot on. Came through a bit quicker than Divisi thought. Just poked at it, and he'll have to go. That's a nice take there from the skipper as well, Abhimanyu Singh. Pretty regulation, but he was happy. Brings out the new batsman. It's the tank. Well, if they get him early up, I think it's going to put a bit of pressure on this batting lineup. They do run pretty deep to Bohemians, but they wouldn't have expected to lose Divisi so early. I don't think Sahil Grover can really believe what's going on. He's there chatting to one of the United fielders. He's having a chat to Tank. Bindra. It's been a good over so far. Just those couple of wides. Apart from that, the only one that hit the bat was the one that went straight into the keeper's gloves. So, Riddick Tomar, the new batsman. I want to see a few onto the bat. It's not a big total, but they did struggle to get a similar total against United a couple of days ago. I think United will definitely be buoyed by that. As Shrug says, absolutely no footwork on any of those six balls he faced, and I couldn't agree more. It wasn't six, well, it was six balls. I guess there were a couple of wides there. Here comes Bindra bowling to the tank. He's outside off, some just dab down to the gully, no run. A fantastic start from Bindra, and it was good from Ababanyu Singh, taking the pace off the ball, first up, and it's paid dividends. Sure that Pramod Baguli would be the next bowler he turns to. Comes again. Just again pushed through that gap, and that'll be 4 for the tank. There's a man at point and one, well actually, it's backward point. Man at third man to split that little gap. That was a nicely played shot. Just pushed it. Went all the way. This ground, of course, is lightning quick. Hasn't been exploited as much as what it could have. All you need to do is time the ball and you get good runs for it. So, Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Yeah, I mean, any way to victory means you've got to get through the top 3 or 4 and pretty quickly before they can hurt you. Yeah, he just been not moving, and that's something I've noticed about him. He's kind of a hand-eye player, I would say. Not a lot of footwork. A lot of the time can get you in trouble. And he just kind of poked at that one. And yeah, nice catch taken behind the wickets as well by Abamanyu Singh, the captain. So yeah, the decision to bowl Bindra on the left arm obviously working. Maybe they spotted something left-hander to left-hander. And now Pramod Baguli is going to take over in the second. So let's see if he can get Grover, who's yet to face the ball.
Yeah, he's been good, Pramod Baguli. We'll see if he can get any swing, because he's relied on his shape. As I mentioned before, the wind's going in the opposite direction now, so let's have a look how he goes with the first ball. Oh, well,
That's one way to do it.
It shaped in a little bit, then cut away quite nicely. And so Sahil Grover, big swing and a miss. Did quite a bit off the pitch then. Here he comes again. That's Bagoli. And this one's got an edge to it, could be out. Oh, it just bounced in front of him.
Oh no.
And then it's
the
big man.
Disaster. It's an absolute disaster. First, I think it's Gorhay that was pretty close to getting that before it bounces. Instead, it just bounces away. And Joshi, who is certainly a larger-than-life character, this one bounces straight off his foot and across the boundary. Well, enough said. Sometimes the pictures describe themselves, Danny.
Yeah, I don't think I'll mention any more about that. He's been replaced.
Well, he's been replaced. What about Joshi? I mean,
this is the second time I've seen Joshi, or second series I've seen Joshi play for United, and I've never seen him feel anywhere but third man.
Yeah,
it's his position.
He's a specialist. What you're telling me?
Oh, it's been smashed away on the leg side for 4. Grover just using his feet, making it into a nice, juicy half volley type ball, and that's in the car park. Be fielded there by Dr. Misha, who's in the crowd at the moment. Vinarati player, stalwart, he's out there with Voitahasa.
Yeah, they're having a good day down there. Well, Grover, the first one, maybe a bit lucky to get to the boundary. Nothing lucky about the second one. Absolutely smashed square of the wicket. So he moves to 8 off 3 balls. And I talked about Bohemians not wanting to just chase this down. They want to chase it in a hurry, I think, because PCC, their net run rate's looking pretty healthy at the moment.
This one's in the air, could be caught. Man under it, Sharma, he'll take it, and that's it. No more Sahil Grover, another big wicket. And just didn't quite get hold of it. And that's a man you'd want under the ball. Ayush Sharma got a good pair of hands, and Sahil Grover has to go.
Excellent fielder. Grover just trying to take it on in the power play. Hits it high, and I think it kind of holds up, doesn't it? Once it gets up in the slipstream, certainly didn't get it out of the middle. And Sharma does well, judges it well in blustery conditions to hold on to the catch. So there's 2 of the big fish gone. Still think there's 2 more at the crease right now that they'll have to remove pretty quickly if they're going to defend this total of just 64. But as it is, it's the end of Grover for 8. 4-4 and out. The score is 14 for 2.
It does give them hope, though, United, if they get a steady flow of wickets, and they're going to run out of batsmen. So I know that here is Zahid Mahmood, who's been batting okay so far without scoring big runs for Bohemians. And then there's Sazib Bhuyan, who can score a lot very quickly as well.
Well, they might go for Bouillon next, but they've decided to go for Zahid Mahmood. And I think this might be to do with the fact they're still in the power play for 8 balls and they really want to attack it. So they're thinking, all right, go out there, be quite attacking. If you do happen to get out, it's not a disaster. We've got Bouillon to come behind you. So deep mid wicket and deep third man are the 2 outfielders at the moment. So I think Zahid Mahmood's got other ideas. He's just going to show a bit of respect to Bagoli first up, then practices an expansive straight drive for 6, but the actual shot was quite a good defensive shot.
It was a good ball first up to Karate Kid 2 in Brahma Bagoli.
It is the sequel, isn't it? And Josh has abandoned the headband, but Bagoli's wearing it pretty well.
And again, it's down leg side, could be called a wide. Nice take by the keeper. But yeah, they'll want to see if they can get Mahmood early. In the very first series here, he was destructive. He was the best batsman for Bohemians, but last year was shockingly bad. And he's just coming back to a bit of form here as Zahid Mahmood. Just played carefully, get good bowling by Bagoli. The problem is that Bagoli and Amandeep Bindra have been the 2 best bowlers for United, but after that it's been a bit sketchy.
They're down a bowler with no Mustafa Nawab in the side today either. So yeah, their bowling depth has certainly been tested. As it is, it's the end of 2 overs, 15 for 2. That may give us a chance to look at the table. You can see why I think it's important for Bohemians not only to get these runs, but to get them pretty quickly, because let's say Prague CC were to beat them in the return fixture, then there's every chance they might be level on points and it would go down to net run rate. For United though, they'll be eyeing off 2nd place, but at the moment you feel like they need to pull off an upset here to have a realistic chance of doing that. Are going back to Bindra in the 3rd though, so left arm are being brought back. Last over the power play.
It's a good ball, fielded by Bindra, no run. Yeah, you see that PCC run rate of over 5.
That means it's basically saying that you're winning an average game that you're playing by 51 runs.
Yeah.
That's basically what that's saying.
That's pretty amazing at the moment. Yes, Bindra again, especially in a 10-over game.
And not just that, I mean, that included the match that they lost.
Yeah.
So I think I lost by 7 runs early up. I'll have to check the exact score, but yeah, it was 86 to 79. So yeah, I think I mentioned their wins by 73, by 37, and by 101. So they've been in good form since. But Bohemians, they're the ones that they'll really want to dish some payback out on. And I see, oh, look at this, the tank's got the staggers. Yeah, well, this is what happens when you don't service your tank regularly. It'll start to malfunction. Let's have a look here. And, we just miss it there. But you got the staggers a little bit.
It's a nice shot there. Good effort from the fielder, and it's Pramod who's did good work to get there, then fumbled a bit. Yeah.
It's a way to give away too, though. But, yeah. Look at this. This is the tank. He just. They would say the edge of the pitch sometimes not the flattest bit of ground, so I think that's why it kind of almost goes over. But yeah, I don't know if tanks can roll over like SUVs, can they?
I think they can. Take a corner sharp enough. It's gone to the covers, just knock down and just take a single. You see all these YouTube videos of tanks rolling off trucks and doing things.
I suppose anything can roll over if it falls from high enough. Anyway, here's the last over of the power play. It's not like BCC have blown them away here either.
It's a pretty even contest at the moment. Due to good bowling from this man. Just been dabbed down, just be a single. Pretty comfortable in the end. It's a very good spell there from Bindra. Only 11 coming from it, and a vital wicket.
20 for 2 then, after the 3 over power play. Good length this from Bindra. They do have 2 wickets in the power play. I still think, Bohemians, they don't want to bat themselves into a hole here and be too conservative. That's kind of how they left it on Monday when they were chasing down 64, so very similar target against United. Admittedly, United's bowling maybe not as strong in this game. see that it's still chugging along, 11%.
Yeah, that win probability. I mean, I don't know. I've got a feeling if they can get another couple of wickets here, they're very capable. Are United, then I think they'll struggle a little bit.
It's basically saying they'd win 1 in 9 games from here. Do you think it's a bit low, do you? I think
this could be that one game, though.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. Change of bowling. Zahid Iqbal is going to bowl, and he gets deflected away, and he gets deflected away for 4. So Joshi, I think it was brought up inside the circle. In the end, he has to do even more running. He has to pick that one out of the wheat. And that is 4 to start the 4th.
It's a very nice shot there from the tank. Just dabbed it down. Clever cricket. Shamal Joshi, not the most mobile out there. Just went to one side, couldn't get down to it.
It is really quick, though, behind the keeper here, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Rolls away so quickly.
There's a bowler again, bowling to the tank. Just pushes that down, no run. Good bowling, good comeback there from Iqbal.
They basically need to run a ball from here. If you can get a boundary and over, then you're cruising. Probably don't even need the boundary and over. Just have to avoid dot balls, I think.
Yeah, but again, it's those wickets. They're not going to win without wickets, United. And especially with these two at the crease.
Bring the long off up into the circle now. Dropping the third man back.
Might tempt the tank. No, it won't, because it's good bowling.
It's bowled by Zahid Iqbal. He took a bit of stick this morning, but I think he's a decent bowler. I think he normally kind of plies his trade quietly in the middle overs. And he becomes even more important now with no Mustafa Nawab in the lineup.
Interesting to see who they turn to. Arpan Shukla, of course, I think. He wanted to bowl a couple of overs. It was nice and full, a bit of a slow ball. Good effort by the fielder, but I think it's going to go for 4, and it will.
Really good cricket shot, wasn't it, from Tomar, as he just plays a classical drive here, and he doesn't try and hit it too hard. He actually times this ball really well. Watch this from Iqbal. It's not a half volley either. It's kind of just short of that on a good length. Opens himself up, and yeah, pierced that gap and fairly raced to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just ease the pressure a little bit for Bohemians. Not that they're under too much pressure, but as I said, United need these wickets, especially the one at the tank. And but for Bohemians, they'll want to get Zahid Mahmood into a bit of form, and also Tanky will want to see a few of the ball. Oh, it's been mishit so badly that it didn't get to anyone.
It's a good mishit, isn't it? Because you could see the way he hit that, the way he sliced inside out. It was quite likely that could have gone back to the bowler. As it was, it will just be a single. And over to Zahid Mahmood, who is still working his way into his innings.
Just dabbed down.
Yeah, sent back. So take it back to a runner ball required in the last 6 in the end of the 4th over. It is 29 for 2. Welcoming you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek, and hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. And yeah, Danny, I mean, we're looking at Group A right now. We're going to see a few new teams next week. Moravian, well, they're not new, but I mean, we haven't seen them for a couple of years. Prague Tigers is a team we've never seen on ECN. It's going to be good to see some of those new teams and see how they go against some of the established teams that we know about, the Spartans and the Barbarians in particular.
And Vinarati as well.
Vinarati, of course, your club.
Yep.
And haven't seen you wearing your Vinarati cap yet. Is it going to come out at some point?
Not yet. I know someone has been hassling me to wear the Vinarati cap, so I might dig it out.
Yeah. Anyway, get your thoughts in a second. Here's the start of a new over. It's sliced away and it's caught. But it's Joshi. Oh, the man mounted. He's going to do it. The gravitational pull of Joshi pulling that one in. And they needed a 3rd wicket, and now they've got it. And they've got the tank for 15. Can you believe it? Bohemian at 29 for 3.
One man who can't believe it is Ritik Tomar. The tank, he's looking up to the heavens. And he plays with a smile on his face. But he really couldn't believe that he hit that straight to Shamal Joshi.
It's a great character, Joshi, as well.
He is.
And he may have kicked to 4 already, but he's made up for it there as he picks up the tank. You see that one? Just no control in the shot. He has to really reach for it. One hand comes off the bat, and yeah, sliced is the word. And Joshi actually made some ground to his right there. I think Diana Orris, she would have the perfect shot of that. Does that give them some hope? I mean, there are more runs required than balls remaining. I always think that if that's the case, the fielding team still has a chance. They're just a few dot balls, maybe a wicket or 2 away from getting the game back into balance.
That is a big wicket. This is a very good batsman in Sazib Bhuyan. He's just made his debut for the Czech Republic. He's a good all-rounder, and he can hit quick runs.
Good player. Had a really good Czech Super Series in 2020, I remember, when Bohemians lifted the title.
Yeah, he had a really good series with the ball, and it was Zahid Mahmood at the other end who was the best of the batsmen. So comes bowler again. It's a wide.
Similar sort of ball, to be honest, that got Tomar. I think probably would have been a wide. That's what Shrug said in the chat, and I agree. But this time, I suppose fortunately, the batter misses it, and that will get them the wide.
It's a bowler again. Bowling with good shape. Reaches for that one. It's gone through the fielder there at cover again. And I think it's time to drag him, as it's not having a good time of it. Is the fielder. Yeah, I can't quite see who it is.
Yeah, I mean, it just blasts through him, doesn't it? And I think that's Ghanshyam Kumar at cover. And just, yeah, got a bounce that he couldn't deal with. So, pretty good shot from Bhuyan first up.
It's a second 1 and 2 overs that he's let go straight through him. Comes bowler again, and it's a good ball. Just dab down to Joshi, who gets down well this time.
Suddenly, Joshi is Jonty Rhodes down there, isn't he? He's picking everything up cleanly, firing the throws back to the keeper.
Yeah, he's a specialist in that position. Arpan Shukla, been a good over so far. Picked up a vital wicket. Comes in again, and oh, good ball. A little appeal. Not out is the call.
Yes, got a bit of shape away, I think, from Shukla that time.
By the way, Vinny, is it me or you? We've just been invaded by flies.
I know.
I'm not sure if it's who it is.
The flies know something we don't. Does that mean there's some sort of weather coming? I don't know. It's a bit overcast at the moment.
They're taking refuge under the ice cube.
Yeah, the wind to blow them away.
Shukla again a really good ball. Just dabbed down to the gully. Shy at the stumps. Good fielding, but comfortable single.
9% according to the wind predictor now. And despite taking the wicket, but I suppose we've had a few runs since then as well. I suppose it's just about hanging in the game as long as possible. That's what United did so well when they were trying to defend 63 earlier in this series. Took it all the way to the last over.
Shukla again. Oh, that's inside edge. Got lucky there, and that's 4 runs. Dodgy French cut.
Yeah, I mean, it tries to pull, but it's actually not probably short enough to do that. As a result, he just gets a little bit of a bottom edge, I think, in the end, and races down the hill there for a boundary to finish the 5th over. So the score is 40 for 3, just needing 25 off the second half of this innings. Yeah, United will be a bit frustrated with their performance. I think they had a real opportunity to knock off Burno last night, going down by just 2 runs and staring down the barrel of 2 losses today on day 3. We know that United have the day off tomorrow. We'll see them again on Friday morning when they'll take on Brno in that return fixture, and then they'll take on Prague CC in match 18. That's the end of their group fixtures. Right now they're bringing back Bagoli. I think it's probably a good move in the 6th over.
Yeah, very good move. He comes in, good ball straight up, and I think he'll need a wicket here in this over just to give them a bit of a sniff. United, he's their best bowler, has been throughout the whole series. The sequel. Bowling again to Zahid Mahmood. Just dab down, just take a single. Bring Bhuyan on strike.
Yeah, Bhuyan's looked dominant. I think probably the way things are going, Bhuyan bats ahead of Mahmood based on current form. I think probably have him at number 4. I think they sent Mahmood in just to try and play him into a bit of form, because he hasn't quite had the results that he's capable of so far in this series.
This one's down leg side and called a wide.
Excellent keeping by Abhimanyu Singh. That one really gets away from Bagoli. And it's good footwork that gets Abhimanyu there. So he saves 4 extras for his team.
Yeah, he's been good for them actually, both with his captaincy and his keeping has Abhimanyu. So one of the heartbeats of this team. Against Bagoli again. And again down leg side. And it's an appeal, but touching his pad there, Sazi Bhuyan.
Yeah, and I think the umpire agreed. It just flicks the pad on the way through. See if we can make anything on the replay. Yeah, definitely takes a bit of the pad on the way through. So it wasn't a wide, but also wasn't out.
That was a bowler. Big shot in the air. And it's, don't think he'll get there, will he? No, and he does, but puts it down. Well.
Good effort. I mean, Piyush Paghel decides to go for it. I think Sharma wants this, but he hears Piyush call from his right. So he has to leave it. Certainly hung up in the air for ages, didn't it? Look at the two outfielders. You see, Piyush is just hitting the ball at greater velocity, but that means he can't hold on. So a chance goes begging. It'll be a long single.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It did hang in the air. Yeah. Those players had to both come from the boundary. It's just right between them.
It was like a good old-fashioned sprint, wasn't it?
It was. Comes Paguli again down leg side and it's wide.
He'll be frustrated, Pramod, I think, with some of the control issues that have plagued him in the last couple of games. When he gets it right, he's really hard to handle. He's just clutching his left hamstring there. Wonder if he's just struggling with something physical. Got to dig deep. He's got the Karate Kid headband. Needs to clear his mind.
It's a good ball. Just dab down, just for be a single to point. But I think the problem is who they're going to throw the ball to get these wickets they need, because they're not going to restrict the runs. They need 20 of 25 with these two batsmen at the crease. I don't think they'll have much of an issue, especially if they bowl like that. It's a full toss, been put away behind square.
It's going to be a no ball as well. I think it's been called.
Has been.
So yeah, Bagoli just running out a bit of gas here. Putting the replay from side on. It was full. Yeah, he kind of hits it from about waist height. So if the umpire's not sure it's below the waist, they're meant to call them. Normally balls hit behind square. To me, more likely than not to be above the waist. Just the way the batter plays it. As it is, it will be a no ball free hit coming up. And well, if there was any glimmer of hope, I think that it might have gone out there. You can see there, just to the left of your screen, it was just getting a bit of attention there, Pramod. In the end, I think they've changed their mind there and they've said it is a fair delivery. And maybe after looking at the replay, they changed their mind. I mean,
it's fairly way down the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. So maybe the technology being used there. I mean, that's one of those ones, if it's called, it's kind of still to me on the bowler, even if it's marginally below, because it's not a good delivery. However, I think it will be the end of the over. So 49 for 3 after 6. And now, Ghanshyam Kumar will continue. Picks up the ball and wants to throw it for no particular reason, and there's angry there's no one backing up. But anyway, that is the 50 now for Bohemians, who seem to be cruising to victory. They just need 15 more.
It's an interesting comment here from Nishadur Rahman. I think both teams are desperate to lose. And to be honest, Bohemians, even though that's been smashed for 4, Bohemians have just not been very fluent yet in this tournament. And I don't know about that comment about desperate to lose, but they don't have that bite to win yet. And we might have to see it in the next game against Brno. It's not been much fluency from Bohemians, I don't think.
I think sometimes you can just be so conscious of not losing rather than going out there and being positive. That's probably what I think sometimes these low chases. Well, that's pretty positive, and Puyan is positively out of there as he whacked a 4, but then he tries to repeat the dose. This time it's a better delivery from Kumar and knocks over Sazib. So Bohemian lose the 4th wicket now, 54 for 4.
Yeah, it was not a good shot from Puyan. But going back to Bohemians, I don't think they've hit their straps yet at all. I don't think they've not played with any fluency yet. They're undefeated in this side of the draw.
They can definitely play better. That's the scary thing, isn't it? I think their bowling unit for the most part has clicked. Don't think their batting has.
Yeah,
but
exactly
I mean, their bowling's kind of made up for it in a way. It's allowed Grover and Davitsi to make low scores and still win matches. Puyan, so that's a good old-fashioned heave-ho, but he's the one that has to go. And it brings out Mohammed Nabil at number 6. Let's see if he can stick around and knock off the 11 runs they require to win this game.
What would you do here, Vinny? Would you bring the field in a bit? That's what they're doing.
I think it's probably your only chance. I mean, 11 off 21 seems pretty unlikely, but you do have Mahmood at one end that's struggling a little bit, and Nabil who's yet to face the ball. So I probably would. I think they have put up an extra infielder. But Gawley coming in pretty tight at cover. And the mid-wicket's also in there with the idea of saving a run.
Ooh, good shout. I think a bit of inside edge. Heard two noises.
Yeah, I think there was a double noise there. It seemed to grab a bit of the inside edge. And if he didn't, might have been in some trouble. Okay, back to live action. And the next ball is blocked away for no run. So bring the field in is being effective.
Especially with Pramod there. He's a good fielder. And he's right in the eye line of the batsman. He just gets an inside edge. No run again.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you just need to get on a run of these. And with every dot, the batters will feel the pressure a bit more. At 7 overs down, it's 54 for 4. Well, Kroom in the chat, hello to you. Hope you're well. Said get some pressure on. No easy singles. Yeah, I think that's the strategy from here. As it is, 11 runs required off the last 3 overs. But again, this is the issue we've got, is their bowling depth. And we'll come back to that in a second. First, we'll have a look at the preview for the last match of the day. The Fantasy Dashboard is saying that Bruno actually won the toss. They decided to bowl, so Bohemia will get a chance to bat first. The match is coming up in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. And Bruno, a chance for them to make up for their performance last time against PCC, where they went down by 101 runs. And Bohemian, well, they'll be hoping to win the game that's currently in progress. And also, to win that one, then they would be 6-0 right now. It's a dot ball to start. And this is where I think you can afford to not be super aggressive to Zahid Mahmood, because, okay, he hasn't been great. He's 7 off 13. But if you get him to the other end and get a go at the new batsman, then you've got a chance. This time they do run on the hit. McCauley will clean up. So this makes it 10 off 16. So I think now you pretty much have to gamble on getting 3 or 4 dots here on Nabil. And they are bringing up a mid-wicket as we speak.
Yeah, look, so they've made it a lot tighter again for themselves, have Bohemians. Big swing and a miss. Good bowling there from Zahid Iqbal. And can't quite get onto the bat to ball. Again, Mohamed Nabil still not off the mark, facing 4 balls. They're tightening the field again.
I was going to say a quick hello. I just think I saw Mohamed Sufyan popping into the chat. Nice to see you.
Got hold of that. Player will cut it off, I think. Will he? And he does very well.
Well, that's a good bit of foot fielding. Doesn't always work, but somehow it keeps that to 2.
That's Piyush Baghel out there. And good work there from Ayush Sharma.
I wonder if that's the Mohamed Sufyan that plays for Plovdiv in Bulgaria. If it is, hello to you. And if not, let us know where you're watching from. But it's great to have you involved in the chat, watching this game. Back to live action.
It's in the air. Sharma's going to take this one, is he? And he does. Comfortable catch. Piles on the pressure for Bohemians.
Yeah, nice catch. And doesn't miss too many, does he? Ayush Sharma. Well, you should know by now, that's number 99. And Zahid Iqbal takes the wicket. So, yeah, just keeping things interesting at the moment. Sometimes just a handful of runs can be getting in your head, especially if you're new to the crease. So Nabil, he goes for 2 off 6. Bohemians once again getting the staggers at the end of the innings. It's 57 for 5.
Yeah, another important factor is it's a dot ball. So it's going to be, might be a tight finish. New batsman will be Javed Iqbal. He knows one way. He's going to big swing. But, and he can get quick runs. He might be a little bit injured though. We know he went off the field during after his spell. So hopefully it won't affect his batting. But Javed Iqbal, he can hit the ball big. In fact, they've put the field back a little bit for him. Don't know if that's the wise thing to do. I know that that's where he goes, but at the same time, lots of singles around. Maybe they want to get Zahid Mahmood on strike. Again, Iqbal just pushes it down to Shaimal Joshi. No run, good bowling. United, they're in with a shot here. It's been a little bit unlikely. And that's the end of a very good over there.
Really good over, isn't it? And yeah, but Bohemian just losing the way a little bit. Just 3 off that over from Zahid Iqbal to pick up a wicket. But of course, with 5 wickets down, that means that Javed Iqbal can bat. And that's why he's out there. The wicket's being shared, 1 apiece so far. We talked about their bowling depth, but you really say that they've had 5 good bowlers out there, performance-wise anyway. And now Ghanshyam Kumar will bowl over number 9. This is all about just trying to take it to the 10th.
Good start. Just dab down for a single. They'll look for 2. They're coming back, but they decide against it.
Yeah, I mean, Javed Iqbal is no nudger, is he? I mean, that's the thing. I feel like this could go 1 or 2 ways. He could whack a couple of boundaries and finish this off, or he could get out trying. So I think you don't necessarily want to over-attack him because he might give you a chance in the outfield.
Again, that's well played.
I actually think I reverse my strategy. Oh, hold my thought. I'd reverse my strategy now and probably try and dot up Mahmood, who's 9 off 15 and has struggled to get the ball away. Iqbal, to me, is a bigger boundary threat.
I'm surprised that they haven't put the field in again.
Yeah.
That man at short mid-wicket has disappeared. And again, good ball. But they really need to keep one of these 2 on strike and not tick over those runs because they only need 7 off 11. Put the field up a little bit.
Are we going to get to the last? That's the question. If we get to the last, anything can happen. That's what they did last time. Geez, United would kill for another 10 runs here, wouldn't they? I think that's what Dean Mohammed said in the chat. Felt they were short of 10 runs. Now they are bringing the fine leg to a mid-wicket, but that also means that leaves fine leg unattended, which is inherently risky in itself.
It depends if you can get it down, get that angle down to fine leg. So if he looks for it, it doesn't. It looks straight. It's gone straight to that man.
Great captaincy. Abhimanyu Singh. He's put him in exactly that spot. All right. This is where the bat starts creeping into your head. Surely we can't lose, can we? I mean, they can win the game with the Maximo.
They can.
That's the truth of the matter.
Oh, this could be 4. I think it will be cut off. Good fielding there from Piyush Baghel. And a great throw back to the keeper.
Brilliant work. So 5 off 7. Now, what's the strategy here? I don't know. It's a tough one to weigh up, whether you protect the one or protect the boundaries. Anyway, last ball of the over, same field. It's a great result because I still think Iqbal's the biggest boundary threat and he won't be on strike. It's Mahmood, who has been there a long time but hasn't done too much with it. He's 10 off 18. He's in the hot seat. We are going to the last again between these 2 teams. 5 runs required off the 10th over. Another nail-biter here from Vinoj.
Yeah, it was a bit unlikely, but with another low score there from United, second division team, but the Bahamians batting just has not clicked at all yet in this tournament.
They needed 11 off the last 3 overs, and we've had 3 and 3 off the last 2. And I can take you back even further. Off the last 4 overs, they needed 16, and they've only got 11 out of the 3 so far. So that's why they need 5 off the last. And this is where you 100% need a mid-wicket. I don't know where that fielder's going because he went back to fine leg. No, he is going back. Ravi Gorhay. You don't think you can leave that gap, honestly. I think dots are the answer. Here we go. Shukla. He's a pretty good guy to have the last over, and he's getting nicked away, and this is going to tie the game. Oh, it's so unlucky. I suppose you can't have them anywhere. They had 5 protecting the boundary in front of the wicket. Little Nick takes it away from the keeper, Abhimanyu Singh. Josh, you can't do anything about it. And surely now it's a formality for Bohemian. It looked like they might do this in exactly the same amount of time as they did last time. It took 9.2 overs, and after 9.1, the scores are tied.
Now they've brought the field up. And I think it's a bit too late, but that probably wouldn't have stopped that 4 anyway. I think it was a lovely shot, to be honest. Just rolled his wrists over it, guided it past the keeper.
Right, any score wins it now for Bohemians.
Oh, and that's it.
Is that a French cut?
It is.
Oh, well, that sums it up. Well, 2 of the least convincing boundaries you'll ever see, but it'll work. Mahmood, he'll end up on 18 not out, and it will be the same margin again. Bohemian chasing a very similar target with 4 balls to spare, and they continue undefeated as their record improves to 5-0. They'll take on Burno, hoping to go 6-0 by the end of the day, United, well, a frustrating day for them, wasn't it? They got blown away, really, in the first innings of the day. Batted okay in response, but it went down fairly heavily to PCC, and now they've lost another last over contest for United, but they always seem to squeeze us into tight games, don't they? United CC, but Bohemians, they come out on top in this one.
Yeah, look, as it was mentioned in the chat, just about 10 runs short were United, and but not convincing with their batting performance were Bohemians, and they started off with a duck for one of the main men in Sabawundavisi. I think they're riding through and they're bowling, but good effort again from United. They're a spirited team, and they'll I think they'll get into that 4th spot in this group with those 2 wins against the Pilsen Guardians. And, Bohemians have got another game coming up after this against Brno.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, Brno? I've got some good players, but they just haven't clicked today, at least. Stain Nihilaga at the top of the order. I think they need a bit more out of Riaz Afridi. I do like him in the number 3 position where he batted last time. And Naveed Ahmed, I think they brought him on way too late last time as well. And the game had kind of already gotten out of hand. Bohemian, though, I mean, they just keep winning ugly, don't they? I mean, that wasn't super convincing with the bat, but we know that if they click, they're going to be really tough to deal with that top 4 that they've got. Stay tuned for that game, starting in about 20 minutes right here on ECN, as we take you into June action. Hard to believe we're into June, but right now we're going to look back at some of the highlights of the chase. Bohemians, they needed 65 for victory, making hard work of it in the end. They lost their key man early to Vitzi. He nicked off, and then we saw some interesting fielding. Found that quite hard to believe that it went to the boundary. Ayush Sharma, though, he's always got sticky fingers, doesn't he? Really good pair of hands. And although we saw a nice shot by Tomar, this is a good cover drive. I'd say he wouldn't last a lot longer, as he found a way to slice one out to Joshi at 3rd man. So yeah, they lost the top 4. Still a lot of work to do. The middle and lower order, they got there, but that just across the line in the last over in the end. Yeah,
when they lost Tomar, things slowed down a bit. Sazib Bhuyan getting a few. There's a catch going down, but runs really dried up there. And we saw Sazib out there, and then a big shout against Bohemians batsman. Good piece of fielding, foot fielding there from Piyush. But it was very, very tough going in the end for Bohemians. Looks like they were running in mud for a while. They got there. Javed Iqbal will be happy with the result. I don't think he'll be happy with the performance, though, at least with the bat. And it's
I mean, the thing is, they keep winning, and that's what you say. I mean, I don't even think they're playing as well as they can, particularly with the bat. That's the thing that's going to have to click if they're going to go all the way in this tournament, especially with a team like PCC. The bat's really warming up Bohemian. They've certainly got the players to go toe-to-toe with them, but as it was, the openers just fell for 8 between them. Tomar with a handy 15. There's bits and pieces, wasn't it? Mahmood wasn't really hitting him as well as we know he can. Ended up 18 not out, including 2 boundaries behind the wicket in the last over. Bhuyan had a pretty important contribution when you look back at this scorecard. 18 off 8. Nabil and Iqbal just there towards the end. 6 wides in the total. They do achieve the target of 65. Achieving 68 for 5 in 9.2 overs. As far as the bowlers went, well, they can certainly say that all bowlers contributed. I know that Shukla ended up going for a few in the end, but to be honest, I think those last 2 boundaries weren't really his fault. The wickets were split 1 apiece. I think a fairly consistent bowling effort for United. It was just the bats that couldn't get it done. They couldn't get a competitive score on the board. And so even though they bowled, I think, pretty well, it just wasn't enough to pull off the victory. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will be back with the last game of the day, match 12, and it will be Bohemian, who are trying to keep their undefeated record alive against Brno. Tune in to find out what happens. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Until then, hope you're having a great day. Great to have you as part of our ECN family. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudicek, back with the last game of the day, just around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Czech Republic. Prague is the scene of the current FanCode European Cricket Series, ready for match 12. It's the last game of day 3 between Bohemian Cricket Club and Brno. Well, I do have the red sunglasses on at the moment. That's maybe to bring a bit of luck to Brno, who had a bit of a tough time earlier on in the day against PCC. But we do know they have a lot of good players and I'm sure they can bounce back strongly. Let's see if the red glasses bring them any luck at the toss. I know that Charles Croucher is with the two captains for the coin toss for match number 12.
Call. Yep. Heads. Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We are going to ball first.
Ball first. Yep.
So it is Dylan Stain. Well, obviously the lucky sunglasses working for him because he does win the toss, wants to bowl first, wants to chase. Well, didn't have a great time chasing against PCC, did they? But we know that Dylan Stain himself, he's been in good form. Let's see if he fires with the bat. But first, they'll have to keep Bohemian bats quiet. They have to get through their top order. Let's see if they can do it. Over to Danny Hudacek, who's in the commentary box. Match 12 on the way. Brno winning the toss and bowling first. Let's get ready for the last match of the day.
Vinny, so it's going to be a good game, I think, between Bohemians and Brno in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Just a bit of a hello to everyone on the YouTube chat and also to the folks in FanCode in India. Hope you've enjoyed today's cricket. So Bohemians, they are undefeated after that win. They're 5-0, but they looked very, very sketchy in that chase, the run chase. Brno, I don't think sketchy was the word for them. They got absolutely hammered by PCC this morning by 101 runs. But they've decided to send Bohemians in. Sabor Divisi not in good form with the bat at the moment. And they're going to try to limit Bohemians to a lowish score that they can attack. Brno really want to win. He went down to Bohemians in the last time they met. So Brno, they've come a long way. The expected scores 100 for Bohemian and 77 for Brno. I think both these teams have not really shown what they can do yet. And it is Sabor Divisi and Sahil Grover who'll be opening the batting for Bohemians. They want to get a good score on the board. Divisi, he's just not clicked yet. Got a duck against United. They had bowled with a plan, and I think Brno might bowl with a plan again. He likes the ball coming onto the bat. We'll see if they open with spin with Navid Ahmed or if they go with their big pace man, Riaz Afridi. So it'll be an intriguing contest. And there's really not much between these two teams. Both top clubs within the Czech Republic. But as I said, just not firing at the moment. And it will be Riaz Afridi who'll be bowling to Sabor Divisi. And first 3 balls he bowled to him yesterday were all bounces. Quite sharp ones as well. He's coming over the wicket. Interesting, he came around the wicket to him yesterday. And he's just moved his mark back a little bit. I think we're going to see some fireworks from the big pace man. And Bohemians, they're very good with the ball, but have struggled with the bat so far this tournament to a point. Whereas Brno, they'll want to kick-start their tournament here after a thumping earlier this morning. The sun's come out, there's a little bit of a breeze, still perfect conditions for cricket. Just waiting on till we get this started as a bird flies past. Here comes Afridi for the first ball of the match, bowling to Sabor Divisi. And it's quick and it's short. And there's an appeal and he's gone! First ball. Well, Divisi not having a good time. That's a fantastic start for Brno. That was short. That was quick. Cramped him up. Got an edge. And Divisi, he's got his head down. He's not liking this at all. He's one of the top batsmen in the country. We've seen him time and time again get big runs at this field. And it's just not working for him at the moment. Bohemians, an early blow. Let's have another look at it, and it's he just played across his body, knew what he'd done. Good take by the keeper down low, and it looks like is it Dylan Stain behind the stumps, I think. So nice take there from Dylan, and that brings Zahid Mahmood to the centre, and Sabah still walking off, head down, dragging his bat. Doesn't quite believe what he's done, but very, very good bowling first up from Riaz Afridi. He's been very good for them. Probably the quickest bowler we've seen so far in this tournament. And Zahid Mahmood is not in the greatest touch either. He's taking guard. And Afridi, I think he smells a bit of Bohemian blood. He's going to take this long run. He's going to charge into Mahmood. Nicely pitched up, cut away beautifully. There's a man out there, does very well to stop it. That's a very, very good stop out of the boundary by Ansar Nazir. That was absolutely hammered by Mahmood. There's a man out there who's just, I think he's hurt his shoulder a little bit, but done very well. Bring Sahil Grover to the striker's end, and he doesn't like him short. One of the ribs, I think, from Riaz Afridi will shake him up. He backs away quite often to the fast bowlers. Oh, he's gone the other way. Oh, first ball he tries to flick him over the man there at short fine leg. Don't know if that was the right shot to play, but Sahil Grover, he does do that occasionally. Play those unusual shots. And that one, yeah, almost, well, got knocked over. Comes Afridi again. This one's pitched up, it's quick and it's outside off stump. Grover sort of dangles his bat at it, doesn't get anywhere near it. Good start here from Afridi and from Berno. I think they're up for this game. Quite a bit of chatter around the field. I think they'll feel a bit embarrassed at their performance earlier against PCC. And a bit of a team talk and a reflection. Comes Afridi again. And that's a good ball. And was kept out by Sahil, but only just. Almost bounced onto the stumps. Good bit of fast bowling here from Afridi. It's looking dangerous. Bowls a really, really heavy ball. Got a very attacking field here. Short cover and short mid wicket. Comes Afridi again. That's nicely pitched out swinger outside off stump. Grover not really in the same postcode. That's a fantastic start from Afridi. Only one run from it, and also the very big wicket of Sabawundavisi. And they're 1 for 1 are the Bohemian side. As we see the top batters for both teams. Sahil Grover is heading the score, the top scorers at the moment, only with 73. And Sazib Bhuyan on 62, Riddick Tomar on 58. And again, it's not as many runs as you expected this time in the tournament. Dylan Stain, 73 for Berno. But the top bowlers, it's Vasu with 4 and Naveed Ahmed with 4. So Sandeep Tiwari. But it's really this man, Riaz Afridi, who's scared the batsman a little bit. And he's been a very good bowler. Took a bit of stick this morning off a very good name, Lala, who hit him for 5 fours in the first over. And it will be Tree. It'll be the next bowler. The tricky, spin-like, deceptive. I don't know how you describe Tree as a bowler, but he's very good, very effective. Arms flailing everywhere. I guess He's a spinner that doesn't really spin it too much, but does push it through quite nicely. And it's been smashed away towards the boundary, and the fielder out there does very well. That's only just a single. In fact, I don't know if they actually did take one. I'm not quite sure about that. They did. Zahid Mahmood again. Oh, good ball there from Tree. Bit of talk there from Dylan Stain. He does talk a lot on the field. Tree again, nice and straight. We'll get a single down to mid-on. Been a good start here from Berno. Bohemians' woes with the bat continue. Comes Tree again. Outside off stump, and that's going to beat the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs to Mahmood. I think he had a bit of a chat to his teammates. In fact, I think his teammates had a bit of a chat to him about not taking as many runs as he could have in the last game. And he's getting a bit of space outside off stump, and he's smashed a few square. This one's a bit straighter and a bit Afridi. It's just dabbed down. No run. Wasn't a bad shot, but there's a man there at third man. Very short third man as well. If he got it any finer, I think he would have got 4 out of it. Good over here so far from Tree. Hit that towards the boundary. It'll go again. Got through the covers. The 2 men back. Couldn't reach it. It's a nice shot from Mahmood. This is more the form we saw from him a couple of years ago. Just hasn't been in the run so far this tournament. And it's a good start for him. So a bit of a shot back from Bohemians, as you can see. A 5 from 5 on 10 points. PCC in second place at the moment. But look at that net run rate of 5.1. They've only lost the 1 game. That's against Bohemians. And then United in third place as well. But they've played their 6 games. Burnley only played 3. Pills and Guardians also with a shot. It's an outside shot of getting in that top 4. But Burnley, they'd like a win here. Bohemians, PCC and Burnley, all very good teams. They'll try to get in the top 2 of this group. And they're going to bowl Afridi again. He comes charging in. This time to Sahil Grover. And that's quick. Miss-hit slightly, and very good stop there. Wow, it wasn't a good stop. He put a hand out. That was Naveed Ahmed when he managed to knock it over the boundary. He was absolutely hammered by Sahil Grover. Hit that nice and straight. Ahmed, he put a hand out. Thought he'd stop the 4, but it just deflected it a bit straighter for 4 and over the boundary. I don't think he'll like that too much, Afridi. Bowling to Grover. This one's quick again. They'll get a single. And just a bit of a swing there from Grover just to get that single. A bit dodgy. Brings Mahmood on strike, who's been quite good through the offside so far. He's also very good at deflecting the ball. There's a big gap, actually. I don't think that Dylan Stain has noticed. That's there's a backward point. Oh, there's a man at third man, but there's a big gap just between that third man is quite wide and the keeper. Here comes Afridi again, and he's tried to find that gap. It did get to the man at third man, and that's just a single. It's a good move for Dylan Stain to take the gloves again. He was good in the first game. He's very talented in the field. We saw him in the last game taking a couple of catches out in the outfield. But I think he's good with the gloves as well. You get a good view of the game as keeper as well. Here comes Afridi. It's been hammered to the boundary. Cow corner for 4. That's a nice shot from Grover. Took a step back. And he's attacking this big fast bowler who's shortened his run. don't think he can quite go back to the 30-metre boundary or 30-metre run-up he had before. Just seemed to turn around and bowl that one. Let's have a look what his comeback will be, because there's no real cover in that area. Bouncer would be nice here. And that's what he tries. Ooh, bit too quick for Grover. A couple of words there from Afridi, I think. So it's been a bit of a looser over. Gone for a couple of boundaries here, Afridi, in the third. It's the last over of the power play. Grover's 10 off 10. Zahid Mahmood 11 off 6. So he's a little bit of a comeback in this power play. Still not as many as what they'd liked, or what they would have liked. And this is hit just back over his head, and Tree does well to block it off. They'll only get a single. Throw to the keeper. So, but that was hit back over his head. And end of the power play. They are 23 for 1. 22 for 1, Bohemians. And you have to say that Bernal got the better of that power play, especially with the big wicket of Sabu and Davisi. Too many runs of the board as well. As you can see here, there was only 1 run and a wicket off the first over, and 10 and 11 for the next 2. So that's what they'll want consistently, this Bohemian side, and they're capable. Like, so Grover, I'm not sure if he's got a problem with his bat. Yeah, he's 12th man's coming on and give him a little bit of a selection. Well, he hit a couple of 4s. He's just chosen one there. Hit a couple of 4s in the last over. Maybe he's cracked that bat along the way somewhere. And it will be Tree to continue. Again, a good move. He's an awkward customer, is Tree. A lot of chatter from behind the stumps from Dylan Stain. He's come up for the spin-like bowling of Tree. Got a bit calm. There's no one square on the leg side. I want to keep it very straight outside off, and it's just been dabbed down to point. They'll take a nice single, comfortable in the end with a bit of a misfield. So brings Zahid Mahmood on strike. Tree want to get it pretty straight for him. He's very strong outside off, and that's hit straight to the man at short cover. It's a good position that in this game. You can see the areas that the skipper Dylan Stain wants Tree to bowl outside off stump. Try to dry up these runs. The outfield is very, very quick. And a good ball, nice and tight. They'll get a single just to cover. Again, nice and tight with the bowling from Kanyalai, or Tree as we know him. Sahil Grover, he can hit the ball very, very far, can Sahil Grover. Mainly strong on the drive. So it just dabs down to third man just for a single. It's a good little partnership now building up for Bohemians, which is what they need after that early loss. Pretty tight here so far from Tree, and again, oh, a good piece of fielding. Tree got down there very quickly. He prides himself on his economy rate, does Tree. And it's a dead ball. I think the bails had fallen off, so the ball to be re-bowled. It's getting a little bit blustery here. The sun's gone away. It's still quite warm. The breeze is actually quite pleasant. A bit more than a breeze though. There goes Tree again. Bowling to Sahil. Cramps him up a little bit. Hits it down the ground. Be picked up by the big man, Riaz Afridi. Just a single. It's one ball left for Tree. And there's Riaz Afridi still getting back in a position. So the umpires call that one back. Of course, the fielders can move towards the ball. They can't move sideways when the bowler comes in. There's a bit of chatter from the umpires, and I think it's confusion as over the number of balls in the over. There was one of them where the bails fell off, and that was a dead ball. Maybe the scorers missed it. It's just a bit of a delay. But just to recap, Riaz Afridi opened the bowling. And first ball cramped up, Subba Windavisi got an edge, and it was caught behind. Good take by Dylan Stain, and sort of set up Burno to put a bit of pressure on Bohemians. Bohemians now still not scoring as many runs as what they'd like after pretty much 4 overs. In fact, it will be 4 overs. That is the over. 1 wicket down for 26. So they would have liked a few more runs, Bohemians, but they've still got 9 wickets left. Plenty of batting to come. 26, they I think they'll need to get a bit of a move on. It's quite difficult though. Pretty good bowling unit here for Burno, and this man Vasu done very well. This is what we can expect for tomorrow. Burno will be back in action against Pilsen Guardians, who are winless so far, and then they'll play a second game, very big game against Prague Cricket Club tomorrow. Then Bohemians in action in the afternoon. This one's been dragged across, and it might beat the fielder. He does well, gets down to it. They'll get 2. Just behind square. Vasu's been a good bowler for Burno. He's their top wicket taker at the moment. As you can see the stop. He did well to get down there. Saved 2 runs. Comes Vasu again. And this is in the air. Stain going back. I don't think he'll get there. And it might go all the way to the boundary, and it will. It's so quick down that part of the ground. This ground is very hard because the sunshine we've had in Prague over the last month and a half. Also nicely cut grass. And the breeze and the slope, everything going for that ball. Dylan Stain tried to get back there, just couldn't make it. It's a sketchy 4 runs again for Zaid Mahmood. He moves on to 19. Sahil Grover going a runner ball 13. Vasu will want to come back from this. And, batsman not quite ready. It's gone a little bit quiet here for Burno. They'll want to get a wicket. That's a full toss, turned away. There's no one back there. 4 runs, too easy. He's persisting with this offside field as Dylan Stain, and has been let down by his bowler there. If you have an offside field like that, you need to concentrate well outside that off stump so they can hit to the fielders. And they've brought the 3rd man up. Don't know what else he's going to do. I would put someone in on the leg side, but just have a bit more of a balanced field. Of course, batsmen generally around Europe will look to pummel the ball through the onside and get more power onto the ball. And, as the wind picks up again, here comes Vasu. And that one's outside off stump, called a wide. So can't take a trick at the moment. Can this Burno bowler? Aaron Vasudevan. He's, as I said, he's been the leading wicket taker so far for Burno, but getting his radar a bit wrong in this over. Mahmood now 23 off 13. Here comes Vasu again, bowling to Zaid Mahmood. It's full toss, dragged behind square. There's a player back there, just be a single. A spirited side though, this Brno team. They'll be stinging after that terrible defeat this morning. 101 runs to PCC. That's Bastu. And it's in the air. Player under it, should take it, and does. That's the first, or another wicket down. That's Sahil Grover this time. Goes for 13 off 14 deliveries. Bit of a juggle there from the fielder down there. That was Suresh Kumar Nagaraj. Took the catch, juggled it, but just popped up. Took it second grab. And Sahil Grover have to go. He's a dangerous batsman when he gets going. Bring another dangerous batsman to the crease. That is Sazib Boyan. But it is at the moment it's Zahid Mahmood who's doing the damage. Let's see, a second wicket down, 38 runs, almost halfway through this innings. And again, Bohemians not really fluid with their batting. The bowling's been superb at times, but their batting just hasn't really taken off. We haven't seen the tank yet, which is interesting. Keep him down for some big hitting at the end. That might be the reason. I'm not quite sure why. The skipper Javed Iqbal is holding him back. Maybe he thinks get a few of the big bowlers out for out of the way for Brno. This one's in dab down to point. Oh, good fielding there. Really attacked it well. It's a good effort there. That was the man with the impossibly long name. It's Lakshman Asami there to field. Haven't seen much from Yug Warrior yet. The cult figure, one of the best names in world cricket. There's the scorecard. Divisi going first ball. Grover going for 13. Zaid Mahmood doing okay. 24 of 14. Been gifted a few though. And then Sajid Boyan just facing the one ball. Ritik Tomar, he's down to come in next. And it's going to be a bit of spin here. Good move, I think. Navid Ahmed. And a bit of pressure on this this team of Bohemians. I think it's the right time, right man to see if I'm proved right. We bowling to Zahid Mahmood. And this one's a strange shot. Attempted very hard to hit himself in the face. That's the only way I can see what just happened there. Tried to turn it right into his face. Wasn't successful. Luckily, this one he turned around the corner, and that's a good shot because there's absolutely no one there. So I think that's what he was trying to do with a previous ball. And this one just tucked it around the corner to the fastest part of the ground, and comfortable, easy four. And there we go. That's the shot before where he was almost successful. Hit him in the chest actually in the end. So. There we go. Oh, in the arm and the chest. Yeah, strange shot. But got away with it the next ball. And that gap still hasn't been plugged by Dylan Stain. There's a man at deep square leg, but I think he'll try the same shot, Mahmood. And he doesn't. He goes straight and long, and that is 6 runs. Fielded by the Vinaradi boys there. Voitahasa with the floppy straw hat. And the only man on the field who could catch that was over the boundary. Zaid Mahmood, and he's dragged another one. This could be 4 again. He's picked the gap, and that's 4. And he's chancing his arm here, Zaid Mahmood, and he's batting very well. Getting a bit of fluency, and it's about time. He's a good batsman, is Zaid Mahmood, just hasn't shown it recently. He's raced on to 38 off 18. But I think he's being helped a little bit by the skipper here, Dylan Stain. He's just not plugging this gap. Still persisting with an offside field. Comes again. That's outside off stump. This one's been smashed through the offside, and that's 4. Well, it's going to be difficult to place fielders where Zahid Mahmood is hitting the ball, because he's hitting it to all parts. He needs another 9 fielders out there. Does Dylan Stain, but he's not really reacting to it. Naveed Ahmed, good bowler, but this one's nicely pitched up. We'll go to Afridi, just a single. It'll bring Sazib Bhuyan a strike. In fact, it won't. It's the end of the over. So 19 from that Naveed Ahmed over. He was so good yesterday, and he's taken a bit of stick today. And Dylan Stain, who's he calling on? Yeah, it'll be the old stager, Sandeep Tiwari. It's a good move, I think. Here's the win probability. Brno 22, and then Bohemians 78 at the moment. Going just under 10 and over. But we'll see. They've got a lot of good batting, have Brno. They did hit 120 odd against United yesterday, but Bohemians have a very, very strong bowling lineup. In fact, it's not going to be Tiwari. It's going to be Yug Warrior to come in for his first over here today. He's taking a long run up. It's going to be bowling to Zahid Mahmood. Here comes Yug Warrior. Very Dennis Lilly style of running in. Good bowling action. And just a single. Good start there from Warrior. Again, very much an offside field. Sazib Bhuyan batting there without the cap. We're facing Yug Warrior. Comes in. Again, that Dennis Lilly run up. Classic run up. Good bowling style. Right on song there. Good ball outside off stump. Nicely pitched up. Not much Bhuyan could do with that. Good start here from Warrior. Crouches down. Comes in the bowl to Bhuyan. Slower ball. And that's just clamped down on. No run. Good start here. This is the over they needed. They need to stem the runs a little bit. Wicket to be handy as well. Zahid Mahmood now. He's on 44 of 21. Sazib Bhuyan. He's still hasn't troubled the scorers. Faced 4 balls. Comes in again. Good contest this at the moment. Another good ball. And they've gone for a run. Shy at the stumps from Yug Warrior. Good pick up from Dylan Stain. Lucky he did, because there was no one around for 100 metres. Would have been an extra 4. So worth a shy at the stumps, but a bit risky. Picks up the ball, changes hands, and Dylan gets a lot behind it. Luckily he's a good fielder, otherwise could have been a bit of a disaster. Here comes Yug Warrior bowling to Zahid Mahmood. It's outside off stump. It hits straight back past him. Tree will pick that up and just be a single. Good return there from Tree. And a good start from Yug. Only 3 off the over so far. 1 ball left. And he bowled that to Sazib Bhuyan. Do you want to keep it outside off stump? Lots of gaps on the leg side. Comes in and pitched up, full toss. Oh, good fielding there, shy at the stumps. Again, No one backing up Dylan Stain because there's no one there behind him. Good pick up, but it was a very good pick up and throw for the man there in the covers. That's a very good over. This is what we'll expect in the next month or two from the European Cricket Series. At the moment we're in the Czech Republic. Move on June 13 to lovely Hungary. Great little facility down there. Then to Austria. And then 5 weeks in Italy. Milan, Brescia, Bologna, Rome. And then in August to Germany and Dresden. Just up the road from Prague. Again, a fantastic facility there. So FanCode European Cricket Series, that's what to expect. Mondays to Saturdays, as you know. Here's a new bowler. It's just chipped over the top of the man at short cover. Tree just picks it up. And it's Vasu again. He's been a good bowler for Berno. Warrior, only 4 off his over. Good start to his spell. Comes Vasu. Bowling to Sajid Buyan. In fact, it's not. It's to Zaid Mamoun, who gets another dodgy 4. Does he? That's a brilliant piece of fielding out there. Just dabs it down. It's just a single. Fantastic fielding. Ran after it, dabbed it down. And then there's Dylan Stain there, who's always in the action, who picks up the ball and throws it back. To have a bit of time to fix up his gear there, will Dylan Stain. Inspirational leader. Brings Buyan back on strike. Not quite sure what that confusion was. Russell, we're bowling to Sajid Buyan. Charges and hits him down the ground. Only be a single though. Afridi there picks up the ball and throws it back in very quickly. Good effort. What a bowling you hear from the Berno boys, and it is. Vasu has been very good. Saeed Mahmood is only 4 away from his 50 now. Can get it in this shot. It's been a lot more fluid in this innings. Comes Vasu, bowling to Mahmood. And he swings at that hard. There's a man out there, can't hold on to it. That had a lot behind it. Didn't have to move very far, and that's his 50. And a good performance here for Zahid Mahmood. Again, just a little bit short there from Vasu. Freed his arms and smashed it towards square leg. Even though the man was there, just couldn't hang on to it. Just a bit of juice on it. And just blasted through him. See what Vasu can do to come back from this one. Mr. Mahmood, who drags it across from the off stump. Just go down to Afridi for a single. It's around the right area for Vasu, but you can see Mahmood's trying to drag it down to the leg side. Maybe it's a trap. Got some good feelers out there in Afridi and Naveed Ahmed, who just took a spectacular catch to basically win the game for Berno against United yesterday. Here comes Mahmood. And Chargers could be out, and he's dropped him. Well, that's in fact it was Sajid Buyan with the life, and just mishit it slightly, straight to the man. Couldn't have been at a better height for him to catch, and it goes down. How important will that be? Well, unfortunate for Vasu, ends his spell, and Bohemians 70 for 2. They've got a good enough total. Only a couple of overs left now. One of them will be bowled by Yug Warrior. And a very, very good first over. And I don't think they'll go back to Naveed Ahmed for the death over. I'll have to see what Dylan Stain has in mind. Sandeep Tiwari's there. I'd say that's probably his go-to man for the final over. But Yug Warrior did very well on the first over. he bowled. He's going to take his run up again. I see he's got a very classical run up, very Dennis Lilly. For those of you who remember the great Dennis Lilly. He leans down and comes in. That classic style. Physique-wise, doesn't look much like Lilly. Very effective. Haven't seen him much at all with the ball so far for Berno. Comes in. It's an outside off stump. Called a wide. And then they might take one here. Run. Oh, they're running. Bit of a shy at the Suns from Dylan Stain. Well backed up by Afridi. And in the end, it was a wide, 2 wides. Or run wide and a bye, I should say. But that was a very good run there from Zaid Mahmood. So that was very, very well done. He would have been out though, Sajid, if Dylan Stain had hit that off with the glove and it wasn't too far away, just to the left-hand side of those stumps. But good awareness there from Mahmood. He's looking good. 51 off 25. It's more like we expect from him. Let's see if Hugh Warrior can get his wicket, stifle the runs a little bit. And no, it didn't bounce much that, but it got past Stain. And he's chasing it, but it's going to go for 4. So fast down that part of the ground. And that's 4 byes. Well, that's a little unfortunate. Kept very, very low. Just outside off stump. And hit Stain's pad. Still went for 4. Bit unlucky there for Hugh Warrior and for Berno. Going at about 9 and over now are Bohemians. And we'll have to bat well to get this, will Berno, but they're very, very capable. It's a good bowling lineup for Bohemians though. Let's see if Hugh Warrior can come back from this one. It's unfortunate, it wasn't a bad ball. This one's full, and it's gone through the keeper again. It's having a bit of a shocker, but hasn't had the kindest of bounces, has Dylan Stain. That one just bounced right in front of him. Bit of a full toss there from Hugh Warrior. So look at this. Just, it was a bit of an edge, that's what caught it. And just to see the keeper a bit, always really tough. Full toss, bouncing in front of you. That slight deflection. Here comes Hugh Warrior again, bowling to Sajid Bhuyan. Slower ball, hit the cover, and they won't get one. It's that short cover area. I think it's a very good position to have in this form of the game at this level. Lots of things get hammered in that area, and to get a good fielder there. It's both a run-saving position and a catching position. Hugh Warrior, charged by Bhuyan, missed it. Good ball there. It's been a really good spell here by Hugh Warrior. Don't think we saw him bowl yesterday at all. He was listed as a bowler, and wondering why Dylan Stain didn't go to him yesterday. I know he's going to go to him in future because he's looked very, very good. A couple of balls left in his spell. Again, and oh, good ball, just short of a length. Bhuyan can't seem to find the white thing at the moment. He's 5 off 11, which is not very typical for him. Normally gets going pretty quickly. But a very, very good spell, very important one here for Berno by Hugh Warrior. Final ball of his spell, want to keep it tight. And charge, it's just in front of the man at short cover. Does very well. He'll take a single, but fantastic effort there. Just bowl, just short of him, and a end of a very, very good spell there from Yug Warrior. That was Vasu there, diving forward, stopping a certain 4 runs. In fact, well, there is a man back there, but what a fielding, as you heard from the players out there. So, as Rico says, it all happens in the 9th. It didn't really happen then. It did happen for Yug Warrior. Kept the runs down, 78 for 2. Going into the final over, and it will be Sandeep Tiwari, Mr. Reliable. Be bowling to Sajid Bhuyan. Found it a little bit difficult. 6 off 12. You want to get Zahid Mahmood on strike. He's a man in form, it seems. It's a good time that he comes in and gets a 50 here, Zahid Mahmood, for Bohemians, because they've been struggling a bit with the bat. Interesting to see they've put a man in at short mid-wicket. It's a good move. Still no one, but fine leg. You want to keep it nice and straight to Tiwari. And this is in the air. It's not going to be caught. Just take a single just to the gully area. Good start from Tiwari. Mainly, it's a nice shot from Bhuyan, getting Zahid Mahmood on strike. See if he can do a bit of damage in this last over. Comes Tiwari again. And just gets a little under edge. They'll come through for a single. And Dylan Stain has run halfway down the pitch. Picked up by the man. He's come in from point. So another single. Just getting there in dribs and drabs are Bohemians. Now hit 80. It's a defendable total for them. It's Tiwari again. And whoa, interesting. Bit of gamesmanship here. Sajid Bhuyan is creeping down the pitch. And Tiwari is going to come into bowl and then decided not to, just to see what he's going to do. And does the same thing, he creeps. And it's outside off stump, called a wide. I have to say that Bhuyan won that little battle. See, Bhuyan is creeping, and that's well wide. He did move quite a way across there. It's Bhuyan again, he's wandering. Hits it straight to Afridi, who fumbles it, and it's, oh, he's not happy with himself, the big man. He's blasted through his hands, and he's just thrown it back to the bowler after throwing his cap on the ground. He's not happy with himself. He holds himself to very high standards, does Afridi. Have a look at this. Just blasted through his hand and throws his cap down in disgust. Here comes Tiwari again. Again, the mind games from Bhuyan. And that was a good ball there from Tiwari. Just a leg by. Well, in fact, it did come off the bat. Well, Tiwari, it's been a good over. A bit unlucky to concede that 4. But the mind games played with Sajid Bhuyan being the highlight of this over. He's going to be bowling to Mahmood. He'll want a couple of extra runs. And it's a big swing and a miss. Good bowling from Tiwari. Just over the stumps. Zahid Mahmood, he's been good this innings. Finally made up a little bit for the golden duck of Sabu and Davisi. Tiwari and swings it to that man, a short cover chance for a run out, and he's gone. Well, end of a very good innings there from Zahid Mahmood. It's the last over. In fact, it was the last ball, so had to go for it, and he'll be run out. A good piece of fielding again from that man. I think it was Vasu. This comes wide, does Tiwari. Hit to the man to cover. Bit of hesitation from Mahmood as he went. Ball came back. Good take there from Tiwari, and there's the run out. There you go, that man at short cover. Just a little underarm. It's Vasu. And another wicket goes down. more importantly, a dot ball and a respectable score from Bohemians, but I know they would have wanted a lot more. Speaking to them yesterday, they're looking at scores of about 140, nowhere near that. 86 the final score, 87 to win for Brno. And I think they'll be pretty happy with their effort, Brno. They had a couple of little partnerships, good innings from Zahid Mahmood, going for hitting a nice 50. We'll have a quick look at the highlights in a moment. The bird flying past, and well, that ball almost flew past Saba's bat, didn't quite, consoled by his teammates. Then there was some fine stroke making on the offside by Zahid Mahmood. Good piece of fielding there, but a few runs. Good effort from Naveed, but couldn't quite stop that one. Big 6. Only saw one in the innings, I think. And, Zahid Mahmood finally gets into the runs. Deserved it. That was his 50. It's very open leg side. Picked the gap there. In fact, blasted it through the man at square leg. This is the shy at the stumps from Dylan Stain. Just missed. It would have been the end of Sajib. But good effort from Brno. Here's the cap destruction from Riaz Afridi. Not happy with himself. But in the end, the two highlights were the 50 from Zahid Mahmood and the bowling performance and the fielding performance from Brno to keep them down to a respectable score of 86, 3 wickets. So they've got a good target to bowl at to Bohemians with their very, very solid bowling lineup. But you tend to think that Dylan Staines missed out a little bit in this tournament. I think he might be his turn to get a few runs. There's the scorecard. Sabawan Divisi first ball, Sale Grover. Again, just about a runner ball, 13. But that man, Zahid Mahmood, 53 off 30, did all the heavy lifting for Bohemians. Sajid Bhuyan contributing 12 off 13. But you have to think that without Zahid Mahmood's contribution, that score would have been, well, not very good at all. 8 extras, 4 wides. So reasonably tight bowling there from Brno. The bowling figures, you'll see that it's that big man up top. You've got the wicket of Sabawan Divisi. Riaz Afridi bowled a bit of venom. Only 6 and over, 12 coming off his 2. Tree did very well, only 14 coming off his 2. Basu with 1 wicket. Naveed Ahmed, very expensive, 19 off the over. But Yug Warrior, I think, pretty much the pick of the bowlers at a time where Bohemians were trying to accelerate. A very economical spell by Yug Warrior, only 8 coming from his 2 overs, and a very good death over there from Sandeep Tiwari. So the win probability is more even now. Brno 42% and Bohemians 58%. I think it's going to be a very, very tight finish. Brno, they're going to look for a win after being hammered by PCC earlier. Bohemians, they'll look to continue this leg of the tournament undefeated. And we'll find out very soon whether they can do that or whether Brno can get revenge on Bohemians after their loss yesterday. See if they can get the 87 they need to win. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see the second innings of this game from Prague, the ECS Czech Republic. See you very, very soon. So welcome back to Prague for the second innings of this fascinating tussle between these two very good sides in Bohemians and Brno. Bohemians posting 86, 87 to win for Brno. And I think it's going to be a very good run chase. These two up top, I think, will be the vital for Brno in Yannicka Ihalaga and also Dylan Stain. Ihalaga hits the ball very nicely. Hasn't really gone on with a big score though. Dylan Stain's missed out on this tournament as well, but he's in very good form in the Malta tournament for the Czech Republic. Hit 100, set a world record as well. But they're going to have to bat very well against this very good bowling lineup from Bohemians. And it would be Javed Iqbal as per usual to open the bowling. He did go off in the last game. A slight injury. Seems to be okay now. He'll be bowling to Ihalaga. He's very strong on his leg side, the left-hander, both the left-handers actually. And he'll have to keep it nice and straight. Just outside the left-handers off stump will Javed Iqbal, because Yannicka, he will hit over the man at short mid-wicket. There's a big gap there. But Javed Iqbal, he's been very good, fantastic in the last game, was Javed Iqbal. With a couple of wickets. Bowling very effective Yorkers at a good pace. He's led his team well. Still, I think, struggling a little bit with the bat, with the ball. Probably being the pick of the teams. So, welcome back into the commentary Ice Cube. Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. Good to be back. Should be a good chase, actually, as we start the last innings of the day. Javed Iqbal, he's been on fire, at least when he's had his foot behind the front line when he's bowled. But he was very good earlier today, wasn't he? And yeah, this should be a really interesting run chase because Brno, they have a competitive score on the board when it comes down to it. I think they probably would have liked to have scored a few more. They would have liked 100 plus, but still, I think 86 plays here against a Brno side which could really use the victory. This is just chipped away. One, of course, Bohemians, they were sent in the first innings. And yeah, I mean, how do you feel about this score of 86? Do you lean one way or the other?
It really depends on this opening partnership. I think Bohemians can definitely defend this total because they've got I think they've got the strongest bowling lineup in their tournament. But at the same stage, Dylan Stain, if he can get going, then they'll get this comfortably. Because especially with this ground, he doesn't need to hit big. He just needs to time the ball, and that's what he does so well on both sides of the ground. He's very strong wide outside off stump. He's also very strong if anything goes near his legs.
Things fell away really quickly though before, didn't they? Ihalaga, the only man to reach double figures, as it is. This is Stain, who just keeps the first one out. I suppose it's the kind of target where the openers can afford to take a little bit of time to get themselves into their innings. It's not one of these kind of 120, 130, 140 chases where you feel like you have to go from the get-go. Yeah, Brno in the earlier game only managing 47 against Prague CC.
Well, that kind of means that I don't have much confidence in the Brno batting, but Stain went very early, and actually they got through to the soft underbelly of the Brno batsman very, very quickly. So a bit of a delay here. But hasn't Javed Iqbal been fantastic with the ball in this tournament? He just never seems to age, this man.
Yeah, he's brilliant, isn't he? I mean, I don't even think of him as having an age because he does seem to kind of just keep on doing the same thing all the time. But do you know how old he is? I can look this up right now.
I think he's
Go to our website, ecn.cricket, if you want to as well, europeancricket.com.
Pretty sure he's late 30s.
He is 40.
Oh, there you go.
He's 40, born the same year as me, 1981. So, and credit to him, he's still out there going on, and I'm sitting comfortably in the commentary box. Have been for some time. But yeah, he's a lovely guy and a real leader on and off the field. I think for Bohemians, just a slight technical delay. I think But should be good to go.
They seem to rally around him as well.
Yeah.
And he's, as I said, on the field, he's a very good leader. And right at the top of the innings, always gives a couple of good overs.
Yeah, normally does. He's raring to go right here. Yeah, wicket's the key. And particularly these two. Probably Riaz Afridi, who I hope they persist with him at 3, even though it hasn't worked out so far. This one just beaten for pace. You don't see that very often. But, yeah, Bruno, they've been building something down there for some time, haven't they? I say down. We're across, isn't it? But,
no, it's down and across.
More down and across. But, yeah, Bruno, it's a really nice facility down there. But you mentioned it's a slightly different pitch. So I think running into this top order on a real flat deck versus this one, slightly different. There's a bit more in it for the bowlers here. But Vinosh, this is a full toss though and placed nicely, and I think this will run to the boundary. So it'll be the first one of the chase. It's a rare bad ball from Javed Iqbal, loses his length and loses his line, and cashed in by the captain Dylan Stain, who gets 4 runs.
That'll settle him a bit. He likes getting just a nice little 4 like that. Just a bit of a gift there from Iqbal. Yeah, Bruno, it's the outfield's lovely. It was a baseball ground, so there's still equipment down there that's used on the ground to flatten it out and to keep it pretty. The pitch is pretty good as well. Been resurfaced recently.
That's a good delivery. This just swings out with the breeze, I think. And so, yeah, a bit shaky a couple of times, but Bruno navigate the first over without losing an opener. It's 5 for no loss after 1.
You see a little bit of a fist bump there from between Dylan and Javed. All these players know each other very well. It's a small league, a small cricket community here in the Czech Republic. Still got 19 odd teams in 3 divisions, but which is fantastic. And we'll see a new team next week in the Tigers. I've been around for a couple of years, just like the Guardians, but it's all done in a friendly spirit. No real bad blood between any of the players. So it's nice and adds to that community element. Lots of volunteers in this cricket community. The groundsman, I think Pete Vincent doing quite a bit of the groundsman work, and also Venki and Shub from Vinaradi, and Shobit does his also from Vinaradi does a lot of work here. And I don't think people appreciate how much effort there is into keeping up a cricket ground, and especially it's all on a volunteer basis.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, a lot of people work very hard to keep European cricket ticking in a number of countries, but we certainly appreciate their efforts, and I think it'll be really exciting to see what the next few years hold for Czech cricket as well. It's certainly got some great facilities here. Lily Panda mentioning that looks like pretty as a picture. This cricket ground, the sun is fantastic. Here's Davitsi coming in a bit earlier than usual. They want this wicket. First one is a pretty good pull shot, and it will be cleaned up down there. Well, they're going to come for a bit of a dodgy too, and well, if Davitsi can gather that, I think that Dylan Stain's going to get run out.
I don't know what Davitsi's complaining about. I mean, he's behind the stumps, and that's a wicket, and would have been a big wicket from Dylan Stain.
I think it was a pretty good throw. I mean, you kind of want a one-bounce throw to the bowler. So have a look here. I mean, it's an interesting decision to go to the bowler's end, as it is. I mean, maybe that's with the frustration with Davitsi, because Stain seemed to go straight away. It was Ihalagi that didn't, and he was the one in trouble, I thought. This one's turned around the corner as well, and this will be a tester for the outfield. It's just eventually going to be handled. Ihalagi, quick to come back for 2 this time. Yeah, when you side on from the pitch, then it's pretty much an equal distance throw to either end. So I think Davitsi's frustration wasn't so much the throw was bad. I think he was just a bit annoyed that it went to his end and not the other end. And look, I think even if he was behind the stumps, he probably wasn't going to be able to affect the run out, because Stain had gone quickly.
Oh, he's very quick between the wickets, also Dylan Stain. Davitsi bowling around the wicket now.
Yeah. Once again angling in though, not getting the line quite right, but he's gotten away with it so far without too much damage. Yeah, these two just kind of plodding along at the moment. 2, 2 and 1 to start the second over. Yeah, what do you think about Davizzi opening up? I mean, they've got some other options. They've got Bouillon. Plenty of options. Shahas Farhad even you could throw in there. Ritik Tomar. Wonder why they've decided to get him in early. All I can think is I think they fancy Davizzi against left-handers because you are dealing with the left-handed opening combination.
Yeah, maybe. He's bowled okay. Been a bit leggy. And, got away with it so far, has Davizzi.
Yeah, and this is a drop catch. It was a pretty spicy one, to be fair. It was dug in short. Now they're going to go for a bit of a dodgy too. I think he's gone here. He's going to be run out. I'm pretty sure. They're going to have a look at it. But I have a very big suspicion that Stain's going to be run out.
Well, he's walking.
Yeah, he's already walking off. I think the umpire has asked for assistance, but I think there's no doubt for me that he was well short. And again, I know he's quick, but it doesn't seem like a risk that he has to take at this stage, especially since he got dropped. So that's the second time today we've seen a drop catch, and I think we're going to see a run out, although we will have a look at the replay in a second. See Grover, he's a bit of a jet behind the stumps, and yeah, he is well short, isn't he? Hadn't even got his bat down in the dive. So it was a good effort from Stain, but it's just a bad decision. Yeah, fantastic camera work to see that. And so, yep, he doesn't even wait for the replay decision. But how about that? I mean, just shows you never give up. He drops the catch there. Wasim Sada, but he rifles in the throw. And Grover can't believe his luck. It was a fantastic throw because it was right next to the stumps, wasn't it? Grover didn't have to work too hard to get it down in time. So Stain goes for 5 and Berno lose their captain and key opening batter 11 for 1.
You've got to think, yeah, you're right. It's very unnecessary, that run. And I can see why they were wanting to go for it. But he had a bit of luck with that drop catch. And Dylan Stain, I don't think he'd be very happy with himself. It's a big wicket, though.
Split second decisions, hey? A few people are tingling in the chat. I think that Dylan Stain, he'll be off to the Hall of Mirrors and he'll be thinking really hard about his decision-making on that occasion. But, I mean, you don't have too long to make these decisions. That's the thing. If he gets back there, we'll say it's good running. We'll say it's good attacking running. But, yeah, the difference between a run and not quite a run is pretty close. So Davizzi does create a wicket, I suppose, in the end. And here is the new batter. Out there is Riaz Afridi at number 3, who I really like the look of him. This is going to be called a no ball. I think it might have been for overstepping. I'm not sure. Not sure if it seemed for height. It wasn't that high. So we'll have a look at it on the replay. Just because he plays it with a straight bat, and often I look at shot selection. Yeah, actually, it's probably a no ball. I mean, it was called at the square leg position. So I actually think, remember, it's waist high or above, and that is waist high. I mean, that's going to hit him in the belt.
Yep.
So I think that's probably a no ball. And
see how it goes. He's a tall man, though, Afridi. We'll have to see. But you're right, it is. If it's waist high or... And that's... Well, has it been called?
Well, they've said it's not a no ball. See, I don't agree with that. I think that's hitting him in the belt. And that, to me, is waist high, and it should be a no ball. As it is, they've decided it's not a no ball. Yeah, can't say I agree with that one, if I'm honest. Anyway, Davizzi gets out of jail, and here's the next ball. Because that's the sort of one, as we see, a tight single, but they'll get away with it. That's the sort of one that by changing the wording, the wording says that if either umpire is not completely sure it's below the waist, then we should be calling it a no ball. And that's one where I just think that's hitting him in the belt buckle. What do you think, Danny?
Well, he was standing up as well. He's a tall man, but he was standing pretty straight, and you're right. I think it was hitting him in the belt buckle. So, yeah, I would have called it a no ball. It didn't look at first.
Yeah, because when we saw it, because he plays it with a straight bat, it seemed like it was probably a lot lower than that. But square leg umpire, I think, wanted to call it, and I think his instincts were right. In the end, I'm not super sure.
To be fair, Vinny, that should have been spanked into the car park. So.
But again, it's your first ball, so you don't want. Imagine you try and spank that, and you hit it straight up in the air. You look like a goose. So he probably thought he might have had a free hit coming anyway. Here's the tank in over number 3, 12 for 1. And over starts with a single. Yeah, I think Riaz looks to me like he wants to bang the ball. And maybe because he's batting a bit higher, he's being a little bit more careful. I think when he came in lower down, he just showed kind of threw caution to the wind. I think he needs to take a bit of that attacking swagger into this top order position.
I think he got out pretty cheaply in the game against PCC this morning, and it looks to me like he wants to build an innings. We don't have much time, or doesn't have much time, and this is in the air, and it's going to go over the player there. Sajiba misjudged it, and it'll be 4 runs. So, nice shot there from the left-hander, Janika.
Well, sometimes you need a bit of controversy to get people out of the woodwork, and Jan Hoffman has popped into the chat, and he said he thinks the benefit of those should go to the batsman. Well, no surprises, because he's a big Burno man, Jan, but I tend to agree with you on that one. It was marginal, let's say. But, hello, Jan. Hope that you are well. And, yeah, we're missing you here. Hopefully we see you at some point.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Jan up in Prague when Burno make the final, right, Jan?
That's what he's hoping for. Here's the tank, and he gets this one really wrong. And it's so wrong, it's only going to cost him 2 runs because he's bowled that straight at the 3rd man. That was super wide. I mean, I know you have to make an adjustment to the left-hander, but Ritik, he's shaking his head. He gets the arm angle all wrong here. Just a little outside.
Well, Tanky misfiring. Coming again.
Now he gets it right. Yeah, it's a fine line between bowling straight and not bowling straight. I mean, sometimes it just all goes wrong. We've seen professional players get it really wrong as well. Sometimes, and who will ever forget the Steve Harmison first ball of the Ashes about a decade ago now or more.
Was that the first or second slip?
Yeah, I think it went second slip. Yeah.
It just, I think it was just an opening salvo to how bad England were in that series.
Yeah, certainly didn't set the tone very well. This is in the air. It's going to fly past the infield though. Really good shot as Riaz gets warmed up, and he does it with a big cut shot to the boundary. He moves to 6, the score up into the 20s.
Lovely shot that, very safe as well along the ground. It's the old Don Bradman adage, they can't catch you if you hit it on the ground.
That's right.
Especially on this ground, I'm not surprised that batsmen haven't tried to do that more, because it does fly on this this pitch. All you need to do is time it nicely.
I've never seen it quicker, I have to be honest.
Yeah.
They've flattened it out a bit as well. I think you mentioned.
Yes.
I remember quite a few times where I got told to hit the ball on the ground. It was probably good advice. Anyway, here's the next one from Tomar. That's a good comeback ball, isn't it?
Very good ball there from Ritik Tomar.
Got to say, though, as a keeper, when the ball's really wide, and I'm talking about when you've got 3 slips in at the start of a game and a new ball, you kind of feel compelled to run and dive for it, but then you realise you might have dived 2.5 slips away by the time you've taken 6 or 7 steps. You might just knock the ball away from people. But then the other thing is sometimes at 2nd or 3rd slip, people watch the batter knock the ball from the bowler's hand.
Yep.
So they're going to get a real shock if it hits them because they're not following the track. They're not tracking the ball. They're waiting, looking at the batter and looking for a deflection.
That's well run there, a bit of pressure on the fielder.
Lily Panda said she loves watching old Ashes series highlights on YouTube. I tell you what, my favourite series, well, the first series I really watched, first whole series I watched was the 89 Ashes in England, where Australia sent a team that they thought they had no hope, ended up winning 4-0. 24 for 1 here after the power play. Yeah, that was a special time. I remember I was about, I think it was 8 years old, and I was allowed to watch it. And my mum in particular knew I was cricket crazy, so she'd actually let me watch it to 10:30 at night, which is quite a lot on a school night, but she knew I was really into it. But then the TV would have to go off after that session. But this one night, they were on the verge of winning the series, and I begged her if I could just, I said, I think it was like 17 more runs or something like that. She said I could stay up a bit later and watch after tea, and I think it was David Boone swept the winning runs, and 11:15 at night. I probably slept most of the next day at school. But yeah, everyone's got their own story about how they got into cricket when they were young. But that was my early days. Really got me into it. Here's a player that really impresses me, Shohaz Farhad. And he starts with a pretty good delivery. Push and run. Riaz Afridi had to be convinced, but gets away with a single. Should be a good battle between this bowler, Shohaz Farhad, and these two batters. A high-quality contest.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very good bowler, is Farhad. Late in the day, though. He's going to be bowling to Janika, who's can time the ball nicely. You have to be a bit careful.
Shrug in the chat says, how about the 2005 Ashes? Best series ever? Well, yeah, the series I was talking about was a bit one-sided. A bit is an understatement. But 2005 was a much closer contest, and yeah, that was one of the great series.
Who won that series? I forgot.
It was England.
Did you remember? Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't answer that.
I was going to say, So we see next ball. Pulled away from outside off. Oh, some kung fu style tactics. I don't think that's going to work out very well. As it is, it'll just cost him 2. Probably 1 extra run. Yeah, I know. That heartbreaking loss by, I think it was 1 run. 1 or 2, can't remember. But I remember I was very late up in Australia and very, very nervy stuff. But in hindsight, it was great for cricket. I mean, before that, Australia had dominated a lot. I guess it probably, that 2005 series breathed a bit of life back into the series. There's a big filthy wide, and once again, we see the left-hander causing the bowler to lose his control, and Farhad bowls that one straight to the boundary. 5 bonus runs.
Yeah, very loose there from Farhad. Oh. Hey, going back to that series, I remember it well because Australia, I can't remember what it was at the Oval or Lords, I'm not sure, if the first test, an absolute pasting that Australia gave England. And then Glenn McGrath decides to step on a ball, misses the next 3 games.
Yeah.
And then a very good English team, to be fair.
Yeah, it was.
They come back to it.
Pulled away, and the fielder will be able to not stop this one. I thought he had it covered out there, but in the end, he got down and dirty. But the result was dirty. It's Davitsi. I think he's going to have to shake his head at himself this time because he's let that one go through. Not an easy stop, but it's one you'd expect Sabah to make. Burno just getting a couple of breaks as they get this chase back on track despite losing their captain Dylan Stain early.
I don't think he's in the right headspace there, Sabah. He's not having the greatest series so far. But, anyway, here comes Farhad again, bowling the left-hander Janika.
Wow, this is going to pop into nowhere. And in fact, they could probably get 2 here because that's been over-attacked and overrun. And the tank was off the tracks there, wasn't he? As he came in, I did like the attack. In the end, it's 2 runs and it never even left the circle.
He threw it without the ball, had to go back and fetch it, and they took another run. It's good running in the end from the Burno boys.
Alert running. That's why you run the first one hard regardless and actually have awareness. The batter that went to the keeper's end there, it was Riaz Afridi. He was up and watching the ball. He wasn't just running through. So Hilagi back on strike. Just beaten outside the off stump. Farhad, he's had a really good start to the series, but a couple of overs to forget at the moment today. This one gets past the bat at least. So 14 off this over. Look at that rate. I mean, it's been hanging around that 8 to 9 the whole innings, hasn't it? So, yeah, Burno. I know they had a few people tingling in the chat thinking we could have the golden ball. Lily Panda, I think, was tingling. Let's see if it is as close as she thinks. Oh, good ball. Just try to play across that. And in the end, it will be the end of the 4th over. So Farhad comes back with a couple of good deliveries. It is 38 for 1 after 4 overs. Once again, it is great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is, I'll say Czech native now, because I think you've earned that after about 15 years. Danny Hudacek, and yeah, thanks for joining us today in Prague. Hopefully you enjoy the action. This ground is pretty as a picture. I know we've had some close games, some not so close games, but I mean, we're just getting started really, just at the end of 3 days at the moment, out of 12 playing days. And I'm really looking forward to seeing not only these teams in Group A, but also Group B next week, including your guys, Vinarati.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's I know a lot of these players, and it's great to be back here and in sunshine and playing some cricket. And seen some very good quality cricket. Seen some dodgy innings though.
We have. Good game at the moment. Full toss. Wow. Don't think, did this get to on the 4th? I thought maybe it did. As it went pretty fast, and that is Farhad, who's just finished bowling his over. Did chip it in the air, and yeah, it's not even from that. Don't have a great view of it because the body's almost in the way, but yeah, Farhad was pretty close to that. I just want to say, I haven't done this yet today. I'm leaving it very late, but I think I might. Hilagi faces up. This is a cut shot, but it'll be called wide. I think I would like to do my lurker call out because I haven't done it yet today. So if you are lurking, maybe you've been watching for a while or you're watching right now and you don't normally get in the YouTube chat, get in right now. Let us know where you're watching from. Let me say hello to you. I want to say thanks for supporting European cricket. So all you lurkers out there, want to hear from you. Uh-oh, this is more trouble. And this time it's a good effort on the boundary, but it's going to be another 5 wides. And I tell you what, if Bohemian lose this in a close one, they're going to rue some of these deliveries, because it's another one that gets away from Buyan, the left-hander, causing a few issues with the bowlers.
Yeah, pesky left-handers. This one's just not dealt with by the keeper. Went across there, did Sahil, but yeah, not good bowling from Buyan. And Bruno, they're creeping up closer to this target. At the same stage that the Bohemians were 28 for 1, well ahead of the where they were. And this one is going to go for 4 as well.
It just leans on that. There's such a fast part of the ground down there. And so using the pace of Buyan, he looks frustrated, and rightly so. This one just deflected away behind the wicket. And that takes Bruno up to 49. You see, it's just opening the face, intelligent batting. Once you get through that infield, it's going to run away for 4 more times than not. I want to say a quick hello to Michael Daub in the chat. He wants to know, he'd like to know not only how people got into cricket when they were young, but also when they were old, because some people are a bit older when they get into it.
Yeah, it's a difficult sport to get into when you're older, I think, unless you've played a little bit of cricket or you've had a similar type of sport.
Wow, this is a filthy full toss, and you can forget this one because that's in the golf course. Well, don't know about the club selection. Maybe a 7-iron to get it out of there. But regardless, this is smashed by Ihalagi. I think Buya tries the slower ball and gets it wrong. Maximo! Bruno bring up their 50 in style.
Yeah, Ihalagi's he showed a little bit. Yesterday in the first innings he played, and then got a bit unlucky maybe, or played the wrong shots. But he's been very patient in this innings, and he seems a quality batsman. Hits the ball very cleanly. So good to see him in the runs a bit. Poor bowling though from Buyan.
Yeah, next ball is a better ball. Hits it straight to the fielder and runs, but they both run, so they get away with it. That'll be another one to the total. It's been a good partnership between these two. After the loss of Steyn, where he just threw their innings into a little bit of uncertainty, but been assisted by some wayward bowling. These two have batted pretty sensibly as well. I want to say hello to Raja, who's watching from Vancouver. He's been lurking around. Love your comments as always. Hello to Wardo, who's watching from Essex in England. Here's the next delivery played out for 1. Yeah, Essex is actually a really nice place. I love the accents, I have to say, around there. Spent a bit of time in Essex.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, I like strange things. You know that about me. But hello to you, Wardo. To Shlomi Bloom, who's watching from England as well. Hello to you. Anyone else, now's a great time to let us know where you're watching from. I only do it once a day. Hello to Wardo, who says Maximo. I'm enjoying that. Here's the next ball from Buyan. A little bit short, pulled, not really timed. There's Imran Ul-Haq, who's a panther in the field. He'll be able to grab this one. He does something that some of his teammates couldn't. So a single to finish the over. Buyan's over ends up going magical with his own assistance, to be honest. He goes for 20 in the 5th, and it's 58 for 1 at the halfway point. I just want to say a quick hello to Jan. Once again, he's asking, is the golf course open already? Well, not quite, Jan. Hold it will be open soon, and by soon, I don't know which year, but I heard that things are happening here with the golf course.
Well, they did go bankrupt.
Yeah,
and
that'll hurt,
and so the banks have taken it over, and they've realised that they've got a pretty good asset on their hands. So there will be some action going on with the golf course. We've been saying it for quite a few years actually. And then once this golf course going to be open, the clubhouse looks like it was completed a few years ago.
Well, to be honest, if you ask a lot of social golf players, they won't even need the golf course. They just need the clubhouse open.
True.
Because that's really where they want to go. I know that some people, see the bail blowing off. Old Jarvid was running in there. I think some people would like to tell their significant other that they're going to go play golf for 8 hours and spend 8 of it in the clubhouse.
And the 19th hole, yep.
Yeah. I'm sure that a few people have been caught out 3-putting the 19th. But yeah, it's a wonderful part of the country here at Vinoj. This time we've got Iqbal, who's coming back in to the attack. Cute shot by Ihalagi, who admonishes himself. That's one where he doesn't really go after it. He's just trying to deflect it away. But even if he gets that one away, it's probably only 1 to 3rd man.
I think it's a good move by the skipper to bring himself on. He had a very good first over, only 5 from it. And he's a quality bowler. He's taken responsibility.
Goes after this one, and it's going to be away from Buyan. It's going to be another boundary And Ihilagi, he's been really impressive in this innings. He moves up into the 30s, just opening up, and he was clever. He opened the face there, which allowed it to go a little bit wide of Bouillon, who couldn't do anything about it. 4 more runs.
He hits the ball so cleanly. He doesn't try to overhit it either. It's, even though it probably didn't go in the direction he'd wanted to, timed it quite well.
Yeah,
And,
I think he kind of deliberately went a little bit squarer with it, just to the point of impact. I think he doesn't try and overhit the ball. It's been a feature of his batting. So, yeah, Javed Iqbal went for only 5 in the first, held himself back till now. I thought he might have bowled the third, but they went to Tomar, went for 12, then Fire had 14, Bouillon 20. So it hasn't been good since he left the building. But then this one's a real peach.
How did that miss?
This one swings in and seams away, I think. So just showing, especially with this pitch offering a bit of assistance to the bowlers. Well bowled. That's, yeah, there could be a ball with your name on it coming at any time. Here's Iqbal again. Uses this one down the leg side. I think he felt that might have hit the body, but umpire didn't think so.
Going back to Bouillon's over, he just seemed to be rolling his arm over. Didn't really seem to put much effort into his bowling stride. Went for 20, but it just the effort really wasn't there. And I think that's the kind of team they are, a bit Bohemians. If they sense they need to be pushed.
Yeah.
And
actually, how's that missed? I mean, what's that hit? That's my question.
I thought they hit the stumps.
Must have hit the bat.
I heard stumps go down.
Yeah,
then.
I mean, it must have hit the bat because there's no signal. It was a weird one, wasn't it? I mean, it didn't sound woody at the time. We'll see this. Yeah, he actually hits it on the full, and then it bounces and hits him in the pad. So that's why it's not out. But he got a big kind of toe on it. And lucky he did, because otherwise he was dead.
That was, you know, when you hear the stumps go.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
All right.
Not to be.
Next delivery. Just defended away. So they've got under a run of ball now. They're kind of cruising at the moment. And Frantic saying in the chat, condolences to everyone watching in countries that aren't fueled by Czech beer. What, the Czech beer, it's around. I mean, I was in Sweden last week and you get Czech beer. Get a lot of it, actually. This is in the air, and, well, it's going to be touch and go, but Sazib is going to have to watch it sail over his head. Maximo! Oh, Afridi goes boom, boom, and finishes the 6th with a 6. Takes Burno up to 70. They're in the driver's seat now. Just 17 more required for victory. Maximo to finish the over. The score is 70 for 1.
Yeah, it doesn't seem on paper with about a run of ball from Afridi, apart from that 6. But it's been a very good innings because he's played himself in, hasn't had to do too much. Most of the runs have been coming from the other end. But Afridi is there or thereabouts, and you can tell that he can hit the ball a long way, but he's contained himself without being tentative. He's just been very decisive. It's been a good innings from him. And
99%. That's a pretty good percent. You don't have to be a mathematician to know that. But having said that, I mean, I actually think the chances might be a bit more than 1% because, I mean, 2 quick wickets here, and they've got such good bowling attack. It's not impossible. 17 off 24. I mean, you're going to have to play out of your skin. You're going to have probably 2 or 3 overs in a row, go for 3 or 4, take it to the last. Anyway, here's the tank. Can he pull off a bit of magic? He starts with the wide. And he's got the hands on hips. Not that impressed with the call. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Again, you've got to judge it when it goes past the popping crease. I mean, the hard thing for the umpire is he probably can't tell exactly when it goes past the batter. But it may be a bit stiff on that call.
It is angled across him, but still was a little bit of a rough call, maybe.
This time, he won't get a wide against him. This will be a dot ball, so decent start to the over from Tomar, despite the wide. I say Lily Pounder, very nice that you're sharing your cricketing story in the chat. She picked it up early. Said didn't have a lot of backing for girls cricket where she was from, but still was very enthusiastic. Well, that enthusiasm still burns brightly, Lily. I can tell by your contributions in the chat. You're a very valued member of the ECN family. This one will be a wide, I think. So Tack just has to adjust the radar.
Again, if you look at Riddick's bowling from yesterday or even this morning, it's definitely, he's sort of run it, just rolling his arm over a little bit, as did Sazi Bouyan. Really, I think Fahad always gives 100%, as does Javed Iqbal, but these two have, I think they've pushed it back a little bit.
Better ball this time. Short covers in there. I think it's a good position to try and get dots, but yeah, you've got to bowl in the right spot first. Yeah, I think maybe also you got to realise they played 3 days in a row.
Yep.
You know, it's 3 long days, I suppose. They're into the 6th match, and Bohemian, I think if I have my thinking cap on, we will see them tomorrow, but they have Friday off, so they're essentially the team that has to play 4 days straight, along with Burno, who have to play 4 days straight, Tuesday to Friday. Bohemians playing Monday to Thursday. So, I mean, look, a lot of people will say, well, come on, they're only bowling 2 overs. It's not a lot of overs. In other cricket matches, you bowl more. But it's more just the time you spend at the field, the time you spend, a bit of mental energy, I think. Often if you're not playing 2 in a row as well, even the game off, you still feel kind of like you're using up a bit of mental energy as it is. Next ball's just played for a single.
Look, I mean, I sit here in a commentary ice cube, and I get home and I'm pretty tired. So these guys are running around the cricket field in the sun. There's a bit of breeze around. So yeah, I can understand why after a few days that fatigue will affect it. I think Bale's just fallen off.
And I think the wind, what's maybe not obvious at home, the wind has picked up quite a lot. So we've seen some control issues from Bohemian in this game that we haven't really seen them before. But I think it's a mixture of the wind kind of being a bit unpredictable, it's blustery, and even the direction changes a bit. And then also the fact that they've had to deal with left-hand, right-hand combination here, and the bowlers just haven't dealt well. We've seen some 5 wides. Yeah, it's...
and they're good bowlers as well. It's not as though you're throwing on the part-timers. They're all top-line bowlers.
That's right. Yeah, it's a good outswinger this time. So it's a bit unpredictable. If you're going to put the seam up, you don't really know what's going to happen sometimes. Now, 1 more ball left in this over. At the moment, I mean, despite the couple of wides, it's only gone for 3. It's been a pretty good over from the tank.
A bit flat in the field because there's no chatting, just no energy in the field.
Compare this to the energy. Remember the energy we saw from Monday morning against Prague CC?
Yep.
It's completely different, isn't it? And we'll push and run, get a 4th run off this over. So it keeps him in the contest at least. Good over from the tank. He'll finish with figures of 16 off his 2 overs. The score now is 74 for 1. And coming up tomorrow, how we talked about Bohemians having to play 4 days straight. It is day 4 of their campaign. We'll see them in the afternoon, firstly against Bulls and Guardians, and then the return match against Prague CC. We saw them Monday morning, separated only by 7 runs. I think they won't be flat for that contest, tell you that much. Starting with match 13, Burno versus the Guardians, and then Burno versus Prague CC tomorrow. Funny things happen in match 13. There's something about 13s, so don't count out the Guardians in that one. So it all starts again tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. And the Guardians, they'll be hoping to upset Burno in the morning. And we look forward to your company for another day on the European Cricket Network. More FanCode European Cricket Series. The thing is, they do have good bowlers to come, because they're all good bowlers. And so if you're trying to defend 13 off 3 overs, you've certainly got the attack to do it. If they can hit their straps, that's the question. Here's Farhad coming back in the 8th. This is a really good shot. It's a little bit short and wide, and Afridi dismisses it. Moves into the 20s, and he certainly timed that one well. 4 runs.
It's been a good partnership. It's over 60 now between these two, and it's a much better performance than the from the Burno batting lineup, even though Dylan Stain did run himself out. It's been a good steadying performance, and it's been pretty much risk-free, to be honest. If they've picked off the big balls, defended anything that they didn't want to touch, and doing very well.
Oh, nice delivery following up. That boundary hurts because you only really need, well, they need about 4 and over before this over, and so you've gotten that. And now these are all bonus, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. It's yeah, I think Bohemians are going to get their first loss of the tournament. It means that PCC will be pretty much up at the top of the tree after tomorrow, if the form continues.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to plot the kind of, I don't know, playing level of the 2 ladder leaders, Bohemians and Prague CC. Prague CC definitely on the up. I mean, yeah, sure, we haven't seen them meet Bohemians again, but they disposed of Brno, didn't they, earlier? And now Brno have found a bit of form in the last match of the day. Looks like they will get some points out of day 3. Not there yet, though. Still 9 to get. Here's Farhad. Full toss. I think it might have been a slightly slower delivery from Shohas, but driven down. And that's the thing, you got set batters at the crease, and this is what we talk about a lot. And even in that chase from United last night, they got batters set and they made anything possible. I think when you have been in for a while, then I think, given the field dimensions, that you can really put your foot down. That's what we're seeing from these two.
Yeah, you're right there, Vinny. And I think odd good delivery from these Bohemians bowlers, and then there's the odd loose one, and that's the one that's been capitalised on. But it'll be interesting. I think these two teams will get into the quarterfinals next Thursday, as will PCC, and we'll have to see. Probably United will sneak in as well, and they'll have a week to reflect on this week's cricket, see what they can improve.
Yeah, sometimes that can help you, sometimes that can hurt you, but I do think there are positives no matter whether you are in Group A or Group B. I think the ability to go back and look over your performance, and also you can study Group B teams really closely. I think the TV is a great tool to be able to do that. There's that slower ball again. It's picked, I think, by Ihalagi, but he can't make any contact. Ended it over. Not a bad one. You consider only went for 5, went for 4 first ball, remember. So they only got a single off the rest of the over. Keeps the game alive. 79 for 1. So 8 runs required in 2 overs, 8 off 12 balls. Another way of saying that. Let's have a look at the bowling options that they've got to come. They've got Davitsi to still bowl one, so he's a death bowling specialist. And they've got Buyan to have one. So I think I'd probably go Davitsi first. I think based on how they've bowled in this match, I think you're just trying to bowl what you think's your best option in the 9th, and then hopefully, you've got a very good bowler to come back anyway, and Buyan to bowl the 10th.
Well, Buyan did go for 20 off that over, and he didn't seem very interested, to be honest, just rolling his arm over. But I think getting Sabah here, he's a hero bowler, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
He likes to be the hero.
Yeah, true.
And if he gets a wicket, this will pick the whole team up.
We've seen him do it on the big stage. We'll see what he can do. He's bowled to Riaz Afridi. 8 runs to win. Starts with a good slow ball. It's a pretty good block by Grover as well, who had to deal with the second bounce. Yeah, so I mean, Davitsi, if he can get away with, say, 2 or 3 off this over, take it to the last. It's kind of a reverse Bohemians, because Bohemians have been doing this with the bat, leaving it really late. The thing is, you are bowling to 2 set batters, so you feel like you need to remove one or probably both of them to get the win. This time they will get one. That to me is probably inexcusable given the game situation, that you can just squeeze a one like that. I think you need somebody in a bit closer, and you need to prevent that run.
Well, they have the Panther Imran short on the leg side, but that man at cover is pretty far back, so it's a tank. That's an easy single, and I think Imran's having a chat now to the bowler, to Davitsi, and there you go, the old head Imran. I think he heard us. It's very, very good from the wise.
Yeah, let's see.
The wise Imran.
Here's Sabah. Slower ball. Oh, it's not a good one. He's missed out on it though. That was a gift. Could have hit that anywhere he wanted.
He's not happy with himself, Sabah. But yeah, look, it's an interesting one with the final over, because Sajib went for 20. I guess.
I still think he's your bowler that you use. I mean,
I agree, but if he just rolls his arm over like he did in that previous over, then it's going to be out of reach.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen good players though. If they have an expensive over, often they will come back with a good one. And he's a big game kind of player. So everyone has their games where they're a bit off, and the Bohemians, you could argue, all day they've been a little bit off, despite getting over United in the previous game. All right, so Sabah now it's bowling to the left-hander, Ihalagi. Yeah, just digs it out. Should just be one, and it will be. Nice pick up and throw.
That was a good ball there from Sabah. Right at the stumps, right in the block hole. Did well, the left-hander, but that wicket would help them a lot just to pick him up a bit.
6 off 8. I mean, yeah, take it to the last. Couple of dots, maybe a wicket, new batter at the crease. Anything can happen. I don't know. They just need to make sure they avoid any more dots. Slower ball, bat on ball. Needs to be stopped, it is. They're just creeping towards that target at the moment. Last ball of this over. Defensi's just kept him in the game. It's gone .1.11.
You wouldn't want to give away a cheap boundary here. It's been a very good over from Sabah. And you're right, he's kept them in this. But don't overthink it, Sabah. Just
16 wides in the innings. I bet they'd like those back now, especially some of the fivers. Last ball of the night, last ball for Davitsi. On to Ihalagi.
Oh.
There's another one. Add that with the rest. Again, just struggled to control the movement. Look, I don't really want to make excuses, but it's pretty blustery down here. And that one, I think, hits the seam, goes further away. It doesn't help out Sabah, so that's another one they won't need. They move up to 83 now. And win this game with a boundary. Any boundary now. Another wide. It's pretty frustrating. Just going across left-handed, going across too far. A wide number 18.
It'd have been such a good over as well. He kept it really tight, bowling a good combination of slower balls and balls up in the block hole. Then that last ball, just lost it a bit.
Still can take it to the last though with a dot here, or even a 1. I think they'd much prefer a dot. Buyan, he's going to have to wake himself up, try and pull off a minor miracle.
You wouldn't bowl Imran then, Vinny?
Oh, well, now that would be a major miracle. As we get to the end of the ninth, Sabah, just a couple of control issues at the end of the over. In the end, it goes for 6. So the score is 85 for 1 going into the last. The score required is 87, so just 2 runs is required.
They've given the ball to Sajid Buyan, and he is a good bowler. As I said, he didn't seem to be pushing it through as fast as what he normally does.
One thing I will say is that if you can get a dot or two, the batter, even if a set batter, will feel the pressure a little bit. You know, because you start having these doubts creep in. It's like, surely we're going to get 2 runs off this over. I mean, normally you can get 2 runs with your eyes closed, but yeah, I mean,
no fine leg, Vinny.
Do it, yeah, no fine leg at all. Maybe tempt him to take a risk. I think the other thing is that he'll probably want to dab Ihalagi based on what I've seen. And that's a hard shot to protect, and you don't really want to put the third man back because that'll tie the game. So you're just kind of hoping for the best. Here we go, 2 to win. There's the little dab, pushes and runs and almost runs himself out. So a good start to the over. Ihalagi, to me, he's faced how many balls now? 29 balls. Just smack it. I mean, everyone's in. Pushes, runs again. We're going to have a run out here, and it's going to be, I have to see who's out here. And well, let's have a look at who's out, because I think Ihalagi never leaves, which means that Afridi will be out. But I'm not so sure Ihalagi is in his crease. Look, now, who gets back first?
Oh, it's definitely
Ihalagi's going to be out here. Yeah, so it'll be Ihalagi that's out. You see, he's in, and that's when the stumps go down. And even if he gets back there, Afridi's got back first. So maybe that's not a bad call. I mean, he just had blocked 2 balls out. So I'm not saying you should try and run out a guy that's batted the whole innings, but Afridi's saying, well, look, I know how to finish this. What it is, it's a dot ball as well. So 2 off 3 required. This innings has gone dot. This over, I should say, has gone dot, run out. Well, this is what I talk about when we talk about last overs. Funny things can happen, and that's probably unnecessary. But you can also see what Afridi is thinking. Saying, look, let's take these guys on, make them make the out, and then a huge miscommunication. That's the sort of thing that you need to have a bit of a chat about as batters. And in the end, it's a simple run out and well executed by Bohemians.
Yep, it's just a bit of nerves, I think, going into that last over, and I don't know what he's thinking. Janaka, he did prod a couple. You mentioned that. That's what he'll do. I don't think Afridi will do that. I think he'll have a swing at it.
Yeah, I think you're not going to see no prods. He's getting a couple of fist bumps.
to have one man back, and Saba is down towards the boundary. But yeah, I think he'll have a big swing at this, Afridi.
Just like the guy building my new house. Looked good, but couldn't quite finish the job.
Oh.
Now we get another dot. Well, come on. What is going on here? Now, we've had, so what's that, 3 balls down in the over. So, yeah.
You getting the tingle, Vinny?
Well, no, surely not. 2 off 3 required. And that'll do it. This is over. It's sliced away, and it'll be 4. So they do get there. Burno gets some points. Well, they had time to get nervous. And a bit like Bohemians a couple of times in some chases, they made it closer than it probably should have been. But they're going to do it. They win 89 off 9.3 overs, defeating Bohemians 86. And Burno, they are pretty thrilled to get the win over Bohemians. And now Bohemians, they lose for the first time in this ECS. And yeah, they're going to look back on that performance. I think they're going to rue some of those wides. I know it wasn't the best conditions for bowling and bowling straight consistently, but yeah, Burno, they certainly deserve that victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was a well-structured innings by the pair, or the big partnership. Around about, it's over 70, the partnership, after Dylan Steyn was run out. And it's Ihalaga and Riaz Afridi. I think Afridi batted very well, knew his role. Danica as well did excellently, hit the loose balls, not too many risks. And you're right, those wides really punished the Bohemians. In fact, they punished themselves. But a good win for Brno. I know that they were very unhappy with their performance against PCC earlier on. Whereas Bohemians, they'll just have to improve slightly. I think they're a very good side, but maybe looking a bit jaded. Brno, they'll take the 2-hour trip back down to the second city in the Czech Republic. They'll be buoyant with a good victory, and they know they've booked themselves a place in the quarterfinals next week. But Bohemians, I think, as I said, one of the favourites for this tournament. As are probably Brno, and but when you see PCC's performances today, both these teams are quite a way away from PCC.
Yeah, and you're going to have your ups, you're going to have your downs, I think, in the tournament. It's a bit of a down moment for Bohemians, no doubt about that, but they will bounce back, I'm sure. We'll see them tomorrow. And look, in 24 hours, they're going to take on Prague CC. That's going to be a huge game. Potentially that can decide who's top and who's not in Group A. Brno, well, they're on the up and up, and look, they're going to take on Prague CC as well tomorrow, and they certainly gave a substandard performance, you'd say, against Prague CC today, but they've kind of batted out of the game. Tomorrow it could be a different story. So Brno, they'll sense an opportunity there to win both those matches tomorrow, get them right back in it. And we'll see the Bulls and Guardians, they're going to desperately need a win as well. All starting tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 12:30 p.m. in India. Hopefully you can join us again for more ECS action. Stick with us for a few highlights and also some highlights of the entire day. That's your reward for sticking around late with us on a Wednesday evening in the European Cricket Series. It was a target that you thought they should get if their top 3 did the job. In the end, that was the story. 87 required. And Dylan Steyn running himself out. You thought that could just throw a cat amongst the pigeons, but really, you'd say Ihalaga and Afridi did a good job together to get this innings back on track, assisted by a few gifts from the bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said before, Bohemians a very good bowling lineup, but just too much fruit there. As you can see, the full toss and wides from most bowlers. The standout though was the old stager Javed Iqbal, who bowled very well. Farhad a little bit loose at times, but well done to Brno. It was that partnership in the middle. That was the run out at the end that made things a little bit more difficult.
They just kind of got so close and started to doubt themselves almost. But Riaz, I mean, it might have been a blessing in disguise that they changed the strike on that run out. Ihalaga just maybe had the jitters, had one strategy, and it cost him a couple of deliveries. Riaz Afridi, although he missed one, he went fourth ball of the over for 4. They win it with 2 balls remaining. And looking forward to tomorrow's action. But right now, let's reflect on the final innings of the day. And they did achieve the target with 2 balls remaining. Thanks to the work of Ihalaga, 37 off 30 before he was run out in the last over. Riaz Afridi, 28 off 23. I do think he can kind of go a gear higher than that, but I think he batted pretty sensibly in the end. 3 4s and a 6 in there. Naveed Ahmed wasn't required to face the ball. He just got to watch the last one fly out of the ground. Yeah, the big one there for me. 18 wides. And look, you take those off the score. And look, that will be fair to Burno as well, because they bowled in similar conditions. They only bowled 4 wides in their innings. So that's a big difference, isn't it? As far as the bowling went, well, no one able to break through because the 2 wickets were run outs. All pretty consistent with their economy rates. In the end, Bhuyan, you mentioned he was a bit disappointing, wasn't he? His first over went magical. Did seem to be making up for it in the second over, but just didn't have enough runs to play with. So Davitsi, probably the best of the bowlers, only conceding 12 off his 2. But still, Bohemians, it's a performance that they'll look back on and they'll think they can play a lot better than that.
Look, absolutely. I think both teams can play a little bit better, but Burno back to form with the bat after this morning, where they were, well, only put up 47 against PCC.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that they got something out of the day. I often think that the order that you play the games in makes the difference. So say Burno won that game, but then they got routed for 48 by PCC. They go away feeling quite flat. Whereas the fact that they won their game second, I think it gives them a little bit of a boost and feeling like they're on the up going into tomorrow. They've got 2 matches in the morning, and they're 2 winnable matches. Even Prague CC, I know they're playing really great, but Burno, we know they've got some really good players too, and they can compete. And they're just going to have to find a way to break through. And they certainly did that with Bohemians, getting some of their important players, getting Davitsi for a duck, and getting Grover for not many. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day tomorrow, because we'll really see this 5 take shape, especially Pools and Guardians, because I think they need to pull an upset off somewhere, because United have beaten them twice. If they can't make anything happen tomorrow, I think it's going to be really tough for them to qualify.
I think it's going to be an interesting game first up. Guardians got nothing to lose. They need to win these 2 games. But also Burno can really kickstart. I know the wind's picking up.
The cube's
but Burno, if they win the toss and bat first, they'll get some of their players in, maybe with probably not the strongest attack from the Guardians. And they might post a decent score, which will give them that kick to the PCC game straight afterwards. Yeah,
and look, same thing when they play PCC. Yeah, I think if they win the toss, they bat, and they can maybe put some pressure on in the second half. The thing is, PCC, there's always a risk they're going to bat you out of the game with their superstars. And we saw Lala today. He was a real story of day 3, wasn't he? He looked really good. So, talk about that top 3 of Lala, Wickramasekara and Ashokan, and that's not all. They've got other batters come after that. I just want to quickly finish before we go to the end of the day highlights, and please stick around for those, because they are really well put together by Emils. And thanks so much to Emils and Andres and Kirill's from Swing Productions for their excellent work to bring us the coverage today. They take the magic out there in the middle and they beam it to you all around the world. I want to give a big thank you to them. Also, big thank you to the Blue Crew, to all the players, the officials, everyone, to the Down Under for giving us lunch as well. Big thank you to you, Danny. That was another great day. Only 2 more days to Peacock Friday, but it looks like your Peacock game is strong. I have to tell you that much. And look, it was great to see a few spectators as well today. We saw some of the lads from Vinarati enjoying today's play. So if you are in the area, you're always welcome. Look, and hopefully you can join us tomorrow for more action. It's been an exciting day. It looks like the boundary rope has arrived, so that is exciting as well. That'll be another dimension to the day's play tomorrow. But it's time for us to say goodbye from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. This is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN alongside Danny Hudashek. Hopefully you have a wonderful evening, happy and safe. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel and tell all your family and friends about ECN and how much fun it can be. But it's bye for now. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night. Hasta mañana.
See you guys.